Chapter 651-453, Miscalculation, Part 2. The heavenly destiny true spirit is different from living creatures. It lacks emotional attachments and has no concept of allies. Its rules are cold and absolute, initiating the Tao war. Any ancestral realm that has stained its hands with the blood of another's path is deemed the chief villain, just like that ancestral Tao who was jointly crusaded by all in ancient times. When the martial arts heavenly fortune true spirit awakens, it will first unite the myriad paths of the multiverse to crusade against the immortals, nailing the immortal path to the execution pole of cataclysm. At that time, whether it be the currently neutral Taoist, or those side paths attached to various Taoist orthodoxies of the myriad realms, they might all be swept by the grand momentum of heavenly fortune. For self-preservation, for the gift of heavenly fortune, or to settle old grievances, they will surely all raise the banner of crusading against immortals together. Today's immortal path is utterly unable to resist the alliance between the myriad realms and the martial hall. Rescuing Chuzheng alone might cost the entire immortal path. There is no need for Feng Ting to deliberate further, the result is already clear. I understand that you've groomed Chuzheng to wager on his potential future as the master of heavenly fortune. Feng Ting stared directly at the moonlight immortal ancestor, his eyes filled with complexity. If he truly dies, it proves that he was never the true master of heavenly fortune, destined to suffer this calamity. The moonlight immortal ancestor's gaze fell on Feng Ting, and without any rebuttal, she spoke softly, "The immortal destiny sky lamp is on Chuzheng." Those 7 words fell like a divine thunderbolt, crashing without warning, striking violently into the silent moonlight immortal palace. In an instant, the entire void of the immortal palace seemed to freeze, the flowing star river beneath the dome abruptly halted, and the dense cloud of immortal spirit almost solidified, surging vehemently. The 4 other immortal ancestors present all changed their expressions. What? Immortal Destiny Sky Lamp? The Immortal Destiny Sky Lamp, containing the ancient Tao transmission road, is nearly a symbol of the immortal ancestor's identity. It was said to have been buried in the heavenly pool by the ancestor of ancient immortals and had no trace ever since. Now it unexpectedly falls into the hands of Chuzheng? Among the 4 immortal ancestors, none reacted as fiercely as Feng Ting. Usually serene, this immortal ancestor's face suddenly turned cold as eternal ice the moment he heard the words Immortal Destiny Sky Lamp, his previously advising and worried gaze instantaneously becoming sharp as a blade poisoned with a cold venom of antiquity, piercing straight towards moonlight. Was it the immortal destiny sky lamp that Chuzheng took from the heavenly pool? Feng Ting's voice was like a chilling gale from the 9 netherworld, each word carrying a piercing coldness that swept through the void, resonating through the entire fairy palace. He stepped forward, shedding his former calmness, replaced by a near-furious rage mixed with incredulous disappointment. This artifact was personally buried by the ancestor of ancient immortals, said to be the root cause of unrest across ages, inciting great havoc across the heavens, a feared ominous object by all paths. This she knew well. Feng Ting's voice rose to its peak, eyes brimming with a fury he could not restrain. Why? Why would you bestow such a forbidden object to a yet weakly cultivated Chuzheng? Do you know the immense causality involved? Do you understand that once the secret of the lamp leaks, the myriad heavens and realms will leave no place for the immortal path, fulfilling the prophecy of the ancestor of ancient immortals? Have you forgotten? Feng Ting's harsh questioning struck at the heart of each immortal ancestor like a heavy hammer. Apart from Moonlight and Feng Ting, the other 3 immortal ancestors were somewhat bewildered, not understanding why Feng Ting was so agitated. You indeed know. Moonlight's expression remained unchanged, looking at the Feng Ting before her, her eyes revealing an understanding. When Chuzheng obtained the immortal destiny sky lamp, she had already suspected but dared not be completely sure. Back then, when the ancestral Tao, besieged jointly by all paths and thrown into a desperate situation, someone extended a hand from the future. This led to the locking of heaven's fortune and prevented all paths from seeking the road. The ancestral Tao of the countless paths in the great universe had entered the river of time many times, weaving a net, attempting to intercept this helping hand, but after searching through past, present, and future, they never found any trace of the ancestral Tao's aid. The ancient Tao transmission road within the Immortal Destiny sky lamp is precisely the road taken by that hand helping the ancestral Tao. This Tao is exclusive to the immortal path, naturally veiled from other Taoist orthodoxies. The battle in the ancient times was essentially the immortal path giving the ancestral Tao a chance for survival. If this news gets out, the situation of the immortal path would drastically change, even involving the ancient times, leading to a temporal disorder. Feng Ting's fingertip trembled slightly. This is no longer merely about rescuing Chu Jing. It's akin to tying a bomb, one sufficient to obliterate the very foundations of the immortal path through ages, inducing a temporal cataclysm onto Chu Jing and bringing it to the forefront of the battlefield. Once the secret of the lamp is exposed, it would be the true crucifixion by all heavens, a joint crusade by all paths. For the immortal path, it would mean annihilation in the truest sense. The 13 clans within the immortal path would even fragment before anything else. All comes down to a single battle. The voice of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor rang out, serene to the point of indifference, as the dazzling moonlight around her slightly diminished, and her eyes carried a hint of weariness and release. She shook her head gently, looked at Feng Ting, her eyes deep as abyss, and murmured, "The time I have remaining is not much." Regardless of Chu Jing's life or death, her voice paused slightly, and the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor raised her head, her gaze seeming to penetrate time and space, seeing the endgame. This battle must commence before I die. After my death, the immortal path will be without support. Her gaze swept over the 4 immortal ancestors in the hall. Without me, you cannot be the rivals of the martial hall. None of the 4 immortal ancestors, including Feng Ting, raised an objection. Even with the great immortal emperor succeeding Heavenly Fortune, newly becoming an ancestor, the combat power is far inferior to Moonlight. Chapter 652-453, Miscalculation, Part 3. Though heavenly punishment is young, his cultivation foundation is enough to rival those who have entered the ancestral realm for many years. Among the 5 people present, only Feng Ting and Moonlight dare to claim they can surely defeat heavenly punishment. I promise you, if by the end of your lifespan, the battle remains undecided, I will personally join in. Feng Ting took a deep breath, still not yielding, his expression solemn. But at this moment today, you absolutely cannot go to save Chu Jing, even if the Immortal Destiny sky lamp is in his possession. I do not wish to take that risk. The Immortal Destiny sky lamp cannot be activated by anyone other than an Immortal Path cultivator. Even if it falls into the hands of a martial path practitioner, it will not change anything for the time being. Amid today's changing situation, seeking stability first is the best plan. All right. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor said no more, nodding in agreement, her gaze calm and unwavering. Feng Ting did not speak further, his figure disappearing without a trace. The remaining 3 immortal ancestors gave Moonlight a deep look, their eyes complex and difficult to understand, eventually transforming into a stream of light, vanishing silently beneath the Star River dome. For a moment, within the fairy palace, only Moonlight Immortal Ancestor remained, enveloped in deathly silence. After a while, the doors of the palace rippled slightly, and 2 figures stumbled into the hall. It was Shi Yue and Lei Chen, both in a miserable state, their immortal bodies severely injured, already at the end of their strength. Their steps were staggered, each one heavy as they made their way to Moonlight Immortal Ancestor, kneeling in salute, about to speak when Moonlight's cool, calm voice preemptively echoed through the empty fairy palace. I have already known. Her gaze fell upon the 2, her eyes calm and unwavering. It was my fault to send you both. Moonlight's voice remained calm, without a trace of blame, her eyes looking at their paper-pale faces. Within a deep recess of her gaze, a hint of extremely faint disappointment lurked. She had another intention when sending the 2 great immortal emperors to the front line of the battlefield to protect Chu Jing. An intention she did not reveal to outsiders, not even to Shi Yue and Lei Chen, a trap of certain death. She was keenly aware of Marshal Hall's dread and intent to kill Chu Jing, and once Chu Jing appeared, he would inevitably alarm the martial ancestor. She gambled that with 2 great immortal emperors by Chu Jing's side, the ancestral realm lurking within the martial hall, especially brutal figures like Fu Pinglan and Heavenly Punishment, would not be able to resist taking action themselves, striking with overwhelming force to kill. And once the ancestral realm of martial Tao made a severe move against the two great immortal emperors within the immortal domain, that would be the perfect opportunity to ignite the backlash of the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit. At that time, she, within the great immortal realm, stood at the core of the entire immortal domain, seizing the right time and place, could immediately mobilize the entire immortal Tao's heavenly fate, gathering immortal fortune to slay the ancestors. If this were truly the case, heavenly punishment would be doomed, a double win that would break Chu Zhang's siege and, taking advantage of surprise, kill a martial ancestor, giving the immortal Tao a chance to turn the tide. Alas! Moonlight immortal ancestors' gaze swept over Shi Yue and Lei Chen, who, despite being gravely injured and near death, had ultimately returned alive, the disappointment within her deep gaze almost tangible. For this plan, she even sent Shi Yue, a direct disciple akin to her successor, to camouflage, only for it to be thwarted by Feng Ting, resulting in a complete miscalculation, achieving nothing. It seems she somewhat overestimated Marshal Hall's resolve. To kill Chu Jing, heavenly punishment acted with such calmness, capturing Chu Jing without killing, even deliberately releasing these two half-dead individuals. Is this truly someone from Fu Pinglan's lineage? It is the disciple's incompetence. Shi Yue seemed to sense the disappointment hidden beneath the calm gaze of the immortal ancestor. Her already pale face turned even paler as she slowly leaned forward, intending to kneel and plead for forgiveness, but was held back by an invisible gentle force. Master. The moonlight immortal ancestor slowly shook her head, this is not your fault this time. She rose slowly, gazing in the direction of the martial hall, her voice calm, the origins of both of you have been severely injured. Enter the moonlight pool at once, draw upon the Taoist origin to reconstruct your immortal bodies. For now, do not concern yourselves with these matters. Upon hearing this, Lei Chen raised his head, what about Chu Jing? He is in no immediate danger of death. The moonlight immortal ancestor interrupted him, her tone indisputable, the two of you should focus on healing. We are in need of manpower now, and later we will still require both of your efforts. Feng Ting would not easily let her intervene, nor would the martial ancestor. Heavenly punishment still finds use for Chu Jing. For now, at least in the short term, Chu Jing will not die. Chu Jing is not important. The main target of heavenly punishment remains her. With that said, she said no more. Her figure gradually faded into the gentle moonlight, ultimately disappearing without a trace. The two remaining in the hall exchanged glances, both with bitterness in their eyes. Deep within the martial hall, a temple entirely constructed of colossal purple-black stones silently stood under the starlit sky. Inside the hall, the light was dim. Only a few pale blue crystal lamps embedded in the stone walls emitted a faint cold light, barely illuminating a small space. Ji Zhouyin, the martial ancestor, was still dressed in simple gray clothes, sitting cross-legged at the center of the hall. His figure was not brawny, even appearing somewhat thin. Not far in front of him stood Heavenly Punishment, clad in blood jade battle armor. His expression was exceptionally calm, even carrying a sense of indifferent tranquility. Silence, as deathly stillness shrouded the entire grand hall. Why did you take such a risk to strike? What if those two had not resisted at the moment you acted? Have you considered the consequences? After a long pause, Ji Zhouyin spoke, his voice not loud, yet exceptionally clear and forceful. Fu Pinglan's injuries have not healed. You have already taken the pretext of overseeing the battle to personally come to the front line. That was my greatest tolerance for you. Now, what are you intending to do? Heavenly Punishment raised his head, meeting Ji Zhouyin's unfathomable gaze with steady eyes, his voice equally calm and undisturbed. Chu Jing is indeed Jing Chu, this is beyond any doubt. Looking back, Wan Wenfeng concealing this news likely was under your directive. I have refrained from directly killing Chu Jing, that's already showing restraint. The frown on Ji Zhouyin's brow was barely noticeable. He knew Heavenly Punishment was speaking the truth. If Fu Pinglan had been present this time, Chu Jing, even if he had 10 lives, would not have survived today. The biggest difference between Heavenly Punishment and Fu Pinglan was that he would consider the consequences of his actions. Aside from killing Jingchu, nothing else can fit in his heart. Heavenly Punishment slightly shook his head, his tone deepening. What is Chuzheng? He can be killed with a wave of the hand. Since retrieving his eyes from ancient times, he has become possessed. Previously, in the campaign against the Chaos Sea, he audaciously used the favors of more than half the ancient ancestors across the universe, disregarding the grand compass of the Tao warfare. So many ancient ancestors, such formidable military strength, only traded for a trivial piece like the Chaos Sea. In the end, he himself lost an arm, his source greatly damaged, only to slay an incense fire god. A truly unprofitable transaction. Now that inside the Chaos Sea the heavenly fate shows signs of outflow, it is already a lucky omen for my martial path. There is no need to stir up further trouble. Ji Zhouyin contemplated for a moment, then spoke again, revealing some inside information. This time, the Tao War will eventually be initiated by the Qi cultivator. Tai Ching is the most suitable candidate, and he has already agreed. The Qi cultivator, with no ties or burdens, without implicating the Taoist orthodoxy, is the most appropriate person to start it off. Is this true? Heavenly Punishment's expression was unexpected. The cost of the heavenly fate's backlash was too weighty. Now, all the ancestral leaders are refraining from hostile actions, simply to avoid becoming the target of everyone's censure. This matter was decided long ago, Feng Ting handled it. Otherwise, why do you think he helped Tai Ching enter the ancestral realm back then? Even if immortal martial arts fights, that would only be after utterly sweeping through the myriad heavens and realms. Mentioning this, Ji Zhouyin's eyes dimmed slightly. No matter how things unfold subsequently, the martial path will never be the ultimate victor. Yet, aside from himself, there are very few within the martial hall willing to believe this. Even though he is the martial ancestor, his current prestige within the martial hall is even less than that of Fu Pinglan. Only after becoming the martial ancestor did he see paths indiscernible to ordinary ancestral realms. As time and years pass, only the river of spacetime remains eternal. Spacetime is the supreme law, the river of spacetime itself is the sole eternal constant in this world. All else is but dust surging beneath the tides. The outcome of this battle was, in fact, determined long ago after that battle in ancient times. Could it be that Tai Ching intends to become the second ancestral Tao? Heavenly Punishment furrowed his brows, his gaze puzzled. Does he not fear death? Have you ever seen any truly accomplished Qi cultivator who fears death? Ji Zhouyin casually said, then shook his head upon reflection. That makes sense. After all, the only Qi cultivator you have encountered is Chuzheng. Qi cultivators seek to explore the heavens and earth. All the Taoists say this path escapes heaven and acts recklessly, stealing heaven's lifespan for oneself. It is not tolerated by the world, yet those who persist in cultivating this path in this world, how bold they must be. To endure through 10,000 tribulations and remain imperishable, those with the heart to cross countless calamities and become Daluo golden immortals have long since ceased to concern themselves with concepts of life and death. Those who fear death cannot cross numerous tribulations. They either sever and cultivate anew early on, or they remain trapped in the midst of calamities, unable to extricate themselves, ultimately failing to grow into a formidable force. Heavenly Punishment remained silent for a long time, then posed a piercing question. Chapter 654-454, Initiator _2. Then this time, will someone from the future assist Tai Ching? If so, this world may not repeat the outcome of the ancient times. If someone were to come from the future, we would have detected it long ago, so there won't be any. Ji Zhouyin answered quickly, almost without hesitation, as if he already knew the answer. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly changed the topic. But in this era, someone might assist Tai Ching, but this is unrelated to us, we should just wait for the opportune moment and avoid unnecessary trouble. Opportune moment. You're willing to accept fate. Heavenly Punishment let out a cold laugh, his voice suddenly rising, his eyes overflowing with a burning red glow. I do not accept. I don't want to wait for Tai Ching, nor do I want to wait for the elusive opportune moment. Without martial struggle, how can there be a chance of victory? Heavenly Punishment slightly clenched his fists, his tone growing darker. Choosing is in my hands now. If I could draw upon the moonlight, I could use the heavenly fate to cut her down first, severing an arm of the broken Immortal alliance. My martial path might still have a chance to fight. Ji Zhouyin remained seated, his grey robe utterly still, and his deep eyes quietly watched the slightly agitated Heavenly Punishment. His face showed no sign of emotion, but within the depths of his gaze, a very faint glimmer of pity flickered by. Heavenly Punishment spoke no more, nor did he need to. He knew that every word he spoke, Ji Zhouyin heard, but none would be accepted. Different paths mean no common cause. He suddenly turned around, the heavy blood-colored jade armor whipping up a crimson gale. The heavy doors of the hall silently slid open to both sides, revealing an endless vast starry sky. The cold starlight surged in an instant, reflected off the jade armor, refracting an eerie and cold blood glow. Heavenly Punishment's figure paused slightly at the doorway, abruptly raising his right arm. Buzz, a flash of blood light appeared in his palm, and a silver-gray cage woven with the space-time law appeared out of nowhere. Inside the cage, Choosing raised his head calmly, gazing at the Heavenly Punishment, who seemed like a ghost or god, with no joy or anger in his eyes. Heavenly Punishment lowered his eyes, wanting to find some reaction from Chu Zhang's gaze, doubt, fear, or even collapse. But ultimately, he found nothing. Chu Zhang's eyes not only showed no fear but seemed like a cold, smooth mirror, clearly reflecting the anger burning in his pupils at this moment. An uncontrollable murderous intent grew in Heavenly Punishment's eyes, toward this ant, as insignificant as dust, whose life and death were in his palm. How dare he look at him with such eyes? Good, very good indeed. In an instant, Heavenly Punishment concealed the expression in his eyes, his demeanor returning to calmness. I want to see how long you can maintain that poise. Heavenly Punishment waved his hand, and the cage woven with space-time law was hurled with colossal strength into the starry sky, shooting straight toward the top of the deep and boundless star dome. Finally, the silver-gray cage stopped suspended across the star river, the intertwined space-time law surging like waves through the entire great universe, stirring tidal forces, like a lighthouse shining suddenly in the long night, falling into the eyes of all in the ancestral realm. This was no longer just a cage. It was a signal, a glaring coordinate, the plainest provocation. Heavenly Punishment casually summoned a divine martial heavenly general to guard before the cage, his mouth cracking open, a smile not reaching his eyes. 3 years from today, Chu Jing will be executed. He didn't intend to give Moonlight too much time. On this day in 3 years, if the divine martial heavenly general responsible for the execution didn't die, then it would be Chu Jing who perished. In the blink of an eye, over a year had passed. Over the past year, the vanguard forces of the Martial Hall were still stationed at the 5th Immortal Pass, having not advanced a single step. Buzz, a red gold order arrow cut through the starry sky, tearing through the blood-cheek cloud above the front camp of the Martial Hall and stabbed heavily into the jade table of the main hall. On the table, there were already over a dozen identical order arrows, each arrow's tail wrapped with the visible blood-red martial seal, and engraved with the characters, "Quickly attack the Immortal Pass, scarlet as blood," carrying an undeniable weight that nearly cracked the table. Behind the jade table, Song Lingxue stood with her hands behind her back, wearing dark gold battle armor, subconsciously rubbing her fingertips. The pile of order arrows on the jade table seemed like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on her heart. She knew nothing about Chu Jing's current situation. Since that brief encounter on the battlefield, Chu Jing seemed to have vanished from the world. The dozens of communication jade talismans she secretly sent out were like stones thrown into a bottomless abyss, without even a ripple. Anxiety coiled around like a cold venomous snake, silently winding up the spine. "Ah Jing," she lowered her eyes and murmured, her voice icy cold. She closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them again, they were filled with frost, sweeping across the boundless starry sky. "Send the order." The clear, cold voice penetrated the tent. "Entire army, strike camp, target, the 6th Immortal Pass." This was already over a dozen consecutive order arrows. If she resisted further, it would be defiance on the battlefield, and she would surely be replaced, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Being on the battlefield, she could at least control some basic directions. The combat prowess of the Marshal Hall's elite vanguard was simply unmatched by the remnants in the sixth line of defense of the Immortal Alliance. Under the full-force assault of the Marshal Hall's long-concealed vanguard, the sixth line of defense at the Immortal Pass was as fragile as decayed wood. In just half a day, the Immortal Array's barrier, already breached once, crumbled again amid deafening roars and skyrocketing blood lights. The remaining formation talismanic patterns flickered on the vast scorched earth, chaos reigning everywhere. The cold starlight spilled over the shattered battlefield ruins, reflecting off the floating armor fragments, with congealed bloodstains and smoldering remnants of stars scattered beneath the starry sky. Song Lingxue stood suspended at the center of this dead quiet star domain, her dark gold Xian armor pristine, reflecting a cold and hard divine radiance under the starlight. Her gaze swept over the chaotic starry battlefield again and again, her divine sense like an invisible giant net, instantly covering every corner of the battlefield, not missing any lingering energy fluctuations or faint breath. No. Still nothing. Chu Zheng's aura had vanished without a trace, leaving not a shred of evidence. The anxiety brought by that message jade talisman sinking like a stone into the sea now transformed into a heavy stone weighing on her heart, almost suffocating her. In an instant, her gaze finally locked onto a distant, desperately fleeing figure like a hawk locking onto its prey. Tai Hongfeng. Information about him had been on her desk for a long time. The former Immortal Gate commander, his immortal body now half shattered, was bathed in blood, with a face pale to the extreme. He ought to know something, even if just a hint. As this thought sparked like flint igniting a fuse in Song Lingxue's mind, she was already in motion. Her figure disappeared instantly from the spot. In the blink of an eye, centered on Tai Hongfeng, the surrounding starry sky seemed to be isolated by an invisible hand. Within this isolated region, time seemed drained, gradually becoming thick and sluggish. This isolated spacetime had already become a prison. At the same moment, Tai Hongfeng felt an irresistibly terrifying colossal strength suddenly descend upon him, instantly subduing him. The next instant, a hand covered in dark gold Xian armor, entwined with blood light, reached out from the void, clutching his throat. Tai Hongfeng's expression changed instantly, a short, muffled groan escaped his throat, his immortal power instantly suppressed, unable even to form a thought of struggle, only endless cold and suffocation remained. Song Lingxue's figure appeared before him like a ghost, close at hand. From the moment the thought arose to the isolation of spacetime, to the capture, this instant's speed had surpassed Tai Hongfeng's reaction limit. He couldn't even see how she had acted, didn't perceive any forewarning, already like a lamb waiting for slaughter, completely at her mercy, life and death. Song Lingxue's fingers tightened slightly, wasting no time, she directly asked, "Where is Chu Zheng now?" Chu Zheng? Tai Hongfeng's almost short-circuited thoughts instantly returned to clarity. He looked at the woman before him, a trace of coldness overflowed in his eyes, speaking in a chilling voice. Chu Immortal Monarch previously ventured alone to investigate the Marshal Hall's frontline camp and has not returned. I think you should know better than I where he is. In this situation of army confrontation, Chu Zheng was either dead or had defected to the Marshal Hall, there was no third possibility. Has not returned. Song Lingxue was momentarily stunned, instantly reacting, turning to look at the starry sky barrier behind her. Her calm gaze, under the blood-like starlight, sank deeper and deeper, bottomless. Chapter 655-455, Taking the Blade. Song Lingxue's gaze was like a millennium-old frozen ice, tightly locking onto the direction of the Marshal Hall, motionless for a long time. Amidst the silence, she had already sensed Chu Zheng's presence. After a while, she finally moved. She raised her hand and banished Tai Hongfeng into the chaotic void, sparing his life. At the same moment, the dark gold battle armor covering her, adorned with countless battle scars, emitted a low mournful wail. Numerous mysterious blood-colored talismans shone on the armor's surface, then quickly dimmed and withered like stars burning out. The heavy armor plates seemed to come alive, disassembling, falling apart, and transforming into countless streaks of dark golden light, dispersing into the cold starry sky, as if they had never existed. The battle armor receded, revealing a pure black martial robe devoid of any designs beneath, with a jet-black jade button tugging around her tall and slender figure, outlining an unprecedentedly dangerous aura in the starlight. In this moment, what Song Lingxue shed seemed more than just armor, but a shackle of identity. Then, she gently clasped her right hand in the void before her. Buzz, the space rippled like water, and a battle halberd, shrouded entirely in dense blood-fiend aura, its halberd blade flickering with a sinister cold gleam, appeared in her grasp out of nowhere. This blood-colored fierce weapon, which had accompanied her in countless battles and drank the blood of countless foes, now quivered slightly in her hand, emitting a low buzz, as if eager for the next slaughter. Song Lingxue lowered her eyes, her gaze landing on the halberd's body, staring at it for a long time, until the halberd's buzz gradually subsided, and the surrounding starlight seemed to dim somewhat. Finally, a trace of indescribable complexity swept through the depths of her icy eyes, which swiftly transformed into a dead silence of indifference. She abruptly raised her arm and flung the battle halberd from her hand. In an instant, the blood-colored battle halberd shot out like a scarlet meteor off a bowstring, leaving a sharp space-shattering trace, plunging into the deep and boundless star sea. The bloody glimmer pierced the darkness, its light growing weaker and weaker, until it completely vanished at the far end of the unknown star domain, like a past wholly buried. Having done all this, Song Lingxue did not linger further. She slashed at the void before her with fingers like a blade. Stab, a pitch-black spatial portal suddenly appeared in front of her, akin to a crack in the heavens. Wild spatial tempests gushed forth from it, yet Song Lingxue, without a hint of hesitation, stepped into that deep rift. The next moment, her figure had already torn through layers of spatial barriers, ignoring the heavy restrictions surrounding the martial hall, directly descending into the core area of the martial hall, standing before the ancient feeling purple-black stone hall. The hall door was tightly shut, with countless blurred patterns engraved on the stone wall, exuding an unyielding and immense pressure. Without a glance or any form of announcement, Song Lingxue directly raised her hand and pushed forcefully against the heavy hall door. Boom, the blood-colored talisman flowing on the door flickered irregularly, erupting with blinding divine light, then shattered into pieces like glass crushed by colossal strength. The incredibly heavy door was forcibly blasted open by her casual push, brisk aura wind sweeping from behind, making her black robe flap and sounding like a cold whip, drawing into the lifeless dark hall. Deep in the hall, sitting cross-legged on the ground, was martial ancestor Ji Zhouyin. At the moment Song Lingxue forcibly broke in, he opened his eyes. Those eyes, seeming to penetrate eternity, were no longer calm like an ancient well, but flickered with a trace of extremely fine astonishment. Song Lingxue? You should be at the vanguard camp, why are you here? He slowly lifted his gaze. Focusing on Song Lingxue, his voice calm, yet carrying a hint of an imperceptible query. Abandoning one's post and forcibly intruding into a forbidden place are both major taboos. Song Lingxue, meeting the obscure gaze of the martial ancestor, stepped into the hall step by step, finally stopping 3 feet before Ji Zhouyin, her black attire, under the hall's dim light, akin to a deep abyss capable of devouring everything. She did not explain, nor did she salute, she looked down at Ji Zhouyin before her, her voice ponderous, clearly resonating in the silent hall. I have come to take something from you. Ji Zhouyin's grey robe moved slightly, maintaining his seated posture, yet those deep eyes slightly squinted, sharp gleams were as solid. What do you want? His gaze carried a hint of inquiry. Song Lingxue at this moment felt extremely strange, entirely different from their previous meeting. Song Lingxue's expression remained extraordinarily calm, without a ripple, as she spoke 2 faint words, Emperor Palace. Emperor Palace? As those words exited her mouth, fissures appeared on Ji Zhouyin's previously inscrutable face, his pupils contracted suddenly, his mountain-like seated body trembled fiercely, and he abruptly stood up. You, for the first time, Ji Zhouyin's voice lost its composure, tinged with a slight yet noticeable quiver, his gaze fixed stubbornly on Song Lingxue, as if to pierce through her primordial spirit. How do you know about Emperor Palace? This name had been a secret sealed in the martial hall since ancient times, even he only learned about it from Yan Feng's mouth when he was confirmed as the successor to the martial ancestor. In ancient times, what Emperor Pallas referred to was when the heavens tilted and the Tao was extinguished. It was a fierce weapon that truly cut down ancient ancestors and slaughtered the ancestral realm gate courts. The owner of this fierce weapon was the mentor of the former martial ancestor Yan Feng, a figure who once dominated an era, nearly becoming a martial giant, yet was eventually erased from the river of time, leaving not a trace nor whisper behind. Even for his disciple Yan Feng, he had long forgotten the visage and demeanor of his master. Facing the lapse and questioning from the martial ancestor, Song Lingshua's expression remained frightfully calm. She slowly lifted her eyelids, and in those deep eyes, it seemed as though ancient star rivers and endless ages were reflected, with no evasion, only an indifference that saw through everything and a sense of natural rightness. Her voice was not loud, but the words she uttered shattered all of Ji Zhouin's hopes and doubts one by one. It was originally mine. Ji Zhouin's body slightly swayed, his face almost lost control, leaving only extreme shock. His expression changed violently, his eyes filled with waves of shock and disbelief. Inside the hall, a deathly silence fell, as if time and space had frozen. After a long silence, the emotion surging in Ji Zhouin's eyes gradually calmed down. He gave Song Lingxue a deep look, his eyes filled with emotions too complex to describe. In the end, he asked nothing more, just slowly raised his finger, gently drawing a line in the void before him. Swoosh, a fissure in the void silently unfolded before him, and within the fissure, instead of chaotic turbulence, was a realm of chaos that seemed to bury time and space. Ji Zhouin extended his hand into that chaos, moving slowly and hesitantly. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his hand. A mutton-fat jade box floated in the air above his palm, its entire surface lustrous and flawless, without any decoration. The box shimmered with a rainbow glow, akin to immortal chi from the ninth heaven, casting a hazy aura on his fingers. This was not a martial object but an immortal treasure, filled with waves of principles contrary to the martial path. Ji Zhouin's fingertips moved slightly, and the jade box opened silently. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, a malevolent aura soared into the sky as if an ancient evil spirit lurking in the primordial times suddenly opened its eyes, causing the space-time law to stagnate. Inside the jade box lay a battle saber. The saber was over 4 feet long, its design ancient. The blade was not a sharp straight edge but curved with a menacing arc, the body narrow and seemingly forged from solidified blood. The hilt was pitch black, neither metal nor wood, wrapped with unknown dark red beast tendons, long soaked in blood. Near the sword guard of the blade, 2 ancient inscriptions could be vaguely seen, twisted like dragons and snakes, exuding supreme majesty and sinister aura, reading Emperor Pallas. These words were not carved on but branded on this fierce weapon, using living creatures' souls as ink and shattered flesh and bone as a seal. Emperor Pallas. Passed down from the primordial era, this ancestor weapon slumbered deep within the martial hall for years without meeting its master, now finally seeing the light of day again. Bang! The moment the jade box opened, Emperor Pallas seemed to sense something, its blade suddenly gleaming brightly, like a sleeping heart forcibly awakened, with a pulsation. An unprecedented resonance that traversed the endless river of time accompanied this pulsation, distinctly penetrating the isolation of the jade box, resounding throughout the ancient purple-black stone hall. Ji Zhouin clearly felt that this intense pulsation of Emperor Pallas created a mysterious resonance with Song Lingxue. Upon sensing the fluctuation, the last bit of doubt in Ji Zhouin's heart vanished. This ancestor weapon, sealed since ancient times, had finally awaited its rightful master. The jade box floated before him like an offering altar. Song Lingxue stepped forward, extending her hand slowly. Her fingers were long and well-defined, glinting with a cold jade-like sheen under the dim light. She ignored the blood flames and scarlet halo rising on Emperor Pallas's blade, directly reaching for the hilt. Buzz, as her fingertips touched the hilt, Emperor Pallas emitted a low hum, like the satisfied shiver of blood-kin connection. The blood flames on the blade abruptly retracted, like a fierce beast humbly bowing, and the blade's trembling frequency began to synchronize slowly with Song Lingshua's heartbeat. On her forehead, a point of dazzling light impossible to gaze upon suddenly lit up, a brand resembling a lotus seed cast in ancient bronze, glowing with a bloody light. A seed woven from the purest origin martial Tao principles began a transformation on Song Lingshua's forehead, gradually turning into an ancient talismanic pattern, as if a slumbering resplendent sun was fully awakened, shining brilliantly. Her entire aura underwent an earth-shattering transformation at this moment, as if shedding an invisible layer of dust, revealing a Tao charm that was more ancient and deep, closer to the cosmic origin. What do you intend to do? Ji Zhouyin stared at Song Lingshua's forehead, where her Tao seed glowed brilliantly, his eyes carrying a hint of solemnity. He looked at the black-clad figure who stood with a saber, whose aura was already vastly different, and glanced at the ancient evil weapon that had become submissive in her hand, a slight uneasiness rising in his heart. Song Lingshua slowly lifted her gaze, resting it on Ji Zhouyin, as calm as if she were looking at a stubborn stone by the roadside. The Emperor Palace turned lightly in her hand, the dark red blade slicing through the solidified void, leaving behind a long-lasting pitch-black crack. Her tone was indifferent without a trace of earthly smoke, yet carried a kind of unwavering certainty. Take Chuzheng away. Ji Zhouyin's pupils constricted, indeed, it was for Chuzheng. He spoke gravely to persuade, even with the Emperor Palace, you cannot do it, no matter how strong your past life was, if you do not enter the Ancestor realm in this life, it is ultimately empty talk. In this world, no one is willing to protect him anymore. Now, he has only me. Song Lingshua's eyes pierced through the hall's rooftop, remotely locking onto the silver-gray space-time cage atop the star dome, her indifferent voice carrying a hint of coldness. Originally, it was indeed impossible, but now it can be tried. In this era, defying the Ancestors was indeed an impossible task, but in the future, it would not be impossible. Having absorbed the future technique and refined the Tao seed of her past life, her understanding of the martial path had advanced further, truly touching the edge of the Master of Heavenly Fortune realm. In this era, solely on the martial path, she was already supreme and peerless. I cannot help you. Ji Zhouyin's face was heavy, his gaze complex as it swept over the Emperor Palace and Song Lingshua's hand. Fu Pinglan has entered the half-demon, and heavenly punishment has also taken risks. This situation is already a deadlock, moving one piece affects everything, the martial hall cannot be overturned for one person. He paused before saying the next sentence, at most. I can only remain neutral. This was the limit of what he could do, staying out of the matter, neither aiding heavenly punishment nor obstructing Song Lingshua. Hearing this, Song Lingshua's lips lightly curled, as if a very faint mockery came. Heh. She turned away, not even sparing Ji Zhouyin another glance, her wrist holding the Emperor Palace steady as a rock. I never needed your help anyway. In this era, he and I have no old friends, only endless great enemies, including you. Boom. As her words fell, the purple-black hall beneath her was shattered violently, smoke and debris, the broken law runes mixed with the murderous blood glow remaining from the Emperor Palace, soared into the sky. In the dust symbolizing the complete collapse of the martial hall's core forbidden ground, Song Lingshua's figure transformed into a blood-red lightning that tore through chaos, heading straight for the top of the star dome, the heavens beyond heavens, trapped under the space-time law. The Emperor Palace tightly clutched in her hand roared violently, its sound reverberating throughout the great universe, piercing the boundless star sea, the blade dark red like congealed blood, the fierce patterns gleaming like flowing gold. In a flash, it seemed as if billions of stars were ignited on the blade, the thick bloody flames thoroughly spewed out, like a river of blood from the deepest part of the ancient hell, wrapping around the blade, enveloping her arm. She seemed like a god of demons birthed from a sea of blood, wielding the power to annihilate the world, mightily descending. The true essence of the future martial path is nothing but 8 words, burn life as fuel, brilliance in an instant. At the moment when the Emperor Palace's fierce flames reached their peak, she held nothing back, her gaze fixed on the cage, her cascade of black hair starting from the root, inch by inch dyed in frost, its whiteness beyond ordinary twilight, as biting as millennia-old icy chill, insidiously piercing the life origin. Frost color spread through the ink-black hair, swift as lightning, like the torch of time, consuming her lifespan, blazing rapidly. Eternal time transforms into fuel, a fleeting moment of brilliance and sharpness. Chapter 657-456, You Are the Future. At the far edge of the starry sky, a silver-gray cage formed by the condensation of temporal spatial laws hangs high over the star field. This is the beyond of the heavens. In a higher dimension beyond the perception of ordinary living creatures, there's a realm woven purely from temporal spatial laws. It has a subtle connection to the vast and boundless rivers of time and space, like tributaries converging into the mainstream, yet it is forcibly isolated by formidable laws, separated from the flow of time and years. Here, the flow of time is chaotic, possibly with eternal in an instant, or an instant in the eternal, while the concept of space is fragmented. This is the battlefield of ancestral beings, rarely visited by those who have entered the mythical domain. Since the Great War in ancient times, this place has been silent for countless ages. Boom, the firmament that isolates the beyond of the heavens, constructed of endless temporal spatial laws, is forcefully torn apart by the sharp edge of the Emperor Palace, shattering into infinite cracks. A figure burning with world-consuming blood flames pierces into this dead quiet realm of temporal spatial isolation like a brilliant meteor tearing through the eternal night. The moment Song Lingxue rushed into this world beyond, the entire star field erupted into a raging storm. Song Lingxue, halt! A roar filled with shock, anger, and killing intent burst like thunder in this chaotic realm of temporal spatial isolation. Countless flowing silver-gray threads of laws snapped, and the desolate void began to tremble violently. The figure of the Heaven Sentinel appeared the instant Song Lingxue tore through the barrier and intruded into this realm. The blood jade armor upon him hummed and vibrated, his gaze locked firmly upon the figure that had just broken into the beyond of the Star River, his eyes filled with incredulous anger. He had pinned his hopes on the moonlight immortal ancestor possibly coming for Chuzheng, laying down a killing move, but never could he have imagined that it would be Song Lingxue, who, disregarding everything, had rushed here first. When his eyes fell upon the Emperor Palace in Song Lingxue's hand, the Heaven Sentinel's expression changed once again. This blood-colored battle saber emitted an aura that made the blood armor around him tremble instinctively. This terrifying aura of slaughter was almost no weaker than the guardian Tao weapon held by the martial ancestor, the Tao Tribulation Stick. A martial Tao ancestor soldier? Where did it come from? Under his gaze, Song Lingxue did not hesitate for a moment, ignored his existence, and her gaze locked onto the silver-gray cage in the distance, charging straight towards it. Good, once again ignored, the Heaven Sentinel laughed angrily and shouted sternly, very good, since you are in such haste to die, then today I shall behead you as a sacrifice for the flag. The overwhelming intent to kill seeped into time and space, dyeing the years with blood, as he without hesitation raised his hand, kill. Buzz, with the falling of his hand, the time-space around the silver-gray cage shook intensely at each pivotal node. One by one, figures clad in heavy profound armor, bearing auras as stern as mountains, stepped out from the void, forming a formation in an instant. Combined with the heavenly general stationed near the cage from the start, there were already 39 divine martial heavenly generals present within the formation who had crossed into the martial emperor realm, with not a single martial monarch among them. The terrifying aura of the battle formation instantly spread out, tightly locking onto the newly intruded Song Lingxue. The area surrounding the silver-gray cage formed of temporal spatial laws transformed instantly into an azure battlefield. This was originally a meticulously prepared setup by the Heaven Sentinel for the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. As long as the Moonlight dared to step in to rescue Chuzheng, she would inevitably be tainted by the martial Tao's aura of slaughter from these dozens of divine martial heavenly generals. Once she killed any heavenly general, staining herself with martial blood, she would naturally become the one to ignite the Tao war. This alone was a crime of such magnitude that it would drag the immortal path into the 10,000 tribulations, the fatal spark to ignite the final battle of the Tao war. However, the intruder this moment was not the Moonlight but Song Lingxue. What had been previously arranged had now lost all its effect. In the face of these dozen terrifying figures emanating lethal aura and instantly forming a deadly battle formation, Song Lingxue's eyes remained unmoved, not even pausing for an instant on the Heaven Sentinel. Her gaze pierced through chaotic temporal spatial turbulence, locking accurately onto the deepest part of this star field, falling upon the silver-gray cage shrouded by overwhelming blood light. The Emperor Palace in Song Lingshua's hand, burning with blood flames, sensed her intention, letting out a deep, fierce hum, and her figure moved without the slightest pause, transforming into a blood-colored meteor, rushing violently towards the cage imprisoning Chu Jing. The Heaven Sentinel's expression was icy cold, remaining silent, for facing 39 martial emperors, even a half-ancestor wielding an ancestor weapon could not possibly pass through. Without stepping into the ancestral realm, it was impossible to fully tap into the true power of an ancestor weapon, impossible to cross this chasm. At the core of the time-space cage, the moment Chu Jing saw Song Lingshua's figure, his hitherto calm expression shifted slightly. Lingxue? After his suppression, he envisioned countless scenarios, had thought of the possibility of a backup plan left by the ancestral Tao, had even considered the possibility of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's intervention, but never had he imagined that the one who would throw everything aside and rush into this death zone would be Song Lingsue. Even for a martial emperor in perfection, coming here now is tantamount to courting death. Chu Jing's gaze fell upon Song Lingshua's frost-white hair in an instant, finding it piercing. He almost immediately recalled the heart-burning corridor, the illusion realm that nearly dragged him into eternal purgatory. The piercing white hair before his eyes began to converge with the silver strands of Song Lingxue in the illusion realm, who was on the brink of death. The Song Lingxue at that moment and now, how alike they were. He recalled the words uttered to him by the Sun-Eroding cry. The heart-burning corridor, linking time and space, what is seen there may not be mere illusion, it might be the past, or even the future. Chapter 658-456, You Are the Future _2. At this moment, Chu Jing's expression was nearly frozen, and he subconsciously murmured, "Stop." He watched the blood-colored meteor that continued relentlessly through the onslaught of the divine martial heavenly generals, staring fixedly at the blinding frost and silver hair. From the depths of the Tao seed, suddenly came a disturbance, as if something in that moment let out a mournful cry of shattering. Fragments of broken memory surged out from the depths of his mind. This scene before him felt like déjà vu. The deadly killing array laid out by dozens of divine martial heavenly generals emitted a terrifying aura of slaughter capable of crushing the flow of time and annihilating all laws. The runes engraved on the battle armor gleamed brightly, the weapons shimmered with a chilling light, exuding the intense blood gang that tore through the void. The crimson web of laws spread wide, crushing down towards Song Lingshua's figure. Kill! The cold voice of slaughter erupted simultaneously from the mouths of the 39 divine martial heavenly generals. The sound converged, eliciting a resonance with the space-time laws, transforming into a terrifying sonic wave, striking first towards that blood-colored meteor. Faced with this certain death that would leave all half-ancestors of all heavens with eternal regret, Song Lingshua's gaze remained utterly calm. Without hesitation, she shattered through layers of sonic waves and stepped into the killing array. The violent space-time laws in this isolated domain beyond the flow of time were passionately ignited. Endless space-time laws erupted, and the space-time laws infused with the power of 39 martial emperors formed a torrent that rushed together. The silver-gray space-time laws, mingled with the blazing true blood gang, transformed into an absolute death zone that devoured everything. Space was annihilated inch by inch as countless tiny space-time fragments spun like the sharpest blades, turning everything engulfed into dust. The blood-colored meteor and the storm vortex formed by the space-time laws collided like two stars burning to the extreme. Boom! The center of the collision erupted with divine radiance 1,000,000,000 times more dazzling than the demise of a star. Space-time was forcibly torn apart, the blood gang compressed to the extremity was detonated, and the terrifying aftershock swept across the entire heavens beyond heavens like a world-ending tsunami. The silver-gray threads of the space-time laws were torn in large swathes, and the entire star field let out a groan of being overwhelmed, causing heavenly punishment, who was far behind, to change color instantly. At this moment, Song Lingshua's aura had surpassed that of a half-ancestor, about to forcibly enter the gates of the ancestral realm. Without the aid of heavenly fate, Song Lingxue could reach this point? A few breaths later, at the center of the storm, the light slightly receded. The killing array powered with full force by the 39 divine martial heavenly generals had been forcibly torn open a massive gap. Swish, the Emperor's blade swept across the chest of a divine martial heavenly general without the slightest hindrance, with no explosion of the battle armor shattering, no divine light bursting of martial arts true intent blood flame, and no bloody, gruesome spectacle. The heavenly general pierced by the blade silently disintegrated like sand in a wild wind. The vast vigor and resilient sinews that composed his imperial body, as well as the divine soul origins ingrained with Tao veins, failed to moan or scatter, as if swallowed by an invisible black hole, turning into streams of viscous blood-red radiance, frantically surging towards the dark red blade. Buzz. The Emperor's blade issued a low and satisfied hum, its glow burning even more intensely. Song Lingxue kept swinging the saber, and the heavy armor of the several divine martial heavenly generals facing the initial onslaught was slashed apart like thin paper by the blade light. The blade light passed through without blood splattering. The spilled war blood was absorbed instantly by the crimson battle saber, turning into nourishment. The dying screams caught in their throats vanished completely into the chaotic spacetime, leaving only a few wisps of blue smoke that quickly dispersed. This terrifying scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. Song Lingxue transformed into an elusive blood-colored phantom within the killing array, and each swing of the Emperor's blade brought forth a dark red arc light, faintly suppressing the anomalies of the spacetime laws. Wherever the blade turned, space was effortlessly plowed open like a fragile mirror, and a large crack burning with viscous blood flames appeared on the silver-gray ground flowing with spacetime laws, rapidly spreading along with Song Lingxue's path. The shards of shattered weapons and incomplete limbs, all that attempted to block or approach her, were transformed into nourishment for the Emperor's blade, this ancient battle saber, honing its edge in blood. The silver-gray spacetime fragments collapsed like falling glaciers, crashing down behind Song Lingxue. In an instant, she tore open the killing array. With a single strike she pierced through the cage, and Chu Zhang's figure, as if freed from an invisible shackle, was pulled towards her side by Song Lingxue's martial arts true intent burning with blood flame. Song Lingxue. Chu Zhang's voice was hoarse, suppressed to the utmost. Why have you come to save me? Under the questioning, there was an overwhelming fear, and the fingertips at her side, hidden within her sleeve, trembled uncontrollably. Hearing Chu Zhang's questioning, which carried a faint tremor, Song Lingxue did not look at him. Her gaze was firmly locked onto the chaotic flow of space that was continuously torn apart by the Emperor's blade. Her expression was obscure, with only her cold and emotionless voice clearly reaching Chu Zhang's ears. You are the future. In the next instant, the heavens beyond were torn apart, revealing the boundless starry sky. Stay! The enraged roar of heavenly punishment shattered the chaotic flow of space and time. He no longer remained a bystander, as Song Lingxue's displayed power had completely surpassed his expectations. He took a step forward, and the blood armor around him erupted with a devouring scarlet glow, leaving no reserves behind. A gigantic palm covered in blood flames struck out forcefully. The palm print ignored the distance of space and time, and the moment it appeared, it overshadowed Song Lingxue, enveloping dozens of star domains around her. The blood flames dyed the river of time an eerie dark red, and under the palm print, the flowing river of space-time illusions intertwined in a distressing dark crimson, making the flow of time sticky and chaotic, with fragments of past, present, and future woven within. He intended to break the spacetime with one palm and suppress Song Lingxue along with Chu Zhang into an eternal blood prison of space and time. Faced with this terrifying palm that could overturn all the heavenly star domains and solidify time, Song Lingxue did not turn back. With one hand, she tightly gripped Chu Zhang's arm, and wielding the still fiercely glowing Emperor's blade, she slashed back toward the blood-red giant palm that shadowed the star dome and dyed the times in red. The blade light was as thin as a strand of hair but faster than the reverse flow of time. Wherever the blade light passed, the sticky spacetime stained by the blood flames split silently like red silk cut by the sharpest paper cutter. Shoo! In a flash of lightning, the blade light precisely slashed into the center of the palm that covered the sky and the sun. Boom! The annihilation light of the spacetime law erupted with a roar, and the blood flame that dyed the era's red was forcibly torn and dispersed by the blade light, causing the solidified spacetime to flow once more. The violent force of the counterattack rolled back with a bang. Heavenly Punishment groaned, stepping back half a step, and his hand retreated sharply as if electrocuted. He looked down incredulously at the palm he had extended. At the palm's center, a bone-deep blade wound with remnants of dark golden ferocious flames was vividly visible, continuously eroding the flesh. The pale golden ancestor blood, containing the essence of the martial path laws, seeped out thread by thread from the wound. Song Lingxue actually managed to injure him? Heavenly Punishment's eyes showed an uncontrollable intense turmoil, shifting from extreme fury to absurdity in an instant. He was once the first prodigy of the martial path since ancient times, the youngest martial emperor before Song Lingxue's ascension, and now the youngest martial ancestor. Yet now, he was injured by a junior who burned her lifespan to forcibly enhance her combat power. In the fleeting moment when his mind was reeling, and he examined the palm wound, Song Lingxue seized the momentum, using the force of the blade to split the blood palm and the recoil of tearing through spacetime, her speed soaring once more as she aimed to escape this piece of the starry sky. But in that brief instant, the remaining divine martial heavenly generals caught up, enclosing Chu Jing and Song Lingxue heavily. Their weapons swallowed cold and foreboding gleams, and the invisible killing aura tightened like a noose, locking the two once more. The killing array reconsolidated, imprisoning spacetime. Song Lingxue slowly rotated the blade, the Emperor's blade pointing diagonally, the dark red edge flowing with thick blood light that devoured time. Your previous generation martial ancestor once prophesied for me. She glanced around at the divine martial heavenly generals who formed an array around her again. Her icy voice, like a cold wind rising from the nine netherworld, resounded once more. He said I was destined for a blood-fiend fate, and in this life, would surely die at the hands of my kin. Speaking thus, Song Lingxue's lips curled slightly. Her gaze swept over the divine martial heavenly generals exuding a heavy killing aura and finally landed on Heavenly Punishment. Her cold voice boomed like a thunderclap. You, to me, are no different from withered wood and rotten grass. What right do you have to slay me? Decaying wood and withered grass. These 4 words, like an icy blade, instantly pierced into the hearts of the numerous divine martial heavenly generals. Kill, without waiting for another order from Heavenly Punishment. The icy killing intent in the eyes of dozens of divine martial heavenly generals was instantly ignited. The blood-chi condensed gang sha erupted thunderously from their battle armor, transforming into molten fire powerful enough to incinerate a star river. The immense martial path momentum and the spacetime law instantly resonated and intertwined, the visible golden-red blood chi wildly gushing out from the orifices and even the seams of every heavenly general's battle armor, like a breached blood-colored star river, covering the sky and earth. In an instant, a blood prison had formed. The boiling blood-colored lava spread like a living thing, covering the entire space around Song Lingxue and Chu Jing. As far as the eye could see, it was nothing but a glaring blood red. The moment the blood prison killing array was formed, a heavy pressure, like an invisible divine mountain of billions of June, crashed down. The engulfed star domain was instantly annihilated, and even spacetime emitted a wailing sound of impending collapse. The blood flames burning around Song Lingxue completely enveloped Chu Jing, isolating him from the external pressure. In the next instant, the blood light beside her seemed to be drenched in boiling oil, becoming even more intense. This was an undying torch fire formed from the passage of time, her frost-like white hair wildly dancing in the blazing blood flames, with each strand bursting forth with a silver radiance beyond limits. The blood flames ascended, the light piercing through the chaotic stream of laws, through the blood light covering the cage, thoroughly illuminating the star dome in all directions. Song Lingxue took a deep breath, her gaze unwavering, raised her hand, and swung the blade. Her form almost fused with the Emperor Palace, transforming into a heaven-opening blade forged by the torch of blood flames. The Emperor Palace emitted an unprecedented fierce and long roar, the dark gold evil patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, transforming into billions of ancient true dragons roaring, the world-burning blood flames wrapped around them suddenly surged. In the blink of an eye, the blade of the Emperor Palace was no longer dark red, igniting a bright white light of annihilation, without any avoidance, facing the purgatory formed by condensed war blood head-on. Boom, at the moment of collision, the incandescent blade of the Emperor Palace, like a red-hot branding iron, instantly pierced into the black ice. The blood sea imbued with space-time law, upon contact with the blade, was instantly incinerated by the blazing blood flames that burned with time. The entire blood prison, like melting ice and snow, crumbled inch by inch. With a light cough, blood trickled from the corner of Song Lingshua's mouth. She did not pause for a moment and rushed out along the torn opening of the blood prison. "Stop her!" The 4 divine martial heavenly generals in front of Song Lingshua's path were eyeing fiercely, facing the blade of the Emperor Palace without any dodge. They burned their martial path origin, attempting to use their bodies as nodes to once again stabilize the breaking killing array. They completely ignited their essence blood, the runes on their battle armor glowing to the extreme, the weapons in their hands erupting with glaring divine aura, like moths to a flame, recklessly confronting the incandescent blade glow. Sizzle, in the void, a sound like a hot knife slicing through grease rang out. Where the blade of the Emperor Palace passed, those few divine martial heavenly generals who tried to forcefully block by burning their essence blood, along with the martial arts divine gang erupting from their bodies, melted like wax figures thrown into a world-burning furnace, instantly. In the blink of an eye, another 4 martial emperors died in succession, and the blockade of the killing array was once again forcibly broken through. Song Lingshua's figure, carrying the blazing blood flames and the lingering glow of the emperor's incandescence, like a blazing comet burning out, broke through the last blockade of numerous divine martial heavenly generals, without halting, charged towards the distant starry sky. Heavenly punishment stared coldly at the blood-colored stream of light as Song Lingshue, with Chuzheng in tow, tore through the void to escape, showing not the slightest hesitation. With a step, the space-time laws beneath his feet automatically formed into steps, with a raised hand ready to traverse the void, intending to seize the nearly depleted pair. Just as his hand was reaching out, about to touch the edge of the star sea, buzz. The entire star sea, and even the vast outer star dome and the space-time absolute domain, was instantly cleansed by some indescribable cold mighty power. All agitated energy waves suddenly calmed, gentle as water. A flawless, eternal, and serene, and vast pressure silver moon appeared out of nowhere. The silver moon was not hung within the star sea, but high above the river of spacetime, and where the cold moonlight fell, the chaotic spacetime turbulence instantly calmed, the fragmented laws silently mended, even the violent blood light emitted by the blood armor around heavenly punishment's body seemed to be veiled by a layer of cold thin gauze, its fierce might drastically reduced. The light of this silver moon seemed to penetrate all dimensional barriers, casting its reflection on billion-fold spacetime, silently imprinting all that happened here into the endless river of time. You actually came. Seeing the silver moon that transcended spacetime, towering above the laws, heavenly punishment's eyes not only showed no shock but instead burst forth with a blazing light, filled with ecstasy. Heavenly punishment sneered coldly, without a moment's pause in his actions, even quicker. The hand reaching towards Song Lingshue was suddenly retracted, his 5 fingers gathered like a blade, the blood light at his fingertips flashing slightly, condensing a Scarlet Order arrow imbued with his origin essence blood. Request Fu Ancestor to exit seclusion. He muttered in his heart, his fingertips fiercely flicked the Order arrow towards the core region of the martial hall. Buzz, the Scarlet Order arrow traversed spacetime, instantly vanishing into the starry sky, shooting straight into the depths of the martial hall. Having done all this, heavenly punishment didn't even have time to see if the Order arrow reached its destination, for in that brief instant, the arrival had already made their move. The silver moon hovering above the spacetime laws, its cold moonlight suddenly condensed, transforming into a silver pillar of light reaching from the heavens to the earth, instantly enveloping him. Chapter 660-457, Fu Pinglan emerges, Martial Ancestor. In an instant, heavenly punishment felt an irresistible colossal strength descend upon him, and the starry sky before him twisted and shattered. The next moment, he felt himself being forcibly ripped away from the current time and space, and in front of him appeared a turbulent river composed of pure time fragments and space bubbles. Time-space river. This was the source of the spacetime law, a battleground that only those who had truly stepped into the ancestral realm could steadily tread. Heavenly Punishment was all too familiar with this place, he had just recently crawled out from this river. Heavenly Punishment's eyes became slightly cold, sensing Moonlight's intentions. Here, all laws were isolated, independent of the world. No existence lower than the ancestral realm could sense or disturb the combat in this place. Moonlight. Heavenly Punishment steadied himself, looking up to the upstream of the river where a figure seemingly made of pure moonlight stood silently, its aura vast as an abyss and its grace unparalleled. Looking at Moonlight's cold figure, Heavenly Punishment's lips curled into a smile filled with killing intent. Do you think that by stalling me, Chujing and the others, will be able to escape? His words were filled with a certainty and mockery of having everything under control. Fu Pinglan has awakened. This game, Chujing is already a dead piece, you have ultimately lost a step. Stall? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor stood atop the time-space river, her brows sharp as swords, her skin like snow, her cold gaze seemingly capable of piercing through endless ages, falling upon Heavenly Punishment. In her amber eyes, there was not a hint of emotional fluctuation, like the unchanging moon for eternity. I came here today, just to teach you what it means to follow the rules. Her purpose for coming was simple. Firstly, to try her best, if she could win a faint chance of survival for Chujing and Songling Xue, even if just a moment of respite, it would be enough. As for the second, Moonlight's gaze fell, lingering for a moment on Heavenly Punishment's mocking face, an extremely faint yet time-freezing chill quietly spread across her eyes. By the way, let this ignorant bastard in front of her know what it means to respect your seniors. The cold moonlight, above the surging time-space river, suddenly became incomparably sharp. Deep in the martial hall, blood arrows emerged from the void, landing in the pitch-black grand hall long silent as a tomb. A middle-aged man in white, his eyelids trembled slightly, suddenly opened his eyes. A blood light flickered across his eyes, his gaze pierced through the layers upon layers of space barriers, ignoring the obstruction of time and space, instantly locking onto the retreating silhouettes of Songling Xue and Chujing. He slowly rose. The next moment, the starry sky in front of Songling Xue and Chujing was silently filled with cracks like fragile glass mirrors, then completely shattered. The figure in white emerged from the void, blocking their path, and the turbulent void surrounding them instantly solidified. The white blazing afterglow emanating from the Emperor's blade was extinguished as if choked by an invisible giant hand, becoming dim and strained. The blazing blood flames around Songling Xue trembled violently like a candle in the wind, the light completely suppressed by the aura belonging solely to the ancestral realm. Songling Xue's forward charge forcibly halted, as if she had collided with an insurmountable giant wall. Her hand gripping the Emperor's blade moaned under unbearable strain from excessive force, and at the instant she recognized the person's face, her pupils contracted sharply. Fu Pinglan. Chujing retracted the golden light in his eyes, recognizing the identity of the newcomer, his heart sinking into an icy abyss. In Songling Xue's current state, it was impossible for her to withstand Fu Pinglan. Song. Ling Xue's breathing was slightly rapid, she abruptly pushed Chujing behind her, the impending end of her lifespan transformed into a final domineering blade intent, enveloped in world-burning blood flames, slashing down fiercely at the figure in front of her like a moth to a flame. Even at this step, she had not given up, choosing to fight to the death. The Emperor's blade in her hand sensed her condition and emitted a mournful wail. Fu Pinglan's expression was indifferent, as if overlooking dust. Facing the incandescent blade light that could harm even an ancestral realm being, he merely raised his right hand slowly. That hand, with its long fingers, had abnormally thick knuckles, and the fluid beneath the skin glimmered with chaotic light, faintly showing the fine cracks of scale armor. The palm lightly brushed past the blade light. The domineering intent of the Emperor's blade, upon contact with that hand, vanished without a trace, like thin snow under a blazing sun. The blood flames entwined around the blade instantly extinguished, and the light completely dimmed. A terrifying backlash power surged along the Emperor's blade and heavily struck Songling Xue. PFF, in an instant, Songling Xue seemed as if struck by 1,000 thunders. Her flesh was instantly covered with web-like cracks, nearly exploding on the spot. Fragments of shattered law fragments and life-origin golden divine blood spewed from her mouth and every crack in her body, staining her black robe, blood splattering beneath the starry sky. Her body, like a kite with a broken string, pierced through the star domain and deeply embedded into the barrier condensed by temporal laws, with the web-like cracks instantly spreading across the entire star field. Song Lingshua's aura plummeted to the bottom, oil running out, lamp dying, and her once frosty white hair lost its final luster, withering and dim. The gentle golden divine blood, like a breached stream, flowed continuously from her pale lips and neck full of cracks. Every weak breath was accompanied by the bubbling of bloody foam. Her strength was rapidly slipping away, like sand between fingers, irretrievably dissipating no matter how hard she grasped. Once capable of burning away time and illuminating the star field, the blood flames now remained only as faint sparks flickering dimly at the verge of her nearly shattered body, like the flame of her life about to be extinguished. Lingxue. A roar of desperation, with a horror nearly collapsing, that Chujing had never shown before. Song Lingshue's gaze penetrated the blood mist before her eyes, falling on the rushing Chujing, and for the first time, fear appeared in her eyes. She could no longer protect him. At this moment, she struggled to rise, attempting to grasp the fallen emperor's blade once more, but even the strength to lift a finger was gone. Chujing rushed to Song Lingshua's side, holding her fully cracked, golden divine blood-soaked body. The touch was cold and sticky, like a piece of jade about to shatter. The heart-burning corridor's phantasms crazily flickered before his eyes. Chujing's eyes were full of bloodshot, burning all previously accumulated primordial qi, injecting it into the repair panel, trying to mend Song Lingshua's current injuries. The repair panel entered a frenzy of unprecedented operation, with temporal law fluctuations incessant, trying to reverse Song Lingshua's injuries. But the result was minimal. Song Lingshua's internal injuries were somewhat reversed but soon collapsed again. Her lifespan was nearly exhausted, unable to support her body any longer, her wounds irreparable, and there was no way to turn back. Seeing this scene before him, Fu Pinglan's expression showed no fluctuation, his gaze falling on Chujing, and he slowly raised his hand. Bang! At the moment when Fu Pinglan was about to make a move, the vast star field was shaken by an invisible giant hand and began to tremble violently. In the void behind Song Lingxue, a gentle yet boundless light suddenly ignited. The light rapidly expanded, solidifying, obscuring the star dome, transforming into a huge, flawless jade disk, seemingly carved from some kind of gentle divine jade. The jade disk slowly rotated, with billions of profound and inscrutable immortal Tao runes flowing on its surface, emanating a tranquil and ancient aura, blocking Fu Pinglan's figure. The Holy Spirit Plate? A flash of doubt crossed Fu Pinglan's eyes. In the instant of his confusion, brilliance flowed in the Holy Spirit Plate's core, where a brilliant light bridge was forcibly constructed, spanning endless spacetime and penetrating the Yin-Yang two realms, gradually forming. Even the Immortal Tao treasure took some time to directly connect the Yin-Yang two realms. Before Fu Pinglan could think further, a figure emerged from the Holy Spirit Plate, suddenly entering the shattered starry sky. Clad in plain clothes, with a full head of silver hair and a visage appearing about 30, his posture was as upright as a pine. His deep gaze seemed to contain the endless star river, carrying a wisdom seasoned with the ages yet with an imperceptible weariness. He had no pressing aura around him, yet seemed to be one with the great Tao of heaven and earth, standing there self-contained as a realm, calming the turbulent spacetime flows around him in an instant. Recognizing the newcomer, Fu Pinglan's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed, "Martial Ancestor?" Chapter 661-458, Favor, Cutting Me to Take Fortune. Above the light bridge projected by the Holy Spirit Plate, a gentle jade brilliance flowed, the figure condensed from pure martial path laws was pristine, unmistakably the previous generation martial ancestor who had long fallen. However, Fu Pinglan's gaze, after a brief intense fluctuation upon first sight, quickly calmed down, like a dead lake after a stone is thrown in, a deeper silence after the ripples. He instantly saw through the essence of the Yen Feng before him. This was not the returning martial ancestor, but merely a time-space imprint reliant on the Holy Spirit Plate's power, sealed by Yan Feng himself long ago. This projection, carrying some of Yan Feng's intentions, did not possess even a trace of Ancestral Realm's great might. Its combat power level couldn't even match an ordinary martial emperor. Yan Feng did not look at Fu Pinglan first, he turned his gaze towards Song Lingxue and Chuzheng below. Looking at the Emperor Palace beside Song Lingxue, Yan Feng's expression was momentarily dazed, and when his gaze landed on Song Lingxue, there was a touch of sorrow in his eyes. Upon seeing Chuzheng, his gaze became extremely complex, with astonishment, resentment, and deep regret. A few breaths later, his gaze slightly darkened, penetrating the brilliance of the Holy Spirit Plate, and landed on Fu Pinglan, his voice carrying an irrefutable sternness. "Stop." The voice echoed beneath the starry sky, but Fu Pinglan's expression did not move at all. If it were truly Yan Feng himself, as the martial ancestor, he would naturally obey, but what was before him was merely an illusory projection. The killing intent briefly suppressed by Yan Feng's appearance surged back instantly, even more violently. The light bridge of the Holy Spirit Plate was trembling intensely. The process of forcibly connecting two realms via the boundary will still needed time. He could not give Chuzheng a chance to escape, nor would he let a mere projection delay his step. He raised his right arm again, ignoring the martial ancestor's projection, and was about to strike. Buzz, the void beside Fu Pinglan stirred slightly, and a figure appeared silently, stepping into this near-broken, killing intent congealed chaotic battlefield. The newcomer, over 30, was tall and majestic, draped in an ancient-styled dark gold battle armor covered with numerous intricate and mysterious astral patterns. His gaze contained the creation and destruction of star seas. Upon appearing, he glanced over the near-death Song Lingxue and the burning source of Chuzheng, over the killing intent boiling Fu Pinglan, finally landing on the celestial road constructed by the Holy Spirit Plate and the projection of the former martial ancestor Yan Feng. Disciple Wan Wenfeng pays respect to the martial ancestor. He didn't hesitate in the slightest, cupping his fists and bowing deeply in the void to the illusory projection. Wan Wenfeng. This name exploded like a thunderbolt in Chuzheng's mind. He suddenly looked up, activating his spiritual eye, and upon seeing the fragmented information coming from Wan Wenfeng, his expression stiffened instantly. Without any delay, he sent a telepathic message: "The Sun-Eroding cry is still alive. I know its whereabouts. Help me today, and I will repay this favor in the future." Wan Wenfeng was a descendant of the Erosion Sun lineage, so the news of the Sun-Eroding cry might be useful to him. Also, based on Wan Wenfeng's earlier attitude, he probably didn't consider Chuzheng's death imperative like Fu Pinglan did. The radiance of the Holy Spirit Plate flowed in front, Yan Feng's projection stared silently, while Fu Pinglan's killing intent was like a doomsaying volcano about to erupt. Chuzheng's mind was utterly clear: Yan Feng's projection could not stop Fu Pinglan. Wan Wenfeng was almost his and Song Lingxue's only lifeline. He had to seize this fleeting opportunity. After receiving Chuzheng's telepathic message, Wan Wenfeng's gaze swept over the star dome, looking at the Holy Spirit Plate constructing the passage between realms, his eyes deep as the abyss. "I beg you, save him." Song Lingxue's weak telepathic message echoed faintly in his mind. Wan Wenfeng took a deep breath, seemingly weighing countless cause effects in an instant. Finally, a sliver of determination flickered deep in his eyes. He slowly stepped forward, the star cloud patterns on the dark gold battle armor circulated silently, with blood and aura gradually rising. He no longer looked at Chuzheng, nor the Holy Spirit Plate, standing like an unpassable divine peak before Fu Pinglan, who was filled with killing intent. Wan Wenfeng. Fu Pinglan's expression changed for the first time, instantly becoming almost hideous from extreme rage as pure killing intent exploded completely. "Are you courting death?" The hoarse roar caused the surrounding stagnant void to begin silently disintegrating. Faced with Fu Pinglan's wrathful killing intent that would terrify the myriad heavens and realms, Wan Wenfeng's expression remained calm and steady. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but clearly and powerfully resonating in the shattered spacetime. "What you are about to do offends the previous martial ancestor. He glanced at Yanfeng's projection and said solemnly, "The martial ancestor commanded you to stop, and I stop you, why should it be wrong?" This calm sentence was like a heavy hammer, striking Fu Pinglan's spirits. Wan Wenfeng was not intervening for Chu Jing but upholding the previous martial ancestor's will, and even if the martial ancestor was protecting Chu Jing, this reason was upright and unassailable. After he spoke, Wan Wenfeng quietly stood in front of Fu Pinglan, his aura deep as the sea, unmoving like a mountain. He did not speak further, but his stance said it all. "This path is blocked. Do you dare stop me?" Fu Pinglan was thoroughly enraged, the last bit of reverence for the martial ancestor Yan Feng shattered in an instant. His angry roar hadn't yet faded in the broken void when he already struck relentlessly. His hand, faintly covered in scale armor, reached out for Wan Wenfeng standing before him, space-time law surging wildly, shattering the endless star domain. Chapter 662-458, Favor, Cutting Me to Take Fortune, Part 2. In the face of a blow powerful enough to overturn the universe, Wan Wenfeng's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity. He did not confront it head-on but turned and tore open space and time, creating a breach. The battle armor on his body was adorned with slowly flowing starry sky patterns, which suddenly burst into dazzling starlight. Countless trajectories of stars seemed to come alive, causing the most primordial resonance of this space-time. A vast and boundless river phantom surged from behind him in an instant, its torrents rolling, carrying the vicissitudes of eternity. Amidst the tumultuous waves, reflections of countless worlds' birth and death appeared, engulfing Fu Pinglan's figure in a moment. In an instant, he forcibly dragged Fu Pinglan out of the great universe and into the pinnacle of the river of time and space. With just this move, fine cold sweat covered his forehead. Fu Pinglan was far stronger than him, and even dragging him into this battlefield cost a significant amount of energy, consuming vast reserves. But only here could Fu Pinglan temporarily not affect Song Lingxue and Chu Jing. The top-tier battlefield of the river of time and space consisted only of chaotic torrents of time and disordered, folded space bubbles. The violent energy fields were enough to instantly tear apart the flesh and spirit soul of living creatures in the mythical domain. Fu Pinglan looked around, and soon his eyes locked on another battlefield not far away. A cold and aloof silver moon hung high above the surging river, radiating a serene brilliance that suppressed the ages. Under the silver moon, puff. A figure was thrown away like a ragged sack, viciously struck by a condensed and substantive moonlight blade. The blood armor worn by the heavenly punishment was already shattered and torn. The heavy armor plates that originally covered his entire body were now less than half remaining, barely hanging on, filled with cracks, and the dark red blood light dimmed to the extreme, seemingly about to extinguish at any moment. Beneath the armor plates, what was revealed was not flesh but countless deep, bone-revealing, horrific wounds with edges glimmering in cold moonlight. These wounds were not created by swords but torn repeatedly by the moonlight immortal ancestors' blades formed from the space-time law and immortal essence. Pale golden divine blood gushed out from these wounds, leaving trails of blood amid the dazzling torrents of time. He was covered in bruises, his aura dwindled to the lowest point, his face almost contorted with pain and humiliation. He repeatedly tried to stabilize his figure but was forcibly interrupted by the moonlight each time. For the robust body of an ancestral realm being, these were merely superficial wounds. In an instant, the deep bone-revealing wounds on the heavenly punishment began to heal, growing new flesh. In the instant his body was about to fully recover, the cold silver moonlight in the air suddenly flashed. Puff puff puff. Several beams of moonlight, even more condensed and sharp than before, crossed the boundaries of time and space, appearing at the critical points around the heavenly punishment. The light, though not tangible, contained a terrifying edge capable of cutting through immortal gold and divine iron. Ah! The heavenly punishment let out a low roar, desperately dodging and parrying, barely managing to avoid critical points. His arms, legs, and even his waist and abdomen were again ripped apart by the formless moonlight blades, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds that nearly dismembered him. The immortal Tao laws corroded the divine soul, with new injuries stacking on old wounds. The intense pain surged once more, and even with the heavenly punishment's endurance, he could not suppress a wretched howl. The form of the moonlight immortal ancestor was faintly seen within the silver moon, seated high above, her cold eyes overlooking the struggling heavenly punishment in the time's chaos. As though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter, without any emotional fluctuation. Perceiving Wan Wenfeng and Fu Pinglan entering the river of time and space, the moonlight immortal ancestor's eyes paused slightly, withdrew her hand, and without hesitation, turned and exited this battlefield directly. Her purpose for this journey was already achieved. Fu Pinglan was different from heavenly punishment. Even if they fought alone, her chances of winning were about half and half. With the addition of 2 other martial ancestors, staying here would be risky for her. Fu Pinglan did not look at the moonlight but kept his eyes fixed on Wan Wenfeng, cold killing intent turning to ice in his gaze. The heavenly punishment stood not far away, his eyes blood red, his shattered body gradually healing to its original state, his gaze also fixated on Wan Wenfeng, with such overflowing killing intent it was almost entirely spilling out. Looking at the two before him, with cold, calm expressions yet nearly deranged madness, Wan Wenfeng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But at this moment, he could only brace himself and continue forward. Blocking the 2 martial ancestors, the favor from Song Lingshui back then was not for nothing. Wan Wenfeng and Fu Pinglan's figures were swallowed by the violent chaos of the river of time and space, completely disappearing from time and space. The shattered starry sky finally greeted a brief tranquility. The fragments of the collapsed space-time barriers floated silently, solidified blood beads hung like dark red stars, and a few wisps of blue smoke left by the annihilated gods slowly dissipated. Only the Holy Spirit plate hanging high still emitted warm and resilient jade radiance, becoming the only source of light in this dead and desolate scene. The divine martial heavenly generals who had been left behind only arrived belatedly at this moment, but upon seeing the projection of the martial ancestor in midair, they all stopped immediately, none daring to take another step. Even if it was just a projection, it was of a former martial ancestor, someone absolutely not to be offended. At the core of the Holy Spirit plate, the radiant light bridge, after experiencing consecutive impacts, finally stabilized completely. The bridge's body was as solid as jadeite, emanating stable and vast spatial fluctuations, with the other end deeply embedded in the vast, ancient land. Chuzheng was incredibly familiar with the aura of that side. It was the vast universe. A soft immortal light, condensed to the extreme and containing guiding power, projected from the core of the jade disk, enveloping Chuzheng and Song Lingshui. In the distance, the dim and silent Emperor Palace also seemed to be stirred by this immortal light, emitting a very faint hum and transforming into a dark red stream of light, which automatically flew into the immortal road. In the next instant, the immortal light suddenly contracted, taking the 2 figures, instantly delving onto the solid light bridge. In just a moment, the images of Song Lingshui and Chuzheng, along with the aura of the Emperor Palace, completely disappeared at the edge of this shattered star domain, gone without a trace, as if they had never appeared here. With the disappearance of Chuzheng and Song Lingshui, the jade radiance projected by the Holy Spirit plate gradually dimmed, and the jadeite light bridge connecting the 2 realms slowly vanished as well. The projection of Yan Feng also appeared increasingly ethereal, as if it might disperse with the wind at any moment. His gaze penetrated the gradually thinning light and shadow, still fixing in the direction where Chuzheng and Song Lingshui had vanished, his eyes flashing a hint of relief, as if laying down a burden of ages. Yan Feng, precedes you, a gentle and calm voice, carrying the vicissitudes of ages and a trace of relief, echoed on this battlefield, which had returned to a state of deathly stillness. As the voice faded, his already ethereal and illusory figure silently dispersed. Like a burnt-out candle flame. At the identical moment, the radiance of the Holy Spirit plate completely extinguished, becoming like mortal jade, silently suspended. A few moments later, as if called by some force, it vanished into the void, heading straight for the immortal domain. Deep within the martial hall, Ji Zhouyin sat cross-legged on a fragment of the island, watching everything that had just transpired, having taken it all in. His eyes fell, shaking his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Causality is a cycle, returning to its origin, just like this. He slowly stood up and knelt in great ceremony. Disciple, bidding farewell to the martial ancestor. Within the dim great hall, silence reigned like an abyss. Chuzheng took a deep breath, slowly lifted his head, and his sight was swallowed by boundless darkness. The towering ceiling was completely hidden within the thick evil chi and darkness, beyond view. Only a few strands of ghostly green flame silently floated in midair, emitting a cold and faint glow, which instead of dispelling the darkness, cast the twisted shadows deeper within the great hall in a more eerie and terrifying light. This scene, he had seen countless times, was too familiar to be any more so. The only difference was that Song Lingxue was not sitting with her back to him but was in his arms. Cough, cough, a wisp of evil chi invaded Song Lingxue's mouth and nose, seeping into her heart and lungs, prompting a light cough. Chuzheng immediately came to his senses, dispelling the black mist continuously surging around, and held Song Lingxue tighter. The greatest tribulation of your life has passed, only the final step remains. Song Lingxue's expression was close to indifferent, struggling to lift a hand, summoning the nearby Emperor Palace, hoarsely saying, "Wield this blade, cut me to take fortune, and the road ahead will be smooth." Chapter 663-459, Welcoming the Ancestral Tao. Inside the grand hall, the silence was as deep as an abyss. The sticky, ink-like evil chi flowed silently in the void, a few wisps of ghostly green flames floated in the air. Chuzheng's gaze landed on the Emperor Palace, now as lifeless as a dead object. The moment his gaze touched the cold blade, the turbulent emotions in Chuzheng's eyes seemed frozen by an invisible chill, gradually calming down, making him more clear-headed than ever. His gaze returned to Song Lingxue's face, his tone low. "So, you want me to kill my wife to survive?" "I'm not your wife." Song Lingxue shook her head slightly, panting, struggling to gather her remaining chi strength. She continued, "The last time we met, you asked me a question. I have yet to answer you. At that time, you asked me if it's the Jing of Chuzheng or the Jing of Jingchu." At this point, the corners of her withered lips seemed to twitch slightly, as if in self-mockery, or perhaps in a final confession. "Now I tell you, it's the Jing of Jingchu." Upon hearing this, Chuzheng's expression remained as calm as an ancient well, his palms slightly tightened, and he spoke in a deep voice, "Then tell me, are you now Xue Qing, or Song Lingxue?" Song Lingxue averted her gaze, speaking in a flat tone, "The path you were born with is destined. After cutting me to take fortune, once you enter the ancestral realm, no one in this world can stop you. The future's master of heavenly fortune will be you, and only you." Her words contained almost no emotional color, merely describing a path that Chuzheng was destined to follow from birth. Lingxue, Chuzheng took a deep breath, the sticky, cold evil chi filling his lungs, bringing an almost suffocating oppression. "You know that's not what I want to hear." Upon hearing the name Lingxue, Song Lingxue seemed slightly startled, as if recalling something. Her eyes turned slightly red, her gaze somewhat scattered, murmuring to herself, "So that's it, that was the first meeting." Forcing himself to calm the surging emotions in his heart, Chuzheng spoke in a low voice, "You once told me that as long as I enter the ancestral realm, you would tell me everything. Can you tell me now?" "Now. I don't want to say it." Song Lingxue lowered her eyelids, speaking softly, "After you take fortune, you will naturally know everything." Chuzheng's gaze flickered slightly, the corners of his mouth tugged, but there was not a hint of a smile in his eyes. "How much heavenly fate is on you?" 2.5 portions. Song Lingxue's voice lowered further, almost murmuring to herself, "These 2.5 portions of heavenly fate were originally yours. With heavenly fate on you, why haven't you entered the ancestral realm?" Chuzheng's brow furrowed. Given Song Lingxue's cultivation, with 2.5 portions of heavenly fate, she should have long since entered the ancestral realm, and not ended up in this predicament. "I told you long ago, the martial arts scripture is not a method of this world. The path ahead is blocked. There is no door to enter the ancestral realm. If I were to enter the ancestral realm, given my understanding of the martial arts scripture, at least 6 portions of heavenly fate would be needed to have a glimmer of hope." 6 portions of heavenly fate. Upon hearing these words, Chuzheng's heart suddenly sank. One person possessing 6 portions already carries the possibility of becoming the master of heavenly fortune. Yet it's merely the threshold for the martial arts scripture to enter the ancestral realm. As they spoke, Song Lingshua's breath suddenly became rapid, the already weak flame of life flickered violently as if blown by a fierce wind. Her face became as pale as paper, losing another layer of color, becoming as transparent as crystal, the skin beneath the cracks visible as fine ice shards, like porcelain about to shatter. Completely. A suppressed moan slipped through her teeth, she seemed to feel the last thread maintaining her existence about to snap. No more time to wait. This thought rang like the final alarm in her dying consciousness. She suddenly raised an arm, using all her remaining strength, reaching out with a hand also full of cracks, cold as ice, grasping Chu Jing. Seize the time, her voice carried the urgency of impending death, each word accompanying the frantic loss of life force. I can't hold on for much longer. She gripped Chu Jing's hand tightly, her strength as light as nothing. This place is the universe, she panted heavily, her gaze fixed on Chu Jing, as if to etch his face deeply into her memory. After I die, the heavenly fate will not disperse, nor be competed for by the various Taoists. You have plenty of time to walk slowly. Chu Jing was silent for several breaths, then suddenly grinned slightly, leaning down to tightly embrace Song Lingxue, speaking with a low laugh. At this moment, what I'm most grateful for is that I once went to the great immortal realm. Went to the heart-burning corridor. After all, I found a way to save your life. Song Lingxue heard Chu Jing's laughter, felt the heartbeat transmitted from his body, momentarily confused, her vision empty, her consciousness seemingly disturbed by this sudden embrace and the sound of heartbeats. What is he saying? Great immortal realm? Heart-burning corridor? Saving her? How is this possible? Realizing this, her expression changed instantly, appearing even more pale. Chu Jing felt the confusion of the person in his arms, his voice sounded again, resonating through his chest, clearly transmitting to Song Lingshue's ears. Did you think, by saying so, I would accept your cutting me to take fortune nonsense? Did you think Chu Jing is such a person? Without the heavenly fate on you, abandoned by this world, do you think I would fail? Chu Jing lowered his head, his eyes tightly locking onto Song Lingshue's pale, distracted face, filled with the most complex emotions. Lingxue, the path you spoke of. I don't want to walk. Chu Jing took a deep breath, as if inhaling all the turbid qi of the world into his lungs. After I clear the universe, pacify the two realms, I will then cast a spell to save you. His arms holding Song Lingxue did not loosen, and with the other hand, he suddenly reached into the void. The space rippled like the surface of water, and a jade box, entirely white and exuding a gentle luster, appeared out of thin air in his broad palm. This Luguang jade box is entirely carved from ancient nether cold jade, refined with the dragon and phoenix true soul, and suppressed by a martial seal. It contains the great realm, capable of altering the flow of time. Outside, eons pass, while within the box, it's but a fleeting instant. Back then, it was Song Lingxue who gave it to him, for the purpose of preserving the divine soul treasure blood of immortal ancestor Shumi Sheng. Despite the passage of billions of years, the blood remains warm, making it the most suitable vessel for preserving Song Lingshue's current state. Seeing the Luguang jade box, Song Lingxue instantly understood Chu Jing's thoughts. She slightly parted her cracked lips, summoned the remaining breath in her chest, and growled, "Today, if you don't cut me to take my fortune, without heavenly fate as protection, peril is sure to find you in the future. Without me by your side, how will you cross it when the time comes?" Her eyes were full of worry. 2.5 of heavenly fate, a quarter of the great universe, were within her at the moment. How much causality does this involve? If Chu Jing doesn't kill her to take her fortune, both the past and future could be altered. Heavenly fate itself could potentially change hands. Save some strength. Chu Jing disregarded her words, raised his hand to confine Song Lingxue, choking back her remaining words. Some things, if you don't want to say them, then don't. I don't want to hear them right now. Even if there truly comes a day when I face unexpected dangers. In the face of Song Lingxue's warning, a slow smile spread across Chu Jing's face. Then you and I will die together, descend into the 9 netherworld yellow springs, and become a pair of ghostly souls joined in marriage. With that, he lifted his hand decisively, opening the Luguan jade box. Buzz, the ancient immortal patterns on the jade box suddenly lit up, unleashing a blinding, blazing white divine light. Everywhere the light touched, time and space nearly froze. Song Lingshua's expression instantly halted, everything pressed to pause, yet within her wide eyes remained a trace of despair that had not yet dissipated. The next moment, the light from the jade box fully erupted, completely engulfing Song Lingshue. A blazing white pillar of light shot skyward, illuminating the dark hall. Chu Jing stowed away the jade box, took a deep breath, collected the Emperor Palace nearby, and without hesitation, turned and strode outward from the hall. Footsteps echoed in the vast, deathly silent hall, each step pressing down upon thick layers of dust, producing a dull and sticky sound. This was no longer the heart-burning corridor, so naturally, there would be an exit. The vast universe was not serene, he needed to quickly find a safe place to settle. Soon, he arrived before the door of the hall, tightly closed, covered in mottled corroded marks and indecipherable ancient patterns, exuding a sense of weight. Chu Jing did not hesitate, placing both hands on the cold, hard stone door, the touch slick and chill, as if it were the scale armor of some giant beast. He exhaled a turbid breath, and with a powerful exertion of his arms, creak, the grating sound of friction, as if from ages unsealed, resounded, setting teeth on edge. The heavy door slowly opened a crack, and a more intense evil aura surged forth. He pushed open the heavy hall door, and upon seeing the scene outside, his expression abruptly froze, all expressions on his face instantly solidified. Outside the hall was not the desolate, dead expanse of the great universe, but a deep, dark passageway, seemingly leading to the end of endless ages. The walls on both sides of the corridor were constructed of endless, pitch-black giant stones, engraved with inscrutable, ancient patterns, exuding an eternal and ancient aura. The ceiling was exceedingly high, hidden in the vague darkness, while the walls, at intervals, embedded with ancient lamps from which emitted a faint and cold blue light, barely illuminating the center of the corridor. And in this corridor, enveloped in eerie blue light, stood over 100 figures. They were not standing at random, but as if having practiced countless times before, aligned on both sides of the corridor like a guard of honor. Each figure stood firm as rock, their presence solid and mountain-like, yet retracted to the extreme, seemingly integrated with this ancient corridor. Only the ominous aura occasionally leaking out intertwined, condensing into a substantial chill that pervaded the void. Most startling to Chu Jing were the two figures standing foremost. The one on the left wore a striking blood-red garment, long hair draping over shoulders, features so exquisitely and eerily beautiful they appeared inhuman, skin as pale as fine-boned porcelain, with only a pair of long eyes, the pupils pure gold, opening and closing with molten lava flowing within, harboring a destruction meant to incinerate all, coupled with an aloof disregard for living beings. This was undoubtedly an ancient ancestor of the universe, a being that had stepped into the threshold of the ancestral realm. On the other side stood a middle-aged man in simple, grey hemp attire, with plain and unremarkable visage, not tall, even slightly thin. However, just standing there, he seemed to be the center of this world, his entire presence exuding an air of perfection, that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. This is also an ancient ancestor, whose aura is even stronger than the ancient ancestor in blood garments beside him. And behind these two ancient ancestors were more than 100 figures. Although their auras were slightly inferior, without exception, they all existed in the realm of ancient myths. In the vast universe, each one could serve as the master of a mansion. As Chu Jing stepped into the corridor, the chilling aura pervading it suddenly paused. Including the two ancient ancestors with overwhelming aura at the front, over 100 terrifying presences in the mythical domain below the corridor all focused their gazes like torches on Chu Jing. A chill surged from his spine to the heavenly spirit, and Chu Jing never expected such a grand formation waiting for him outside the hall. Facing such a situation, even in the ancestral realm, it would be hard to find a way out alive. While Chu Jing watched, his mind in turmoil. The leading ancient ancestor in blood garments, a strange smile slowly emerged on his alluring face, his eyes full of unconcealable ecstasy. The other ancient ancestor with an aura as deep as the sea, also showed undisguised joy and excitement in his profound gaze. Without any hesitation, they lowered their stances toward Chu Jing, who stood petrified before the hall doors. Kneeling on one knee in salute, Erosion Sun Rain, Yang Yuan, welcome the ancestral Tao. In their actions, there was not a hint of hesitation or reluctance. As the two ancient ancestors knelt, the over 100 mansion master-level presences in the mythical realm behind them were like docilely guided by an invisible force, moving in sync as they knelt loudly on the ancient, hard black stone floor of the corridor. More than 100 living creatures capable of shaking time and space knelt on one knee simultaneously, their knees striking the ancient, hard black stone floor of the corridor, creating thundering noises that made the entire corridor tremble slightly. More than 100 voices that were either thick, ethereal, aged, or cold gathered into a torrent, reverberating with absolute reverence in this eternal corridor, heavily striking Chu Jing's soul. Welcome the ancestral Tao. Ancestral Tao? Chu Jing stood rigid at the hall in trance, his eyes slightly squinting. He scanned the scene of kneelings before him, figures whose auras could easily crush him, looking at the two incomprehensible ancient ancestors' eyes filled with genuine ecstasy. Even though he had undergone numerous tribulations and possessed an extremely firm mind, at this moment, he was somewhat at a loss as to what to do in the face of this unimaginable scene. The Great Universe. Martial Hall. Among the shattered star river, space floated with enormous astral body fragments and solidified chaotic energy, as if gnawed by colossal beasts. The lament of the laws had yet to completely subside, with the collapsed shockwaves of the Martial Hall's core region still undulating. Boom! A figure entwined with dim star clouds, battered and ragged, was thrown violently out of an unhealed spacetime fissure as if flung by colossal strength. It was Wan Wenfeng. The battle armor he wore was already broken beyond repair, with many plates missing, revealing horrific wounds deep enough to see the bone. Just as he appeared, two figures emitting terrifying murderous intent followed closely as if maggots attached to bones, and charged out fiercely from the fissure. They were none other than Fu Pinglan and Tianxing Wan Wenfeng. Die now! Tianxing roared, reaching out his hand. In the nick of time, a figure in gray silently appeared in front of Wan Wenfeng, perfectly blocking the path of Fu Pinglan and Tianxing's charge. Enough. Ji Zhouin's voice was calm and unwavering, yet carried an undeniable penetrative power, clearly echoing in this shattered star domain. This time Chu Jing didn't die, it means his fate was not to be severed. Even if Wenfeng did not intervene, there would still be unexpected turn of events. Fu Pinglan's gaze fixed fiercely on Wan Wenfeng, ultimately unable to contain himself, roaring angrily in the star field, "You let Chu Jing escape. This mistake makes you the eternal sinner of the martial path, a guilt for 10,000 generations, deserving of the condemnation of all heavens. 100 deaths would not be enough to atone." Amidst the shattered star river, 4 figures stood like eternal divine peaks, their auras intertwining and clashing, stirring the yet unsettled currents of chaotic laws. The remnants of the stars trembled silently under the invisible pressure. "You have no idea what calamity you have wrought. Chu Jing is the root of this eternal catastrophe." Fu Pinglan roared lowly, his eyes bloodshot, his chest heaving as each breath was heavy as bellows, blood chi gushing with his panting, staining the surrounding starry sky with red. After a while, the boiling killing intent was forcibly suppressed, and he spoke again, his voice as weighty as millennia-old cold iron. "The Holy Spirit plate must contain the coordinates of Chu Jing's whereabouts." His gaze pierced through the void, looking towards the direction of the Immortal Alliance, carrying an all-consuming obsession. "Go to the Immortal Alliance, get the coordinates, then I will personally go to the vast universe to slay Himayuro." He had not given up, vowing to pursue into the vast universe, swearing to slay Chu Jing. Enough. On Ji Zhouin's previously undisturbed face, for the first time, a visible emotional turmoil appeared, and in his always deep and calm eyes, a repressed thunderstorm now brewed, surging with barely contained hidden anger. He stepped forward, his gray robe moving without wind. The surrounding chaotic temporal currents were instantly smoothed by an invisible great power, his voice no longer calm but reprimanding. "Haven't you caused enough trouble?" Years ago, the martial ancestor foretold for Song Ling Xue, saying she was destined to die by the hands of her relatives, yet you knew this all along. Ji Zhouin's gaze was sharp as a knife, as if to completely dissect Fu Pinglan's visage, yet today, you still chose to defy fate and forcibly change her destiny. His voice suddenly heightened, carrying a hint of helplessness. I refrained from interfering when you captured Chu Jing, did not stop you in your ventures. This was already helping you, hoping you would realize your mistakes and let go, yet you ultimately failed to do so. Ji Zhouin's gaze swept over Fu Pinglan's right arm, finally turning into a heavy sigh. Why do you still refuse to accept fate? Why engage in this futile struggle? Accept fate? Fu Pinglan seemed like a thoroughly ignited powder keg. Ji Zhouin's mention of the martial ancestor's prophecy and the recent events did not quell his anger, but rather fanned the flames. He suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Ji Zhouin, roaring with discontent. Just because of Yan Feng's words? Just because he said there is no hope for the martial path in this era, does that mean there truly isn't any? Shall I just wait for death? Saying this, Fu Pinglan took a deep breath, his expression cold and resolute. He no longer looked at Ji Zhouin, no longer at the weakly breathing Wan Wenfeng. His gaze, like an eagle targeting its prey, pierced through the shattered Star River, towards the direction of the Immortal Alliance. In the next moment, Fu Pinglan's figure transformed into a chaotic stream of light tearing through the starry sky, carrying a resolute and unyielding killing intent, charging fiercely towards the territory of the Immortal Alliance. Leaving only a cold, bone-chilling statement, echoing long in the dead silence of the Star River, in this life. I don't believe in fate, only one of Jingchu and I shall live, slaying Jingchu, my merit will echo through the ages, I am not wrong. In the blink of an eye, Fu Pinglan disappeared without a trace. Ji Zhouin watched that distant chaotic stream of light, the hidden anger in his eyes slowly subsided, finally turning into a deep and profound weight and a hardly perceptible fatigue. He slowly closed his eyes, letting out an almost inaudible sigh, looking towards the nearby heavenly punishment, follow him and see. Upon speaking, he turned his hand and took out the Tao Tribulation stick, placing it in heavenly punishment's palm, his expression solemn. Bring him back safely. Heavenly punishment said nothing more, cupping his hands in respect, accepting the Tao Tribulation stick, and directly followed after Fu Pinglan. Wan Wenfeng, clutching the deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest, looked towards where Fu Pinglan had disappeared, his pale face devoid of expression, only a trace of doubt flashing deep in his eyes. Fu Pinglan's anger was not directed at him in the slightest, it was purely because of his inability to kill Chu Jing. Even with the intervention of the previous generation martial ancestor and the persuasion from Ji Zhouin, he still sought the Immortal Alliance to forcefully extract the coordinates. This obsession is hard to describe with simple reasons. What kind of hatred could drive him to such madness? Ji Zhouin glanced at Wan Wenfeng, waving his hand. Don't think too much, your actions today were not wrong, it is Chu Jing whose fate should not be cut short. After speaking, he gazed at the distant starry sky, the river of spacetime reflecting turbulent and unceasing in his eyes. A long sigh escaped. In the end, time and space is a cycle, what has happened will inevitably repeat, the one who starts this time might be the same as last time. Chu Jing repeatedly survived desperate situations, living within the Immortal Alliance as a chi cultivator until today. Having just stepped into the space-time domain, he already entangled many ancestral realms, once again escaping from death today. The candidate for Master of Heavenly Fortune seems increasingly clear and obvious. Immortal Domain. Great Immortal Realm. 99 crimson golden great suns hung high in the sky, each massive enough to crush the Star River, bound and linked by countless rough divine chains formed from pure immortal flame condensation. The divine chains were completely crimson, flowing with ancient burning runes, deeply embedded into the boiling surface of the great suns. Every tremor of the chains caused the surface of the great suns to erupt with gigantic solar flares reaching billions of zhang high, like golden blood of a pierced giant god, hot enough to incinerate the void. Beside the great suns lay endless void, encrusted with countless stars that were not the cold celestial bodies of the Star River, but star fragments solidified and tempered by immortal Tao power, like shattered jade, embedded in the eternal sky, emitting a cold and perpetual radiance. Chapter 666-460, Coordinates and Clans. The scorching and fierce immortal light and the icy eternal starlight converge upon the sky, layers upon layers of glass-colored clouds churn below, illuminated by this terrifying radiance to appear exceedingly magnificent, like a boiling sea of multicolored lava. Upper realm, within the fairy palace. Immortal mist swirls, the heavenly sound faintly emerges. Immortal Ancestor Feng Ting sits upon the immortal platform, dressed in a snow-colored immortal robe, with star rivers birth and death, primordial chaos opening up with immortal patterns flowing upon his robe. He slowly raises his hand, countless threads of subtle laws tremble along, an ancient plate flies out of the void, suspended above his palm. Holy Spirit Plate. Feng Ting's gaze falls upon the Holy Spirit Plate, his deep eyes akin to an abyss, slowly breaking the tranquility, his calm expression noticeably sinking. He falls into contemplation, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the Holy Spirit Plate, martial Ancestor. He never expected that in the past, Yan Feng took great pains to seize this immortal Tao sacred artifact before falling, intending for this moment, when Chujing stands at the brink of life and death, to win a sliver of life for him. At this moment, the emotions in Feng Ting's heart are surging, far from the surface calm. Not only Yan Feng, but Fu Pinglan's nearly obsessive killing intent toward Chujing. What is the reason? Chujing practically grew up right under his eyes. Initially, without heavenly fate, he paid him little mind, until the immortal crossing ceremony, when Chujing swallowed fortune, leading to some murderous intent. Now, even under such a lethal predicament, Chujing still safely escapes. Such destiny to seemingly defy the heavens is beyond being described as abnormal. Chujing has become a variable, enough to shake the foundations of the immortal domain clans. Feng Ting, come out and see me. Suddenly, a shout like a divine thunder of the nine heavens erupts, carrying boundless ferocity. It ruggedly penetrates the heavy restrictions of the fairy palace, explosively roaring beside Feng Ting's ears. Outside the hall, in the sky above, 99 rounds of sun pierced by divine chains seemingly angered by this shout violently tremble. The immortal fire divine chain piercing them wildly churns, emitting the sound of friction and explosion that shatters gold and stone, instantly making the already scorching and violent immortal light even fiercer. The skies suddenly rise with wind and thunder, countless purple-black lightning springs up out of nowhere, like chaotic dragons dancing, tearing apart the glass-colored sea of clouds, casting the entire great immortal realm into an apocalypse-like scene. Terrifying pressure like a substantial tsunami strikes the fairy palace's walls, emitting a muffled rumble. Feng Ting sits quietly upon the immortal platform, the mysterious emperor robe unmoved amidst the invisible pressure storm, his eyes seemingly able to pierce through eternity suddenly narrow, from deep within a cold spark, like a cold star, emerges. Instantly, his figure disappears from the original spot, and in the next moment, he silently appears in the void outside the fairy palace, facing the source that churns the storm in the sky. Above the numerous blazing suns, beneath the star dome, two figures stand like unfathomable mountains, emitting a terrifying aura dulling the stars. It is Fu Pinglan and Heavenly Punishment. Fu Pinglan's gaze like two tempered blades pierces directly at Feng Ting. I have no intention of playing games with you. His voice rolls like thunder, each word carrying indisputable power. Give me the coordinates of Chu Zhang's escape to the universe, I'll go and kill him. Straight to the point, with no intention of wasting time. Feng Ting stands with hands behind his back, his immortal robe fluttering, looking at these two martial ancestors with indifference, saying nothing. Fu Pinglan's mouth draws a smile, filled with mockery and sharpness. Put away your hypocrisy, Feng Ting. I know your desire to kill Chu Jing is no less than mine. Idle pretenses aren't needed here. He steps forward, the void beneath his feet like fragile glass shattering inch by inch, his voice growing icier. Chu Jing practiced your immortal Dao methods, stole your immortal Dao's fortune, counting as half an immortal path cultivator. The immortal fortune he carries has become a seed of calamity. If I kill him, this battle is the start of a Dao war. I will set the stage and bear the consequences. Fu Pinglan's eyes surge with bloody electricity, with a determination verging on madness. And you could stay out, preserve Tai Ching Chi cultivators as an arm, reaping benefits. It's a matter of all gains and no harm. Coordinates, give me. Upon hearing Fu Pinglan's unrestrained, straight-to-the-core trade conditions, Feng Ting falls silent for a moment. In his profound eyes, countless stars phantom, space-time trajectories evolve, as if deducing a myriad possibilities in an instant. Fu Pinglan's words accurately intervene in the scales of his inner weighing. The threat of Chu Zheng's existence, the initiation of Dao War, the retention of Tai Ching, in a fleeting instant, all benefits and losses weave rapidly within his heart. During this subtle moment of silence, the void beside Feng Ting, like water ripples, silently spreads open, a clear and cold figure emerges as if moonlight. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor walks out of the void, those serene Dan Feng eyes like autumn water are now filled with killing intent. This bit of killing intent is not aimed at Fu Pinglan and heavenly punishment, but directly at Feng Ting. Do you intend to help the martial hall? As an immortal ancestor, if Feng Ting makes such a move, the impact is enormous, entirely different in significance. This is equivalent to fully pushing Chu Zheng to the opposite side of the immortal Dao, leaving no room for maneuver in the future. Feng Ting's gaze, like brushing past irrelevant fallen leaves, extremely calmly sweeps over Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's face filled with opposition. His expression cold, with no hesitation, raises his right hand, flicks his forefinger at Fu Pinglan. Buzz. A light point condensed to the extreme, containing endless space coordinate information, like a meteor piercing through darkness, instantly traversing the void filled with destructive aura between the two, steadily suspends in front of Fu Pinglan. In the light point, star's trajectory flows, space coordinates flicker, clearly pointing to a location. The transaction is complete. Fu Pinglan says no more, accepts the coordinates, heads straight to the boundary, simultaneously sends a message from his fingertips, directly to the Chaos Sea. There, Martial Path has another martial ancestor, who can arrive in the universe first. The dead silent oppressive aura silently envelopes the skies burnt by the blazing golden suns. Feng Ting, you ultimately took this step. Moonlight's eyes can't hide disappointment. Are the 13 clans truly more important than the entire Immortal Dao? The Immortal Dao is born from clans, the Dao may collapse, but the clan must not be extinct. Feng Ting's expression is calm, unruffled. Chu Zheng already has the bearing to bear heavenly fate. If truly creation renovates, heaven and earth restart, fortune returns to one, then clans collapse, bloodlines perish, you and I have no chance of survival. His gaze falls again upon Moonlight, concluding his intention. Even if Martial Path holds all heavenly fate, clans must surrender fortune, integrate within Martial Path, hence preserving bloodlines. Again with the bloodlines, upon hearing, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor shakes his head slightly, his gaze dims, the starlight in his eyes suddenly extinguishes, turning to disappear within the star field, leaving only a whisper, this battle. I won't fight. Myriad Realms. A forgotten great realm at the edge of myriad realms, spiritual energy thin, laws obscure. It's midday, 2 blazing suns hang in the sky. Amid continuous mountains, a solitary peak rises, its shape like a sword, piercing the dual suns, the peak covered in a layer of flowing clear brilliance, shielding from the searing heat of the suns. At the peak, there is a small courtyard. The courtyard is exceedingly simple, composed of 3 to 5 seemingly ordinary bamboo and wood houses, with fences woven from ordinary dead branches and vines. The courtyard has no flowers or grass, only a piece of blue-black rock polished smooth as a mirror, and a few scattered strange stones seemingly containing some natural Tao rhythm. The entire courtyard exudes an air of returning to simplicity, isolated from the world with tranquility. A figure strides hurriedly with a gust of wind, rushing into the courtyard. There's news about Chu Zheng from the outside world. Chapter 667-461, The Son of Heaven of this era, the Ancestral Dao's trump card. The person entering the courtyard was about 30 years old, tall, with long hair like clouds, an extraordinary heroic spirit between his brows, and bright, penetrating eyes. He wore a green and white immortal robe adorned with stars, the sun, and moon. In the courtyard, there were 2 other people. One of them was a young boy, kneeling beside a huge green-black sword-sharpening stone, completely absorbed. The boy was about 15 or 16 years old, slightly thin in stature, dressed in coarse linen. He held a black long sword, ancient in style but with no visible sharpness, which he pushed back and forth on the stone with extreme slowness and stability. His movements carried an indescribable rhythm, each push seeming to pour in all of his heart and spirit. Sweat slid down his still juvenile cheeks, dripping onto the stone, instantly evaporating from the high temperature caused by the sword's friction, making a light hissing sound. The boy seemed completely unaware of the intruder, his gaze as clear as a newborn sweet spring, reflecting only the sword in his hand and the stone beneath him, discarding all distracting thoughts, showing a sincerity almost akin to Tao. The sound of the sword blade rubbing against the sharpening stone was monotonous and long, becoming the only sound in the courtyard. The other person, sitting cross-legged on a peculiar stone not far from the sharpening stone, was in his early 20s, his posture as upright as a pine tree. He wore a light green robe, his long black hair held with a wooden branch, forming a wood crown, his whole being flowing with a gentle, restrained luster under the twin sun's glow, like morning dew accumulating on new spring leaves. His features were handsome, his facial lines neat and clean, his temperament gentle, his pupils as black as lacquer, deep and distant, seemingly containing an infinite night sky, occasionally flashing a glimmer of brilliance like sunrise light, exceptionally dazzling. Seeing the undisguised shock on Zhao Tingxian's face, Shang Songyun slightly raised his eyebrows, curious, "What news?" Zhao Tingxian took a deep breath, suppressing the fright in his heart, handed over a message, and spoke in a deep voice, "This is news from outside, see for yourself." Chu Jing was spotted in the battlefield of the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall. Upon arriving on the battlefront, he crossed boundaries to strike, beheading the newly appointed Martial Emperor of the Martial Hall, and slaughtered 4 divine martial heavenly generals at the martial sovereign level. The heavenly punishment martial ancestor of the Martial Hall was enraged and stepped in, injuring 2 great immortal emperors, and tried to capture Chu Jing. Later, Song Lingxue intervened, single-handedly breaking through the encirclement of the heavenly punishment martial ancestor and 39 martial emperors to rescue him. While being pursued by the heavenly punishment, the moonlight immortal ancestor appeared to block his sharpness. Shortly after, Fu Pinglan broke through to attack, but was blocked by Wan Wenfeng. Thereafter, the Dharma phase of the previous martial ancestor manifested, using the Holy Spirit plate to send Chu Jing and Song Lingxue into the vast universe, and since then, there has been no word of them. Fu Pinglan did not give up and sought coordinates from the immortal ancestor Feng Ting, then tore the void to enter the vast universe, already crossing the boundary. The matters concerning the ancestral realm, this news has long spread throughout the great universe, with almost all the higher-ups of major forces being well aware. Compared to Chu Jing, what shocked Zhao Tingxian more was the existence of Song Lingxue. Zhao Tingxian was not unfamiliar with Chu Jing's first wife. Previously, when he governed the heavenly Tao, he had already noticed Chu Jing's position at birth, and had been observing his movements ever since. Like Chu Jing, Song Lingxue was almost someone he watched grow up. Before Chu Jing rose to power, the only thing worth noting about Song Lingxue was her extraordinary martial talent. Apart from that, there was nothing special. But now, Song Lingxue, with the cultivation of a martial emperor, rescued Chu Jing from the martial hall, and even managed to escape alive. Such feats are something even the ancestral realm could not achieve. Since leaving the Chaos Sea until now, Zhao Tingxian had many fortuitous encounters in the myriad realms, but his cultivation barely stepped into the realm of an immortal king. Yet this couple, hailing from Cangyun, could now slay martial emperors. The gap was undeniably large. Hearing Zhao Tingxian's words, Shang Songyun's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation. For so many years, Chu Jing has made such a huge commotion, captured by the heavenly punishment, trapped in the martial hall, yet somehow still managed to escape. He must be the reincarnation of that ancestral Tao without a doubt. Thinking of this, Zhao Tingxian shook his head slightly and couldn't help but speak. Back then, he guided my way, he must have been paving the road for his reincarnation in advance. He certainly has penetrated the mysteries of reincarnation and creation, discovering great secrets within. Song Lingxue's identity should also be extraordinary. This is good news. Shang Songyun, calm and gentle in demeanor, nodded. Whether Chuzheng truly is the ancestral Tao or not, to us, he is more a friend than an enemy. All three of them were from Songyun, not accepted by the Immortal Alliance Martial Hall or Myriad Heavens and Realms, their situations quite similar. With these thoughts, his gaze shifted to the boy sharpening the sword, eyes flickering slightly. To encounter a son of heaven in our time was already the greatest fortune one could expect in this life, now adding Chuzheng, perhaps in this lifetime, our wishes of witnessing the reopening of the cosmic reincarnation might finally be fulfilled. Zhao Tingxian's eyes turned to the boy beside him, his gaze resting on the ancient sword in his hand, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. At such a young age, already awarded the sword Ancestor sword, bearing half of heaven's fortune, protected by the Ancestor sword, such great fortune in one individual has not been seen for millennia since ancient times. If not for Chuzheng, this young one should have been the brightest prodigy of this era. Now that Fu Pinglan and the heavenly punishment have crossed the boundary, I'm afraid Chuzheng might not be entirely safe yet. Zhao Tingxian let out a light sigh. It's a pity that we cannot help him at this moment. I will send a message into the vast universe shortly, to gather some information. Having spoken, Shang Songyun rose, his gaze looking out to the stars, pointing straight towards the boundary. Several ancestral realm figures had acted, yet could not detain him. In this great universe, there should hardly be any creatures capable of threatening Chuzheng. Let us cultivate diligently and patiently await the opportune moment. Chapter 668-461, The Son of Heaven of this era, the Ancestral Tao's Trump Card, Part 2. From start to finish, the young warrior sharpening the sword never lifted his head, single-mindedly engrossed in pushing the black long sword in his hand, as if this were the only thing left in the world. The slightly harsh scraping sound echoed incessantly in the silent courtyard. Vast universe. Between the deep corridors, the atmosphere was as heavy as mercury, laden with the dust of ages and an indescribable pressure. Chuzheng stood silently at the entrance of this inscrutable deep corridor, which seemed capable of devouring everything. His gaze slowly swept across the darkened corridor's sides, observing the kneeling figures, feeling a surge of emotions. These beings varied in form, not all belonging to the human race, yet each symbolized a mighty lord of this realm, governing vast territories and countless living creatures. Kneeling at the forefront, closest to the stone gate, were two figures whose presence symbolized the very foundation of this vast universe. The two ancient ancestors, along with the more than 100 pavilion masters of overwhelming aura in the rear, had their heads bowed, displaying a demeanor bordering on reverence. Chuzheng couldn't discern this situation before him, such sudden veneration could make anyone lose their composure instantly. In a flash, countless thoughts clashed and played out in his sea of consciousness. Go along with the pretense, impersonate an ancestral Tao? Might as well go with the mistake? This is absolutely impossible. The two ancient ancestors before him had existed for ages likely longer than many ancestral realms in the great universe, their power unfathomable, their perception keen. Though there were secrets on him now, compared to the one who left such terrifying contingencies, making even ancient ancestors bow willingly, he was worlds apart in essence. Any disguise in their eyes would be like child's play, easily exposed in an instant, utterly meaningless. Better to be somewhat honest. Rather than perform poorly under the gaze of those who see through everything, it's better to unveil the mystery actively, perhaps learning more information. Chuzheng forcibly suppressed the tumultuous waves in his heart, the boiling thoughts in his sea of consciousness instantly settling into an icy clarity. He took a deep breath, gradually calming the intense emotional upheaval, his gaze as placid as a deep pool, sweeping over the many formidable beings kneeling on either side, finally landing on Shiriri, clad in blood-red garb, closest to him. Erosion Sunrain. This name, he had heard before, back when Fu Pinglan borrowed the path through the universe, it was him who came forward. After a moment, Chuzheng's voice resounded in the deep corridor, breaking the eternal silence that seemed to have congealed there for ages. Erosion Sunrain. Can you explain a thing or two? His gaze landed on Erosion Sunrain, urgently seeking an answer that might unravel the absurd and deadly situation before him. Upon hearing, Erosion Sunrain slowly stood up, his elegant face devoid of any jesting expression, speaking solemnly, during the great change of the heavens and the earth, I received the grace of the ancestral Tao and attained Tao at the end of ancient times, ordered to guard the ancestral shrine, awaiting the ancestral Tao to return to the mortal world. His voice paused for a moment, his gaze somewhat drifting, as if reminiscing those times so distant they dimmed the stars, his voice carrying a trace of awe. At that time, the ancestral Tao emerged from the great battle, crossed the chaos sea, stabilized the heavens and earth, imparted the chi-refining technique to the world, then entered the universe, battled ancient ancestors, broke the heavenly fate, nurtured us until we first mastered the space-time law, establishing domains and opening territories. Saying thus, Erosion Sun Rain's breath slightly deepened. At that time, the ancestral Tao decreed a mandate, engraved deep within the origin of our Tao seed, inscribed for eternity, not daring to forget for even a day. The decree says, when the eternal tribulation ends, the pillars of heaven will fall, the earth may crack, yin and yang are in discord, the universe overturns, on the day I tread this gate again, yin and yang shall consummate, the universe will stabilize, then shall the path of reincarnation be reforged, human relationships reordered, the heavenly axis shifted, the chronicle of earth changed, recreating the universe's cosmos. Erosion Sun Rain's voice echoed in the dark corridor. The numerous pavilion masters behind him were also swept by emotions, eyes brimming with irrepressible excitement. The day when the ancestral Tao returns to the universe will be when the two realms unify, and the heavens and earth are altered. Chu Zheng's heart slowly sank. At this moment he understood much. Everything he had experienced from the moment of his birth was neither coincidental nor happenstance. This was a scheme laid out since the end of ancient times, spanning the endless river of time, by the ancestral Tao who had disappeared into the annals of time, having already determined the future through endless ages of calculations. He foresaw the great calamity of heaven collapsing, yin and yang in disarray, and also foresaw that he himself would emerge from behind this gate after countless ages. The powerful figures kneeling here, whether pavilion masters renowned for their authority or unfathomable ancient ancestors, were all seeds planted by the ancestral Tao in the endless ages past, the true trump cards. In Chu Zheng's heart, there was only a silent sigh. In the end, there's no escaping ancient times. He shook his head silently, with a bitterness almost absurd. Altering the heavens and earth? Stabilizing the cosmos? What kind of power is that? It's a realm only reachable by those who command supreme heavenly fate, connecting the past, present, and future, above all laws of the myriad heavens and realms. His cultivation was now only at the first step of the 10th order, far from even peaking at the supreme threshold of the ancestral realm. Chu Zheng's gaze was as deep as an abyss, slowly sweeping over the figures still deeply kneeling on both sides, their powerful auras withdrawn but unable to hide the fervent anticipation from deep within their souls. They were worshipping, not him, Chu Zheng, but the ancestral Tao of the decree who could lead them to accomplish the great task of altering the heavens and earth. Chu Zheng's fingers, hidden in his sleeve robe, unconsciously clenched. If he could slain Songling Xue, seized 2.5 portions of heavenly fortune, plus the portion he carried, once stepping into the ancestral realm, his foundation solidified, he could borrow the path to step into the chaos sea, bringing in 3/10 of heavenly fortune into his hands. By then, bearing more than 3/10 of heavenly fortune, coupled with the accumulated foundation of this vast universe over the ages, aided by the ancient ancestors and pavilion masters before him, then in this struggle of doctrines deciding the ultimate fate of two realms, he, Chu Zheng, would be able to carve a blood-stained path and make it to the end, stabilizing the cosmos of both realms. This path, too, had long been paved for him. Chu Zheng lowered his eyelids, feeling the power of heavenly fortune within him, his thoughts sinking. The bit of heavenly fortune he carried was already considerable for ordinary living creatures, but not enough even to enter the ancestral realm, far from enough. With his foundation unsteady and realm unformed, how could he talk about stabilizing the cosmos? Without enough heavenly fortune, he couldn't become Qingzu. Unable to become Qingzu, he couldn't acquire more heavenly fortune, a nearly deadlock situation. As Chu Zheng's thoughts churned, the sense of powerlessness nearly transforming into a tangible shadow enveloping his sea of consciousness. Erosion Sun Rain, moderately bowing, seemed to sharply capture the fluctuation in Chu Zheng's emotions. his head still lowered, his voice steadier, with a soothing intention, "No need to worry, Ancestral Tao." The address Ancestral Tao was uttered with utmost naturalness, as if already acknowledged. Erosion Sun Rain continued, his tone as calm as stating an evident fact, "The subsequent matters, we will handle for you, you only need to focus on your cultivation and await the right opportunity." Chu Zhang's gaze focused, landing on him. Erosion Sun Rain straightened up, speaking solemnly, "The heavenly fortune you need to enter the ancestral realm, we will gather for you." Gather? Chu Zhang was startled, his pupils involuntarily constricting for a moment, unable to help but inquire further, "How will it be gathered?" He hadn't expected that Erosion Sun Rain seemed to have already prepared. Erosion Sun Rain slowly lifted his head, his expression unruffled, only in the depths of his eyes flashed a hint of coldness, speaking solemnly, "Open the boundary, and we will extract the fortune for you." He turned to look towards the entrance of the deep corridor, his gaze seemed to penetrate the sky, falling upon the boundary separating the two realms. "Previously, when the boundary shattered, we did not rush to take action precisely because of your decree, waiting for the right moment. Now that you have arrived in the universe, it signifies the time has come." Chu Zhang's gaze focused, finding it a bit unbelievable. "You can open the boundary?" "Of course not." Erosion Sun Rain slightly shook his head, turning back to Chu Zhang, his gaze even colder, "But you can." Chapter 669-462, Keys to the Boundary, 3 Martial Ancestors. Open the boundary. Chu Zhang's expression was slightly dazed, he was not afraid of slaughter. The Tao path is fraught with bloodshed and chaos, and such has long been the norm. Walking this path, he has accumulated numerous blood debts, building altars with bone. But the word "seize fortune" lightly spoken by Shuri Yu were not referring to ordinary battles and magic duels, but rather, a catastrophe. He calmed himself, thoughts racing like lightning, considering many possibilities. Since Shuri Yu could speak with such calm and certainty about this method, it could not possibly be mere nonsense, there must be a definite assurance and basis for believing he could accomplish this task. Among these bases might be the contingency left by the ancestral Tao, or some other reason, but he must truly possess the ability to open the boundary. Therefore, what Chu Zhang needed to consider at this moment was not whether he could open the boundary, but the enormous impact of the boundary's opening that could overturn the universe. Seizing fortune can only mean killing. This is an ironclad rule: heavenly fortune will not arise from nothing, nor will it transfer easily. The only way to forcibly acquire enough heavenly fortune to support his journey into the ancestral realm is through large-scale harvesting of living creatures carrying fortune. Even 8th order creatures only bear a portion of fortune. Only by entering the 9th order can they borrow some heavenly fortune power, causing fortune to fluctuate. Regardless of the means employed, the outcome is inevitably the death of countless living creatures, fortune piled upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The act of opening the boundary itself is a disaster comparable to an apocalypse in magnitude. What is the boundary? It is a barrier separating the vast universe and other myriad heavens and realms, especially from the great universe/immortal domain. It is the dike maintaining the current fragile balance. It is not only a spatial barrier but also a natural shield of laws, energy, and even fortune. In an instant, Chu Zhang's mind flashed back to the tremendous battle triggered by a fragment broken off the immortal domain's boundary. That was just a breach, akin to a small crack in a dike. In such circumstances, the Immortal Alliance and myriad realms, who were then engaged in combat, almost stopped fighting immediately. All the hatred and all the struggles for benefits paled in comparison to such an annihilation-class threat, including those in the ancestral realm who had to temporarily lay down their weapons, confronting the breach together. This was merely a small fragment of the boundary connecting to the immortal domain. If, to seize fortune, all the boundaries separating the vast universe and myriad heavens were to be fully opened, it would no longer be a question of how many lives would perish. It would be an extinction-level disaster using the Star River realm as a standard, a true calamity for all heavens. Its severity might even surpass the catastrophic changes at the end of ancient times. Behind the calm words of Shuri Yu lies a disregard for all living beings, treating them as mere grass. This decision is not one easily made, for it would implicate countless innocent lives. The paths left by the ancestral Tao, each of them is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. To struggle on the Tao, one cannot avoid this step. Shiryu's 6 words opened the boundary, Cease Fortune painted a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, etched like a brand in Chu Zhang's sea of consciousness. The roads left by the ancestral Tao, whichever they are paved with endless bones on a bloody path reaching the heavens. This cruel understanding pushed Chu Zhang's heart to the depths of despair. To struggle on the Tao, one indeed cannot avoid this hurdle. Whether it is the martial hall's persistent pressure or the living creatures before him in the universe, all ultimately point to the Tao war. And in ancient times, the ancestral Tao had already paved the current path. A chilling realization replaced previous shock and cold. Chu Zhang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid qi, as if expelling all doubt and useless pity from his heart at this moment. When he looked up again, his eyes were like the myriad years cold pond, without a ripple. His demeanor was calm to the point of indifference. How can the boundary be opened? Since it is unavoidable, instead of dwelling on consequences now, understanding how to open the boundary is the proper course. As for whether to open it eventually, whether to sacrifice the realms in blood, kill to seize fortune, or seek another way, it must wait until he has enough strength to control the situation, until he steps into the immortal emperor domain, or becomes a primordial golden immortal, and only then is not too late. Now, even if carrying some heavenly fortune, he remains insignificant before this group of ancient ancestors. Forcefully opening the boundary, a matter involving both realms, is certainly not something a person who hasn't truly touched the threshold of the ancestral realm can lead. He needs a stronger cultivation foundation to gain the qualification to make a move in this eternal chess game. Shiryu was not surprised by Chu Zhang's instantaneous transformation. It was the decision the ancestral Tao ought to make. Without any hesitation, he turned his hand, and in his palm lay 2 hand-length keys. The keys were made of neither gold nor iron, presenting a gentle and restrained jade-like sheen. One key was covered in web-like cracks, its luster dim, as if it might crumble completely at any moment, while the other one was damaged even more severely, with only half a broken piece remaining, the fracture smooth as a mirror. Shiryu's eyes fell on the first cracked jade key, explaining softly, "These are the 2 secret keys of the boundary you left behind years ago." He paused, pointing to the fragmented key. "This one was used over 200 years ago. Was the last breach also opened by you?" Chu Zhang was immediately astonished. He initially thought the breach in the boundary of the immortal domain, which had triggered the storm and forced a halt to the conflict with the myriad realms, was related to the ancestral Tao's complete demise and the dispersal of the forces maintaining the boundary. Yet he had never anticipated that it was Shiryu who opened the boundary. Chapter 670-462, Keys to the Boundary, 3 Martial Ancestors, Part 2. Erosion Sun Rain nodded calmly, raised the shattered jade key, and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, but this key is merely a sub-key, its divine power is limited. Even if I exert all my strength, I can only tear a crack on the boundary, like chipping a small hole in an iron wall. It cannot truly shake the core of the boundary." "Why did you open the boundary back then?" Chu Zhang couldn't help but be puzzled and then hesitantly asked, "Was this also the arrangement of the ancestral Tao?" "It was indeed your arrangement." Erosion Sun Rain did not hesitate, immediately nodding and explaining, "Back then, as the war between the Immortal Alliance and the myriad realms intensified, a Tao war seemed imminent. But the timing you mentioned was far from reaching, so I followed your instructions, and with this key, opened the boundary, forcing the great universe to temporarily cease the battle." At this point, his expression was somewhat awkward. However, something unexpected occurred. Yan Feng's combat power was too strong, and the few ancient ancestors who crossed the boundary were no match for him. Additionally, because of your influence, we couldn't join forces to harm him, so before long, the boundary was sealed by him once more. "Because of me? What does that mean?" Chu Zhang's expression slightly tensed. When he first met the martial ancestor, he already knew that there was some unknown entanglement between the martial ancestor and the ancestral Tao. "I do not know the specific reasons, but you once said that no matter what Yan Feng does, we cannot harm him," Erosion Sun Rain nodded, then shifted the topic, directing his gaze toward the half-remaining broken key in his palm, his eyes gleaming slightly as he extended it to Chu Jing. This one is the main key. Erosion Sun Rain's expression was solemn. This key was forged by you when you established the boundary, using your own essence and fusing the essence blood of the 100 ancient ancestors of the primordial tribes. It connects to the core of the boundary and can dissolve the 100 ancestor blood seal that maintains the boundary for millennia, thus fully opening it. He gazed at the smooth yet incomplete break, saying in a low tone, "This key was broken by your own hands, and when you entrusted it to me, you said that only you could completely repair it." Before the words had fallen, Erosion Sun Rain knelt down on one knee once more, his movements crisp and decisive, raising both hands high above his head, holding the two keys that symbolized destruction in his palms. Ancestral Tao. His voice deepened, firm and sonorous, word by word. The battle at the end of the ancient times back then, you could not succeed in one stroke due to the lack of assistance, but now is unlike the past. He suddenly lifted his head, brilliant divine light flickering in his eyes. "Including myself, 12 ancient ancestors of the universe are willing to serve as your vanguard, at your command." At this point, his voice suddenly raised again. "Erosion Sun Rain has been twice indebted to you, allowing my residual soul to reunite and tread the martial path once more. This grace and virtue cannot be repaid with all the blood in my veins. I am willing to die for you." The pavilion masters who had remained silent on both sides of the corridor suddenly lifted their heads along with another ancient ancestor. Their eyes were filled with unabashed zeal as they respectfully saluted in Chu Zhang's direction and spoke in unison, "Willing to die for ancestral Tao." The sound waves rolled like billions of thunders exploding within the slightly cramped corridor, surging toward Chu Zhang like a tangible tide. Chu Zhang lowered his head, looking at the two keys raised overhead by Erosion Sun Rain. One was shattered, symbolizing the previous tentative opening that caused boundless slaughter. The other was incomplete but contained the great power to truly destroy the boundary and overturn the universe. The repair panel deep within his body stirred, indicating that he could indeed repair this key, and it wouldn't take much time. Chu Zhang slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the corridor, the living creatures before him like peerless deadly weapons about to be unsheathed, eager to drink the enemy's blood, filled with murderous intent. The vanguard of the 12 ancient ancestors of the universe, the double life-saving grace. Chu Zhang only partially believed these words, not excluding the possibility that Erosion Sun Rain aimed to use him to repair the secret key of the boundary. He had no knowledge of these ancient ancestors of the universe and couldn't possibly believe that these beings, whom he had never met and had no interaction with, would truly be willing to die for him without hesitation. Opening the boundary was akin to stepping into a sea of blood with no way back, and repairing the key was merely the first step. At least before he entered the Ancestor realm, this key must not be repaired easily. Boom, while Chu Zhang was still deep in thought, a terrifying boom, as if tearing open the heavens and the earth, suddenly echoed from beyond the corridor, descending from the heavenly dome of the vast universe. Terrifying aftershocks enveloped in destructive space-time laws. The corridor trembled violently, the dim blue light flickered uncertainly, and the ground beneath shook fiercely amidst this roar. Crack, the entire dome of the corridor was lifted, revealing the gloomy sky, where three intense, sun-like, eternal terrifying energies emerged in an instant. Blood-red dyed the heavens, the entire heavenly dome seemed to ignite and boil by these three energies. Space twisted and collapsed inch by inch, the terrifying pressure capable of freezing divine souls and crushing everything, like an invisible tsunami, instantly swept down, firmly locking onto the deep corridor and even more so onto Chu Zhang, who had just been hailed by myriad living creatures as the ancestral Tao. Chu Zhang took a deep breath, the murderous intent in his eyes boiling instantly. No need to look, the familiar aura had already revealed the identity of the arrivals, Fu Pinglan, heavenly punishment. And another figure, whom he had never seen, but must be the martial ancestor who ascended from the Chaos Sea, surely taking that space channel path. In this brief moment, Fu Pinglan and the three martial ancestors had already followed the trajectory, crossing the endless star sea to reach this place. Fu Pinglan lowered his eyes, observing the scene below, scanning over the two ancient ancestors, slightly furrowing his brows. His impression of erosion sun rain was profound, as he was entwined with the ancestral Tao, and his attitude toward Chu Jing was uncertain. It seemed the current situation was even more complex than he had anticipated. Chu Jing stood at the end of the corridor, back to the ancient gate, the blood-red divine light outlining his tall yet slightly thin figure, casting a blood shadow. He slowly lifted his head, gazing at the three terrifying energies tearing apart the heavens as if doomsday was descending. In his eyes, there was no trace of gentleness left, only a coldness enough to freeze eternity. Deep within that coldness was a murderous intent capable of burning everything, an unwavering pursuit of the martial path, relentless hatred, and a fury born of being repeatedly forced into dire straits. He did not look at the three enemies whose very presence could make the universe tremble, instead slightly turning his head, his gaze like two piercing swords stabbing toward Erosion Sun Rain, who had just pledged his allegiance. Erosion Sun Rain. Chu Jing's gaze dimmed slightly, calmly opening his mouth, his voice low and even carrying a peculiar stillness, like a icy wind from the nine netherworld piercing the bones. He paused, the corner of his mouth curling into a very faint smile, the murderous intent evident. Did you just say you are willing to die for me? Naturally. Erosion Sun Rain's expression remained unchanged, without a hint of hesitation. Chu Jing's gaze suddenly sharpened, staring directly into Erosion Sun Rain's eyes, as if seeing into the depths of his divine soul. You sever those three heads above. His voice suddenly grew severe. Then I'll believe you. The moment the words fell, the temperature inside the entire deep corridor plummeted. Sever those three heads? The many pavilion masters within the corridor had subtle changes in expression. These three above were already the absolute peak combat power between the two realms, not something easily killed. This was no longer a test, but the most direct allegiance pledge. Erosion Sun Rain's kneeling body showed no hesitation as he bowed and spoke. I humbly follow the decree of the ancestral Tao. Erosion Sun Rain's voice no longer carried solemnity. Instead, it transformed into a roar tearing through the vault of heaven. A terrifying aura, at least 10 times stronger than before, erupted from him like an awakening primeval beast. At the moment Chu Jing's words fell, he tensed abruptly. He suddenly raised his head, those eyes once burning with loyal flame now erupting with a battle intent more intense and violent than the blazing suns in the sky. At the moment Chu Jing's words fell, he tensed abruptly. He suddenly raised his head, those eyes once burning with loyal flame now erupting with a battle intent more intense and violent than the blazing suns in the sky. Faced with Chu Jing's demand, Shi Riyu's reply was without the slightest hesitation, not even a blink of his eyes. It was as if Chu Jing had asked him to slay not the ancestor of martial arts, but an insignificant ant, for he didn't regard the three terrifying figures above as worthy of notice at all. The moment his words fell, Shi Riyu stood up swiftly, sharply looking back at the sky, which was in upheaval due to a terrifying aura. The gang wind, sharp as knives, surged down from the cracks of the shattered sky, the blood-red garment flapping fiercely in the wind. Shi Riyu's gaze, burning like fire, instantly crossed the boundless void, landing on the three figures suspended in the sky. His right hand grasped the void, and in his palm appeared a blood-colored long spear engulfed with ominous blood-fiend chi, its spearhead flowing with dark red annihilation thunder. The spear's blade trembled, emitting a humming sound. At the instant Shi Ryu took out the warrior, Fu Pinglan's expression turned incomparably grave, an invisible spiritual perception warning him, a chill from the depths of his very soul making him suddenly look all around. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. Unbeknownst to them, in the chaotic, energy-ravaged void surrounding them within the fragmentary sky, stood figures either as ethereal as smoke or as solid as mountains. Like gods walking out from the river of time, they appeared silently in the void. A whole 10 figures, together with the 2 ancient ancestors below, totaling 12. 12 ancient ancestors, each distinct in appearance and aura, all emanating an ancient presence capable of extinguishing spacetime. Though they didn't deliberately exert pressure, the intertwining of invisible Tao rhyme and cold-killing intent had already encircled Fu Pinglan and the other 2 completely. Like ancient fierce beasts eyeing their prey, they blocked all space and retreat routes around the 3. Please, everyone follow me, to slay these three beasts for the ancestral Tao. Ryu roared a long howl that split the clouds, leaped into the sky with his spear, and the thunderous sound shook the universe. Kill! The word kill burst out, like a war horn against the heavens, piercing the eternal silence, igniting the disaster flame sealed for ages. Ryu's body transformed into a blood-colored fiendish light, tearing through the sky, leading the charge with his blood spear. Behind him, 11 silhouettes of ancient ancestors, their murderous aura soaring into the sky, causing the sky-covering fiendish clouds to boil, turning into 12 extinction beams, like 12 burning meteors against the world, defiantly piercing upward, directly rushing at those three descending celestial suns. The next moment, the cyan sky shattered, exploding with the sound of ancient rotten wood collapsing, piercing the soul. The heaven and earth overturned, like a glass mirror, shattering inch by inch, with countless fractures spreading across the celestial extent. The vast river of time, seized by supreme might, boomed down from the end of the shattered heaven and earth. Its torrents surged, engulfing the shadows of all ages, streams of light of the billion epochs, past images and future scenes overlapped, appearing and disappearing within the waves. The endless time fragments, like crystalline sand star rain, burst beneath the universe and earth, resembling a war field, pressing down, covering the 8 directions. Within an instant, Ryu along with the 12 ancient ancestors, as well as Pinglan and the other 2, were engulfed in it, entering the space-time domain. This place, separated by yin-yang, formed its own sphere, transcending the present world, was a time cage belonging solely to the ancestral realm, a space-time battlefield. Trapped in this absolute killing scenario set by the 12 ancient ancestors and forcibly pulled into the battlefield of the river of space-time, Pinglan's face was as dark as black ice, almost condensed into water, the thought of taking advantage too. Kill Chuzheng earlier shattered instantly by the reality before him. The 12 ancient ancestors all emerged, moreover in the universe's home field, with the favorable timing, geography, and unity under their control. The 3 of them had no chance of victory. The shadow of death was like a cold venomous snake, entwined around Pinglan's heart, but there was no time to worry about life and death now. Visit my virtual library Empire, Freeweb novel, for more. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the roaming light and shadows of the river of space-time, glaring fixedly at those 12 figures like gods and demons, his voice carrying an extreme chill, sharply questioned, "You all plan to aid Jingqiu? Why?" His voice echoed within the river of space-time, reverberating amid the disaster waves and light shadows, filled with immense confusion and anger. "The contest of the great universe is between us and Jingqiu. What does it have to do with you spirits who perished in the ancient times?" He took a deep breath, his voice rising. "Should he unify the great universe, how could you possibly have any survival? What kind of person is Jingqiu? How could he allow beings like you, resembling spirits and monsters, to remain in the world? You are courting your own doom." Though stern and intense in tone, his mind was heavier than ever. The 12 ancestors of the universe, this already represented half of the universe's fighting power, and these ancestors before him, all veterans prior to the tribulation, even the youngest one has been in the ancestral realm for over 1 billion years, with profound cultivation, not to be underestimated. Most crucially, the living creatures of the universe have always fought individually, cold and emotionless, ancient ancestors even more so. Aside from the battles with the great universe, there is absolutely no possibility of joining forces. But now, these ancient ancestors, because of Chuzheng, have joined forces. What an astonishing event, such unprecedented since the primordial era. Pinglan's eyes flashed with sharp light once more, speaking again, his voice like a frost blade, enveloped with biting cold. "Could it be that you believe Jingqiu can cause dead bones to grow flesh? Believing he could upend the wheel of life and death tribulation, allowing you remnants of the soul which should have long turned to tribulation ashes, to regain flesh and blood? Deluded." Pinglan roared, stirring immense waves within the river of time. He was already helpless, only hoping these words might sway the minds of some ancient ancestors. Chapter 672-463, Ancestral Realm Death Knell, Part 2. However, what responded to him was a deathly silence. The 12 ancient ancestors showed no reaction. A moment later, Erosion Sun Rain slowly stepped forward, not in a hurry to act, and spoke softly, "We are but souls of a perished world, our bodies dead and spirit souls seldom at peace. Now, in the form of god ghosts, we forcibly linger in the mortal realm, not entering reincarnation. With all emotions lost, desires emptied, lineage severed, incense forever cut off, we fight and devour each other daily, trapped like beasts in a cage, nothing more than walking corpses. Now, with the ancestral Tao showing mercy, willing to reopen heaven and earth, to recreate the universe, it is indeed a blessing for the beings of both realms. Though I am a residual soul and ghost, I am willing to lead the charge, labor like a dog or horse, assisting the ancestral Tao in establishing dominion over the two realms and clearing the universe." Saying this, Erosion Sun Rain took a deep breath, the light in his eyes dimming slightly. In the vast universe, billions of living creatures, the spirit platform covered in dust, memories of the past lost, 6 relatives indistinguishable, family and friends estranged. Blades and axes are wielded against one's bloodline, drawing swords on family and dependents. The way of the master is lost, elders slaughtered at the doorstep, peers killing each other beside the bed, morals collapsing, human relations extinct, rampant brutality surpassing even wolves and tigers. Observing their actions, what difference is there with beasts without spiritual wisdom? The vast universe is merely a prison where wandering souls and ghosts are eternally trapped in the mortal realm, forcibly shackled to the world, drifting without anchor. The road to reincarnation is forever cut off, the hope of returning to life turned to emptiness. Now they have no choice left. When the end comes, after experiencing the 5 decays, they will still die, better to die in battle, at least it is less painful. Upon hearing Erosion Sun Rain's words, the other ancient ancestors remained silent, clearly consenting by default. Pinglan's heart sank instantly to the bottom of the valley. He had considered many possibilities, and the current situation was undoubtedly the most troublesome. These ancient ancestors did not help Chu Jing because of the possibility of returning to life, but purely to fight for him until they established dominion over the two realms. The current situation not only concerns the plight of the 3 of them but also poses a great trouble for the entire great universe. These ancient ancestors did not act out of the illusionary temptation of returning to life, but with pure, death-defying sincerity, simply to clear obstacles for Chu Jing. This is more terrifying and harder to sway than any binding interest. In an instant, Erosion Sun Rain spoke no more, his eyes boiling with murderous intent, his blood-colored robe fluttering, his body suddenly leaning forward, and the fierce spear twisted with blood-fiend thunder in his grasp emitted a soul-crushing shriek. The tip of the spear burst out with a dim light, and its sharpness pierced through space-time, disregarding the barriers of time and distance in the universe. The spear light, like a fleeting shadow or startled swan, carrying the murderous intent to annihilate eternity, pointed directly at Pinglan's heart acupoint. Boom, the endlessly flowing river of time was unleashed, along with the explosive fury capable of obliterating heaven, earth, and the universe, ignited by the infinite killing intent simultaneously erupted by the ancient ancestors. Time fragments were incinerated, the river rose in a world-ending storm, past traces and future shadows twisted and crumbled in the explosive light, and the entire battlefield of spacetime was instantly like a boiling furnace of cosmic annihilation. Heavenly punishment reacted as swiftly as lightning, just before the blood-colored spear light reached his body, he flipped his hand, and a golden rod, heavy as if it could crush the star river, shimmering with talismanic patterns, appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, he placed the Tao Tribulation stick into Pinglan's hand. At the same instant, heavenly punishment raised his hand to probe the void, and with a draw and grasp, a battle saber with an edge flowing with viscous blood light was already in his hand. The moment the saber appeared, a murderous aura as fierce as a mountain of corpses and sea of blood rushed skyward to split the clouds. He immediately held the blade across his chest, using his body as a shield to withstand the life-destroying spear thrust of Erosion Sun Rain, which could pierce through space-time. Clang, the clash of gold and iron mixed with the explosive roar of law annihilation shook the ancient and moved the present. Heavenly punishment's body shook violently, the blood blade wailing in protest, and underfoot, the river of time and space surged with massive tribulation waves, causing it to collapse with a roar. Yet, this one spear thrust, he ultimately blocked. Erosion Sun Rain's expression remained unchanged, retracting his spear and raising it again, the spear blade tearing through the void, once more aiming at Fu Pinglan's head, as two other ancient ancestors joined in the attack. Fu Pinglan did not miss the battle opportunity, his expression cold, the Tao Tribulation stick in his hand emitted divine light, the ancient runes flowing on the staff seemed to come alive, turning into roaring blood-gold dragons. The martial path wore blood dormant within his body, like a suppressed volcano for millions of years, suddenly awakened, roaring through his body. Fu Pinglan raised his arm to hold the stick, channeling all his strength into the Tao Tribulation stick, and struck heavily. The Tao Tribulation stick, wrapped in the devastating might capable of shattering ancient spacetime, fiercely struck downward, simultaneously meeting Erosion Sun Rain's blood-colored spear and the world-destroying waves unleashed by the other two ancient ancestors. Boom, the sound of Tao destruction exploded violently at the edge of the rift in the river of spacetime. At that moment, it was as if billions of stars simultaneously perished, the raging energy stirred up a hurricane, instantly vaporizing that region of the spacetime river domain, transforming it into an abyss of annihilation capable of devouring everything. A divine light of crimson and dark gold intertwined, like the first ray of light tearing through chaos at the dawn of creation, carrying an unmatched ferocity, it shattered the spear light of Erosion Sun Rain that could pierce through reincarnation, even dispersing the blood fiend thunder entwined around his spear. The world-destroying torrents unleashed by the other two ancient ancestors, upon colliding with the divine light of the Tao Tribulation stick, resembled an apocalyptic sea of misfortune crashing against an eternal sacred mountain. The light tide exploded with a bang, surging back in a furious wave. The chains of the spacetime law contained within were forcibly crushed and disintegrated by the colossal strength within the Tao Tribulation stick, reduced to silence in an instant. Erosion Sun Rain and the two other ancient ancestors were instantly overwhelmed with anger and shock, as a colossal force, merging with the might of destruction, retaliated immensely. Even with their bodies tempered in the ancestral realm through eons, they were shaken to the point their blood boiled, their essence roiled, and they were uncontrollably blown back. Especially Erosion Sun Rain, who bore the brunt of the attack, his gun-wielding arm trembled violently, the tiger's mouth split apart, and threads of ancestor blood infused with laws splattered out, his eyes filled with disbelief. Fu Pinglan, wielding the Tao Tribulation stick, could single-handedly fend off three ancient ancestors, forcefully driving them back, including himself. The ancient ancestors. Present, none were not already in the perfection of the ancestral realm, their martial paths had reached the absolute pinnacle, yet at this moment, they still fell short by half a step. Fu Pinglan's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze passed over the few ancient ancestors encircling him and heavenly punishment, scanning across the other side of the battlefield. Elsewhere, that martial ancestor who stepped out of the chaos sea into tribulation was now already in dire straits. Though he had gathered half of heaven's fortune in the chaos sea, ascending to martial ancestor, before his breakthrough realm, his lifespan was already a candle flickering in the wind, with a hollow foundation, vastly different from Fu Pinglan and heavenly punishment. Even after entering the ancestor realm, he appeared to be over 60, with hair and beard all white, showing signs of aging. This fact, clearly perceived by the many ancient ancestors, had long been noticed. As soon as the battle began, the elder was utterly suppressed by the formidable aura of 5 ancient ancestors, with no power to retaliate. In that fleeting moment, he was locked onto by an ancient ancestor wielding the Sun Will Thunder bow, whose face was stern, and on the bowstring was gathered not physical arrows, but law arrows formed by intertwining destructive thunder and extinction sunlight. Instantly, the bowstring screeched like thunder, the bow bent like a full moon, the arrows shot like meteors. Swoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, 3 thunder sun arrows pierced through space and time, bypassed the hurriedly erected layers of defense by this martial ancestor, like death-seeking ghosts, precisely puncturing through his brow's ancestor acupoint, heart source life palace, and elixir field Tao foundation. The terrifying law tribulation power exploded within his Tao body. PFF, a muffled groan erupted, with blood mist across the sky. A short yet tragic howl hadn't even ended before his entire form was torn apart in the erupting thunder light and sun flames from within, like a jade effigy crushed by colossal strength. That horrific spectacle of the body pierced by a myriad of arrows, eternally frozen in the fragments of time. In the blink of an eye, a giant who had traversed chaos and gathered heavenly fate into Ancestor, fallen, Tao perished. The Ancestor blood, viscous like ancient magma, brimming with the essence of boundless laws, gushed forth like a breached star river, instantly dyeing the surging river of spacetime scarlet. Amidst the overwhelming blood waves, the martial Ancestor's unwillingness at the moment of fall, condensed into a soundless, formless funeral bell of Tao's demise that pierced through the universe's walls. Dong. 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 The toll of the bell echoed through souls, carrying mournful cries and the final intent that made even the gods and demons of all heavens tremble, ignoring the barriers of light and time, erupting instantaneously in the deepest sea of consciousness of every giant in the great universe's ancestral realm. This is the obituary of heavenly fate. The Ancestor has fallen, and the Tao has crumbled. A comrade in their same realm has perished. In the blink of an eye, 12 ancient ancestors reformed a formation, sealing Fu Pinglan and heavenly punishment firmly within the 10 directions absolute prison. The elders' faces were indifferent, deep like serene mountains, without a trace of urgency, casting their gaze downward at the two, like watching birds in a cage, regarding them as turtles in a jar. Heavenly punishment witnessed this scene, his eyes already as cold as eternal ice growing even colder. He took a fierce breath, and in the depths of those icy eyes, without the slightest hesitation, instantly made a decision. A transmission pierced into Fu Pinglan's sea of consciousness. I'll protect you to escape. Chapter 673-464, The Death of Heavenly Punishment, Devouring Fate. The Tao Tribulation Stick is the weapon to suppress the fortune of martial arts. It must not be buried here. I am already powerless to break through. Only you, with the Tao Tribulation Stick, have a slim chance of survival. Fu Pinglan's expression was as cold as iron. The golden light of the Tao Tribulation Stick in his palm surged violently, sweeping across with one strike, shattering endless waves of tribulations, once again forcing back 4 advancing ancient ancestors by half a step, but his figure also slightly trembled, suffering a backlash. He was unmoved by heavenly punishment's telepathic message, indifferent with no response. In his eyes there was only the absolute thought of a desperate battle to the death. In such a desperate situation, to speak of escaping alive was nothing more than a whimsical fantasy. Master. Heavenly punishment's voice rang out again, this time, like a creature frozen for 10,000 years, trembling like a candle in the wind, almost pleading, I beg you, leave. His voice grew heavier. He knew very well the current situation. Even if the martial Ancestor were to be resurrected, wielding the Tao Tribulation Stick, trapped by 12 ancient ancestors, they would find it difficult to escape unscathed. And the 2 of them were not the martial Ancestor, unable to use the vast martial arts' heavenly fortune to protect themselves, especially now in the vast universe, where the heavenly destiny true spirit of the great universe could not reach, almost completely isolated and unsupported. In an instant, heavenly punishment spoke again, each word cutting like a knife. If you die here, the Tao Tribulation Stick falling into the hands of Chu Jing, 1/3 of the martial arts fortune will be trapped in the universe. The future extent of its return is unknown. With the Tao War imminent, a single misstep now could lead to the collapse of martial arts, never to recover, and then, you and I will be the real culprits of the martial arts' downfall. The collapse of martial arts. 4 words, like a death knell, exploded in Fu Pinglan's mind. As soon as heavenly punishment's words fell, his gaze suddenly dimmed, all thoughts in his eyes completely obliterated, turning into a kind of desperate resolve. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, along with the blood-colored battle saber in his hand, erupted into an indescribable blinding blood light, like the burning blood flame that illuminated past, present, and future. Go! A roar that seemed to come from the 9 netherworlds purgatory echoed through time and space, shaking the river of time. Heavenly punishment, the youngest martial ancestor since the founding of the martial hall, instantly turned himself into a blazing blood-colored Tao torch. In the blink of an eye, He had burned all the flesh, bones and sinews of his body, his essence, and even the martial arts seed, using himself as the firewood to ignite the world-burning catastrophe flame beyond constraints. Fu Pinglan's expression changed instantly. Dissolving the martial arts seed meant that heavenly punishment gave up the possibility of entering the ancestral realm in reincarnation again. This was heavenly punishment cutting off the hope of reincarnation, burning his life's Tao fruit, just to gain a slim chance for him. Boom, the power exchanged by sacrificing his whole foundation, enough to incinerate countless Tao, condensed into a world-shattering burning Tao blood blade, forcibly tearing apart the nearly perfect space-time law chain laid by the 12 ancient ancestors together, cutting open a fleeting path of life in the surging waves of tribulation. At the same time, the last bit of heavenly punishment's burning flesh and blood essence and the remaining ancestral soul transformed into a pure torrent of blood, all poured into the Tao tribulation stick in Fu Pinglan's hand. Buzz, in an instant, the Tao tribulation stick wailed like a dragon's cry, the dark gold rod body instantly stained with blood red, a fierce divine power carrying heavenly punishment's ancestral soul roared within the rod body like a raging ocean storm. Master, go! Heavenly punishment's final divine sense exploded in Fu Pinglan's sea of consciousness, vanishing completely into the burning blood flames in a flash. Fu Pinglan's eyes instantly turned a deep red as blood. He didn't hesitate for a moment, not even glancing back at the extinguishing blood torch, using the power ignited by heavenly punishment's soul foundation in the Tao tribulation stick. His body transformed into a blood comet tearing across time and space, fiercely bursting through that rift opened by sacrifice. In an instant, he escaped the deadly blockade laid by the 12 ancient ancestors, and within just a few breaths, he could cross the boundary separating the universe and the great universe, escaping alive. But those few breaths were far too long for the many ancient ancestors. Erosion Sun Rain remained expressionless, gesturing with a raised hand. The remaining 11 ancient ancestors all gave chase, in an instant ready to encircle again. Buzz, the Tao tribulation stick in Fu Pinglan's hand suddenly trembled violently. An extremely illusory projection suddenly appeared from the intertwining of dark gold and blood red on the rod body. Yanfeng? Seeing this projection, the pursuing Erosion Sun Rain and several ancient ancestors at the forefront were instantly shaken in spirit, their actions subconsciously pausing for a moment. Chase. Erosion Sun Rain was the first to react, his voice like thunder, exploding in the sea of consciousness of the remaining ancient ancestors. Yanfeng is dead, long destroyed in both form and spirit. This is just a wisp of residual thought projection attached to the Tao tribulation stick. The ancestral Tao is right behind us, no need for hesitation, kill. Erosion Sun Rain's roar was like a cold splash of water, instantly awakening the ancient ancestors. Previously ordered not to harm Yanfeng was the ancestral Tao's command, but now Yanfeng had long been disintegrated. This shadow was nothing but a residual thought about to dissipate. Naturally, Chu Zheng's requirements took precedence. Slaying Fu Pinglan and bringing back the martial arts divine weapon was their sole task at this moment. However, it was this one breath of hesitation caused by Yanfeng's shadow that had already opened a life and death chasm for someone like Fu Pinglan, who was at the peak of Ancestor realm. He had never glanced at the projection, his eyes were only on the boundary barrier that was within reach. This one breath had given Fu Pinglan invaluable time, enough to extend the distance between life and death. He, like a comet across the moon, his body once again shot forward a great distance, almost touching the eternal boundary barrier that exuded an ancient and boundless aura. Don't run. Stay. The Erosion Sun Rain, along with 11 ancient ancestors, pursued once more, like 12 world-ending winds of tribulation, tearing through the barriers of time and space, carrying the momentum to overturn all heavens, once again closing in behind Fu Pinglan. At this moment, they no longer hesitated at all, vowing to execute Fu Pinglan along with the Tao tribulation stick right there. At this critical life-threatening moment, Fu Pinglan suddenly turned around, the sorrow in his scarlet eyes faded, leaving only extreme intensity, like the madness of an exploding sun. Facing 12 angry ancestral realm assailants, he chose not to defend, but to counterattack almost to the point of mutual destruction. Martial path never extinguishes. A roar that seemed to burst forth from the primordial chaos shook the entire boundary. Fu Pinglan's hands gripped the Tao Tribulation stick tightly, and the dim divine light on its shaft was ignited once again. This time, it was not merely the remaining force that burned, but all of his blood chi and ancestor origin. Every drop of true blood containing the essence of the ancestral realm, every inch of muscle and bone filled with the grand momentum of martial arts, turned to kindling, igniting the path for the strike. Boom, an indescribable, world-shattering fierce power that could burn all heavens and reopen chaos erupted from Fu Pinglan's body. In his grasp, the Tao Tribulation stick was no longer a mere weapon, but transformed into a raging sea that overturned the cosmos. At this moment, his eyes only locked onto the 12 charging figures, ignoring all attacks, his gaze fixed on the incoming 12 shadows, burning blood chi, the Tao seed dazzling, all essence within him pouring into this strike. Strike out. The momentum is like a tribulation sea overwhelming heaven. Crack, boundless might erupted with the strike, its edge aimed not at a person, but directly at the foundation of this vast universe. The staff fell. As if the divine acts of creation returned to the world. The entire vast universe shuddered under the aftermath of this strike, with chilling tremors, unable to bear the weight. Centered at the boundary wall, countless visible cracks like a spider web of apocalypse instantly spread into the endless void, laws wailing, heaven and earth order disintegrating. In an instant, across the vast regions of the universe, 128 divine mansions, over 60 divine mansion territories were affected. The divine territory, governed by numerous pavilion masters, stable as a rock, seemed to encounter a world-ending catastrophe, the core areas of divine mansions shaking and about to collapse, heaven and earth laws manifested, forming pillars whose light flickered, nearly extinguished, as trillions of living creatures found themselves bewildered, instantly feeling the apocalypse looming. And at the forefront, closest to the impact, were the erosion sun rain and 5 other ancient ancestors. Pooh, 5 muffled and painful sounds of blood spurting forth almost echoed simultaneously. The fierce blood spear wielded by the erosion sun rain was forcefully bent by the aftermath of the Tao Tribulation stick, wailing piercingly. The whole person seemed oppressed by the ancient divine mountain, with protective space-time laws shattered, the chest visibly sunken, spewing out a mixture of organ fragments and shattered law golden-red ancestor blood, staining a vast section of the star dome. The remaining 4 ancient ancestors also suffered terribly, some losing their weapons, their souls and bodies splitting apart, or their bodies torn completely by the tribulation winds, revealing chilling bone wounds, shocking to behold. None of the 5 were spared, all bloodied, flying backward as they spat blood, their auras dwindling like a dying candle, critically wounded, unable to recover quickly, thus unable to pose any threat to Fu Pinglan. Fu Pinglan's strike, fueled by burning life origin, wielding the Tao Tribulation stick, carried with it the martial arts' heavenly fortune left by 2 deceased martial ancestors, its power enough to horrify the world. If not for the shared suffering by the ancient ancestors alongside erosion sun rain, surely someone would have perished under this strike. With this earth-shaking strike's counterforce and the chaotic space-time it caused by shaking the boundaries firmament, Fu Pinglan's figure, enveloped in blood flames, like a cut-off kite, shot backwards like a blood arrow, stumbling headfirst into the boundary wall. His figure was instantly engulfed by the familiar yet alien law aura of the great universe. Fu Pinglan glanced back, looking at the 12 figures like gods and demons beyond the boundary, his eyes as deep and cold as stagnant black water. In the end, he crossed the boundary alive, entering the domain of the great universe. Behind him, the vast universe shattered, over 60 divine mansions trembled and wailed. Until Fu Pinglan crossed the boundary, Yan Feng's projection flickered briefly on the Tao Tribulation stick before it slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Fu Pinglan's figure vanished into the starlight of the great universe, leaving behind the terrifying mark of the stick that lingered in the universe for a long time. 12 ancient ancestors stood before the boundary like frozen statues. The chaotic temporal turbulence beside them slowly calmed down, while the aura of ancestor blood and destructive energy waves still permeated the void. Their gazes penetrated the distorted light and shadow of the boundary barrier, watching Fu Pinglan's figure gradually disappear into the depths of the starlight of the great universe, with no one pursuing. They could not cross this boundary. Dead silence enveloped these 12 powerful beings who had survived from the late primordial era until now. Yan Feng slowly lowered his head, looking at the slightly bent and dimly gleaming blood-colored long spear in his hand, the shaft of which was still stained with the golden blood splattered by Fu Pinglan and the ancestor blood that flowed from his own cracked tiger's mouth. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertip brushing over the cold spear shaft, feeling the slight damage and lingering killing intent. After a moment, he lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the many other ancient ancestors with similarly somber auras beside him, and spoke slowly, his voice low and calm, "Return to confess our sins." Even though they besieged 2 ancient ancestors, they failed to slay Fu Pinglan, failed to seize the Tao Tribulation Stick, and even suffered a counterattack that severely injured 5 of them, shaking the very foundation of the universe. It was undoubtedly a complete failure. And for failure, it was naturally necessary to confess their sins to the ancestral Tao and bear the consequences. In an instant, 12 figures, like ink merging into the void, silently and soundlessly disappeared before the boundary. Space fluctuated slightly, and in the next moment, they had returned to the summit of the solitary peak, arriving outside the entrance of the secluded long corridor. However, the scene before them caused all the ancient ancestors, including Yan Feng, to be profoundly shocked once more. Chu Zhang's figure was not in the corridor but had somehow ascended to the highest point of the solitary peak, standing at the center of the shattered heavenly dome. At this moment, Chu Zhang was enshrouded in an indescribable aura, vast and boundless. Surrounding him was neither immortal chi nor mana, but heavenly fate. This immense heavenly fate, derived from the 2 recently fallen ancestral realm of martial Tao, was bound by the laws of the great realm of the universe, unable to immediately return to the cosmic origin, it could only wander and flow within this realm. These 2 strands of heavenly fate, at this moment, were like 2 restless dragons bound by invisible chains, absorbed by some invisible pull, converging towards Chu Zhang at the center of the heavenly dome like rivers flowing into the sea. Chu Zhang's eyes were closed, suspended in the air, his robes flapping in the invisible torrent of heavenly fate. His features remained elegant, yet there was an indescribable majesty and a hint of greed between his brows. It was heavenly majesty, and an endless craving for heavenly fate of the universe. His hands were slightly open, as if embracing the universe into his arms. This chapter's true source is my virtual library empire, MV Limp-YR. The aura around him was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. The gentle aura belonging to a chi cultivator was instantly torn apart, replaced by a supremely tyrannical nature that devours all realms and commands the river of fate. His body was like a bottomless abyss, frantically absorbing and refining the vast heavenly fate rushing towards him, enough to drive all living creatures in the mythical domain mad. Yan Feng and the others could clearly feel a heart-palpitating ripple, centered on Chu Zhang, spreading wildly in all directions. Chu Zhang sensed the arrival of Yan Feng and the others, but at this moment, he had no time to care. Whether Fu Pinglan lived or died, he no longer wished to be concerned nor had the time to pity the 12 ancient ancestors who had fought bloodily for him and returned severely wounded. His mind was completely immersed in the supreme ecstasy brought by the heavenly fate entering his body, reaching directly to the origin. It was power, it was authority, and it was the key to breaking free from shackles, wielding the river of his own fate. It was the celestial staircase leading to ascend to the highest ancestral realm. Every strand of heavenly fate integration made him feel the leap in the level of life, and a deeper mastery of the laws of heaven and earth. It was only today that he finally touched that chessboard, which had long since appeared in his sight, penetrating through past and future, encompassing eons. Chapter 675-465, 10% Heavenly Fate, Martial True Spirit. Erosion Sun Rain looked at the figure in the high heavens that devoured the heavenly fate, a complex shimmer flickering in his eyes, but more so a nearly fervent delight. He was the first to kneel on one knee, his head bowed deeply, blood-colored long spear placed horizontally before him, speaking in a deep voice. Subordinate was unable to stop the enemy, carelessly allowing Fu Pinglan to escape, leaving behind future troubles. I come to seek forgiveness from Ancestral Tao. The remaining 11 ancient ancestors, regardless of the severity of their injuries, followed suit and kneeled silently like mountains, quietly waiting for Chu Zhang, who was transforming upon the heavenly dome, to speak. In the heavenly dome, the invisible heavenly fate gradually retracted. Chu Jing, like a parched desert meeting sweet rain, akin to a great snake on the verge of becoming a dragon, frantically absorbing nutrients on the edge of transformation. As heavenly fate entered his body, Chu Jing's perception of the laws between heaven and earth became unprecedentedly clear and sensitive. The grass and trees of the vast universe, the operation of laws, even the subtle traces of heaven and earth origin were reflected in his sea of consciousness like patterns on his palm. He could even vaguely touch the deeper core that maintained the operation of this realm. However, beneath this perception, an invisible yet extremely strong repulsive force continually surrounded him, the very laws of vast universe repelling him as an outsider. The foundation of heavenly fate within him from the great universe was incompatible with this realm's laws, like oil and water, their boundaries starkly distinct, fundamentally unable to merge. The heavenly fate of the two realms remained clearly separated in his body, unable to communicate. Chu Jing had long sensed this situation. Upon first entering vast universe, he discovered the heavenly fate he bore from the great universe was isolated outside by this realm's laws, completely unusable as if sealed. At that time, he was puzzled but unable to delve deeper. However, he could be 100% certain that the vast heavenly fate belonging to those two ancestral realms of martial Tao had indeed entered his body at this moment, absorbed by the luck-stealing skill, becoming thoroughly a part of him, surpassing the restrictions of domain laws. Yet, like before, the heavenly fate he absorbed into his body was sequestered outside the rules of vast universe. Several hours later, the vast stream of heavenly fate finally subsided slowly, merging completely into Chu Jing's limbs and bones. His figure suspended in the heavenly dome emitted a sense of unprecedented perfection and gravitas. What a pity, Chu Jing looked inward at himself with a light sigh. He could feel that the fallen heavenly fate was not fully obtained by him. A significant portion of heavenly fate was drawn away by the force from Fu Pinglan's Tao tribulation stick during the aftermath of the battle, partially lost, unable to be completely captured. Nevertheless, combined with the immortal Tao heavenly destiny he had previously gathered at the immortal crossing ceremony within the great immortal realm, the total quantity of heavenly fate now accumulated within him still reached an astounding 10%. This meant that the boundless great universe, with its inherent will of heaven and earth and the authority of the great Tao, had none other than 1/10 fallen into his Chu Jing's hands. The ticket to allow two living creatures of the mythical domain to cross into the ancestral realm was held in his palm, enough to become the cornerstone for him to pry the structure of two realms in the future, interfering in the Tao war. Long after, the turbulent aura surrounding Chu Jing due to heavenly fate infusion finally calmed, he opened his eyes, the divine light within restrained, deep as an abyss. He slowly descended from the heavenly dome, returned to the solitary peak. Stopping in front of the secluded corridor, his gaze peacefully swept across the ancient ancestors below, still kneeling on one knee, their breasts solid, bearing injuries. "Everyone, please rise." Chu Jing was silent for a moment, faced the many ancient ancestors, made a courteous gesture with his hands. "For your aid in today's battle, thank you, everyone. The favor of your aid today, Chu Jing, will keep in mind." With those words spoken, Erosion Sun Rain and the other ancient ancestors felt a shock within their hearts, shaking their heads in unison. Erosion Sun Rain saluted again, speaking respectfully, "Alleviating the concerns of ancestral Tao is our duty, dare not claim credit." Chu Jing was well aware, even if Erosion Sun Rain and others showed utmost reverence and even fervor toward ancestral Tao, he would not truly place himself above these giants of eternity. He understood that his current level of cultivation was yet insufficient to truly subdue them. Today's battle was also entirely due to their exertion, making it necessary to maintain proper measure. In the future, where their support is needed, it will only increase and become more dangerous, at least requiring the most basic respect. Chu Jing's gaze swept across the marks on Erosion Sun Rain inflicted by the Tao tribulation stick and the waning aura of several ancient ancestors, causing a momentary apprehensive chill within his heart. The martial path, indeed the strongest Taoist orthodoxy among the paths, facing enemies 4 times their strength, Fu Pinglan's trio could erupt with such terrifying combat power, not only severely injuring over half the enemies but even allowing one to escape. However, regarding Fu Pinglan's life or death, Chuzheng was no longer too concerned. A Fu Pinglan who fled heavily injured could no longer pose any fatal threat to him. What he truly needed to focus on now was his own cultivation realm. The top priority was to quickly increase his cultivation level. Originally, he was troubled by having nowhere to gather heavenly fate. Fu Pinglan's trio was truly timely rain, not only delivering heavenly fate but far exceeding his expectations. Yet absorbing such vast heavenly fate is only the beginning. He also needs to thoroughly refine it, control it, and use it as an opportunity, borrowing the power of heavenly fate to suddenly step into the supreme threshold of the ancestral realm. Only by entering the ancestral realm could he truly wield the vast heavenly fate within him, combined with the numerous ancient ancestors present, then truly possess the power to influence the grand situation. Chapter 676-465, 10% Heavenly Fate, Martial True Spirit, Part 2. However, his current cultivation is only at the early stage Immortal Monarch, and his chi refinement's cultivation has just crossed the threshold of the Golden Immortal Sect. To reach the ancestral realm, it seems that it will take quite a considerable amount of time. Entering the space-time domain, the growth in cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. Even with the acceleration from heavenly fate in cultivation speed, a significant amount of time is still required. Moreover, the situation in the great universe is uncertain now. If the Tao War starts prematurely, causing a Taoist orthodoxy to gather heavenly fate excessively, it will create even greater variables, and time waits for no one. With his thoughts racing, Chuzheng quickly made up his mind. The best place for him to cultivate currently is the Chaos Sea. There is undoubtedly an excellent place for seclusion, with 100-fold acceleration in the flow of time, sufficient to save a significant amount of time. On second thought, Chuzheng shook his head slightly. The 100-fold time acceleration of the Chaos Sea is still somewhat inadequate for him at this moment. He needs more time to break through the cultivation bottlenecks, to refine and absorb heavenly fate, compressing this lengthy process to its extreme. Gazing at the many ancient ancestors before him, a thought surged in Chuzheng's mind. He raised his head, slightly bowed, and spoke slowly, "Everyone, I have a matter that requires your assistance." Upon hearing his words, without the slightest hesitation, Erosion Sun Rain nodded in response. Ancestral Tao instructs, as long as it is within our capacity, we shall respond without exception. I ask everyone to construct a place of seclusion for me in the Chaos Sea. Chuzheng paused, glanced over these ancient figures wielding space-time power, and stated the core requirement: the situation in the great universe is uncertain and will shift sooner or later. I need a place where the flow of time can be further accelerated beyond the 100-fold basis of the Chaos Sea. I want 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold acceleration compared to the great universe's flow of time, to strive for time to attain the ancestral realm. The many ancient ancestors were slightly stunned, as accelerating time had seemed like something never before considered. They might even deliberately slow down their own time. In this way, they could remain in the world longer. In terms of the universe's changing flow of time, accelerating time equals expending one's lifespan to exchange for cultivation realms, which is not worth it. However, Chuzheng's current situation is completely different. What he lacks precisely is time. Understood, we will go prepare now. Erosion Sun Rain snapped back to reality and nodded promptly. This matter isn't difficult, but it requires gathering a lot of resources, which will take some time. However, with our cultivation, we can accelerate time yet another 100-fold in the Chaos Sea, which is already the limit. Just do it, much appreciated. Chuzheng nodded. This 100-fold difference, combined with the Chaos Sea's inherent time flow, accounts for 10,000-fold in total, granting him ample time. Erosion Sun Rain rose and replied solemnly, "The subordinates will strive with all their might. The seclusion site for the ancestral Tao will be completed within 3 months." All other ancient ancestors responded in agreement. The universe is not yet peaceful, with some ancient ancestors still observing. The ancestral Tao's side cannot be left unattended. Please allow me to serve by your side. An ancient ancestor spoke in a deep voice. Following the sound, Chuzheng looked over, and the speaker was a lady, clad in purple, with sleeves hanging down, vaguely revealing the Luan bird pattern formed by golden threads, appearing to be nearly 40. Time had left a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes, yet couldn't overshadow those peach blossom eyes, which seemed to contain floating cold stars as her gaze shifted, deep as an ancient well. Her jade-white face without makeup bore a single black sand mark between the brows, emanating a dark sheen. Noticing Chu Zhang's gaze, the woman hung her head and said nothing, lowering her head further, instinctively avoiding Chu Zhang's scrutinizing gaze. Erosion Sun Rain glanced back at her, a subtle dark wave surged in his eyes, and finally nodded. Chuan speaks truly. The ancestral Tao's side needs someone for protection. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhang did not hesitate much and responded directly, so be it, I appreciate your effort. Currently, there are only 12 ancient ancestors present. According to the universe's great realm heavenly fate allocation, 8 ancient ancestors had not arrived. The universe, for him, was not absolutely safe. At least a small half of the ancient ancestors had ambiguous attitudes. After Ji Zhouyin accepted the order, the remaining 11 ancient ancestors swiftly turned and left to start preparations. Employing 11 ancient ancestors requires 3 months, making the construction of the seclusion site evidently more complex than Chu Zhang had anticipated. Chu Zhang watched the many ancient ancestors leave, then turned to look at the purple-clad woman, after a silence, inquired, "Your name is Chuan?" "Yes." The reply was cold, chilling to the bone. "These past days have been a burden. Just part of my duty." From start to finish, Chuan kept his head bowed, never once looking directly at Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang didn't mind this, and turned to sit cross-legged before the ruins of the corridor, closing his eyes to rest. The Great Universe. Martial Hall. The once torn starry sky, as a result of Fu Pinglan and heavenly punishment chasing Chu Zhang in successive battles, had gradually returned to a dead silent calm, with shattered star dust slowly gathering under the force of gravity, like silent wounds slowly healing. Yet beneath this calm lay surging undercurrents and heavy oppression. The riot triggered by the awakening of the heavenly destiny true spirit had already spread into the senses of every ninth-order martial Tao creature. Hiss, a space-time crack filled with intense bloodthirst suddenly tore open above the core star domain of the martial hall, and a figure stumbled out, none other than Fu Pinglan. At this moment, his robes were utterly tattered, soaked in gold-red ancestor blood, with sores eroded by the universe law covering his exposed skin. His breath withered to the extreme, like a dying candle in the wind, each inhalation carried a turbid noise, showing his exhaustion in his eyes. Without any pause, he forced out primordial chi, transforming into a dim streak of light and shot into the deepest part of the martial hall. In the central hall of the martial hall, the air seemed frozen into eternal ice, heavy enough to suffocate 3 figures with profound auras standing inside the hall. Ji Zhouyin stood at the center, his figure not burly yet seemingly the core of the universe's powers, with each breath drawing in the magnificent martial arts' heavenly fortune. His face showed neither joy nor anger, his gaze profound as the boundless starry sky, calmly watching Fu Pinglan stumble in. Wan Wenfeng stood to his left, furrowing his brows upon seeing Fu Pinglan's pathetic state. To Ji Zhouyin's right was an elder with hair and beard all white, exuding a long breath. He was Jin He, one of the few left from Ji Zhouyin's era, and the pillar of conservatism in the martial hall. At this moment, his gaze complex, he looked at Fu Pinglan with deep worry. Ji Zhouyin looked at the breathless martial path pillar before him, his expression was so calm it was almost indifferent, without any ripple, softly speaking, "You're back." Without waiting for Fu Pinglan to speak, he continued, "The heavenly destiny true spirit has delivered a decree, to execute you and take back the heavenly fortune." Ji Zhouyin's words paused slightly, in his calm gaze seeming to flash a chill that even froze spacetime. With those words, the atmosphere in the hall instantly solidified. The 4 inside knew full well the reason behind the decree. Fu Pinglan not only failed to capture Chu Zhang but also lost 2 ancestral realms, reducing martial arts suddenly by 1/10 of heavenly fate overnight. 1/10 heavenly fate, enough to shake the foundation of martial arts, enough to enrage the heavenly destiny true spirit that sustains martial arts. As the instigator of this operation, Fu Pinglan could not escape punishment. Upon hearing this, Fu Pinglan's cracked lips twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he remained silent, lifting his trembling arms with great difficulty, every movement tugging at all his wounds, ancestor blood seeping out once more. The Tao tribulation stick, stained with blood, lay quietly in his shaking hands, placed before Ji Zhouyin. As a martial cultivator, Fu Pinglan well understood the majesty and absolute authority of the heavenly destiny true spirit. Today, he could not escape death. The hall was dead silent, only Fu Pinglan's slightly heavy breathing and the light sound of blood dropping from the Tao tribulation stick on the ground. Jin He martial ancestor sighed deeply, closing his eyes, and Wan Wenfeng's gaze dimmed, struggling with complex emotions. Fu Pinglan's actions were not for selfish reasons, he too aimed to preserve martial arts but chose a different path. Ji Zhouyin stared at the Tao tribulation stick for a long time, his deep eyes as if containing countless stars being born and dying, a river of martial Tao fortune rushing. The decree of heavenly fate. After a long while, he spoke again, still in a calm voice, I refused it. Rejected? Ji Zhouyin's calm words exploded like thunder within the grand hall. Fu Pinglan was momentarily stunned, his pupils suddenly constricting, looking at the martial ancestor before him in disbelief. As a martial ancestor, to reject the decree of the heavenly destiny true spirit was truly an act against the heavens. The heavenly destiny true spirit embodied martial will, was the root of chi fortune, defying its decree could result in mild punishment from heaven, severe backlash from martial chi fortune, and possibly even the loss of the martial ancestor position. Has Ji Zhouyin gone mad? Why take such a risk? The eyes of the two people beside him also showed shock. As Fu Pinglan's mind was in turmoil, Ji Zhouyin's voice, as calm as an ancient well, sounded again, now, with the Tao war imminent, if at this moment I were to cut you down, reclaim your half of heaven's fortune, and hastily select a new martial ancestor. Ji Zhouyin's gaze swept over Fu Pinglan, speaking solemnly, not to mention the long time needed to adapt. What battle power could a newly appointed, unstable martial ancestor hastily obtain? The ultimate result would merely be a waste of this half of heaven's fortune, and it might lead to my martial path losing a pillar at the very start of the Tao war, falling into a disadvantage. Ji Zhouyin's voice was calm, clearly laying out the pros and cons. You may be at fault, but your foundation remains, your essence still exists. This half of heaven's fortune upon you can still contribute. Listening to Ji Zhouyin's emotionless analysis, a hint of coldness and self-mockery flashed in Fu Pinglan's eyes. Heh! A sound full of desolate derision escaped from Fu Pinglan's cracked lips. He suddenly lifted his head, those tired eyes boring into Ji Zhouyin, voice hoarse yet sharp, Ji Zhouyin. Do you think that like this, I would owe you a favor? If you had acted earlier, helped me intercept Chu Jing, could today's outcome even exist? Fu Pinglan's voice suddenly heightened, brimming with ultimate suppressed anger. Before, you accepted Song Lingxue as your disciple, surely you had already noticed something peculiar about Chu Jing. With your ability, capturing and killing Chu Jing back then would have been effortless, without any consequences at all. Nor would the current situation have occurred. Heavenly punishment would not die. Guazhen would not die. That one portion of heaven's fortune would not be lost. I would not be reduced to such a state. You stood idly as all this happened, and now, what kindness are you attempting to show? The last sentence was nearly a roar from Fu Pinglan, pulling at his injuries. Once again a mouthful of blood surged upward, which he forcibly swallowed, though an eye-catching pale golden blood line still trickled from the corner of his mouth. The light in his eyes contained resentment, despair, and unwillingness. After the roar, Fu Pinglan seemed to have exhausted his last energy, the fierce wrath in his eyes quickly dimming to nothing but boundless and infinite silence. He no longer looked at Ji Zhouyin, merely slowly lowered his head, gazing at his own blood-stained hands, voice deep, I returned only to send back the Tao tribulation stick and preserve my martial arts' heavenly fortune. I, Fu Pinglan, owe you nothing, just cut me down to take fortune. At this moment, his heart was dead and grey. That deathly grayness sprang not only from personal defeat but also from complete despair at the entire situation. Chu Jing has already acquired the ancestor heavenly luck, that one portion of heaven's fortune is already sufficient to firmly step into the Ancestor realm. Coupled with the ancient ancestors from the universe, who have been dormant for ages and are now subservient to him, this power is sufficient to overthrow all schemes. Content first released on m_VLEM_PYR. That's 12 ancient ancestors in total. With these 12 ancient ancestors helping, Chu Zheng's complete control over the universe is inevitable. Now trying to kill Chu Zheng is already thoroughly too late. Fu Pinglan's heart was full of bitterness and helplessness. When Chu Zheng devoured those two heavenly fortunes and obtained the loyalty of the ancient ancestor of the universe, the roles of hunter and prey completely reversed. The best opportunity to kill Chu Zheng was utterly missed. In the depths of his mind, he was all too clear about the chips Chu Zheng held in his hands. Chu Zheng is Zheng Chu. He originally held 2.5 portions of heaven's fortune, now plus the 1 portion acquired from killing heavenly punishment and Gui Zhen. He effectively has 3.5 portions of heaven's fortune. 3.5. What does this mean? It means more than half of the great universe has already fallen into Chu Zheng's control. Before the war in ancient times began, Zheng Chu held just over 1 portion of heaven's fortune, nowhere near 2 portions. At that time, the various Taoists rose simultaneously, heroes contended, countless strong beings tried to kill him, but ultimately failed. Instead he ended up steering the cosmos, redrawing worlds. And now Chu Zheng holds 3.5 portions of heaven's fortune, which is more than double the strength Zheng Chu had during ancient times. In fact, coupled with the help of the ancient ancestors of universe, with the two realms combined, considering 20 portions of heaven's fortune collectively, Chu Zheng already holds more than half. Looking back now, it's likely these ancient ancestors from universe were quietly laid out by Zheng Chu after the war in the late primordial era. He calculated for ages to come, calculated the need for strength, calculated today's situation. Thinking of this, Fu Pinglan's heart grew colder. Even his desire to kill Chu Zheng itself was a result of Chu Zheng's manipulation. If it weren't for what Zheng Chu had left behind in ancient times, revealing so many secrets, Fu Pinglan wouldn't have harbored murderous intent toward Zheng Chu. Nor would he have ventured into Chaos Sea, causing heavenly punishment to sink into the river of spacetime, resulting in his own severe injury and retreat, giving Chu Zheng hundreds of years to spare. Before that battle, he wouldn't have risked deep into the universe, resulting in handing heaven's fortune into Chu Zheng's grasp. Everything before him proceeds in the direction Zheng Chu anticipated. He has always been within Zheng Chu's chess game, just a confused player blinded by proximity. Chapter 678-466, True Spirit Warning, Taking a Master. This belated awakening has entirely shattered Fu Pinglan's last mental pillar. Though he stands there, his heart is barren, as if only an empty shell remains. Whether Ji Zhouyin kills him or not makes no difference to him. The future of the martial path and the two realms is essentially in Chu Zheng's hands. Everyone will perish. In the face of Fu Pinglan's death wish, the ancient, unchanging indifference on Ji Zhouyin's face finally shifted. He looked at Fu Pinglan's eyes, which seemed to have lost all brilliance, and let out a long and complex sigh, tinged with a barely perceptible regret. Pinglan, Ji Zhouyin's voice was no longer cold as iron, but carried a hint of sighing. I once advised you, told you not to be too attached to Zheng Chu. Such obsession would only backfire. He shook his head slightly, his gaze seeming to penetrate time, landing on a more distant past. Previous martial ancestors have long deduced the grand scheme. The great momentum is irreversible, and the time and space of eternity have already made its choice, which is beyond human power to resist and even more so beyond obsession to alter. As he spoke, Ji Zhouyin's gaze refocused on Fu Pinglan. The result of your stubbornness, now, you have witnessed it yourself. Heavenly punishment fell, Gui Zhen died, one part of heavenly fate was lost, the vitality of the martial path was severely damaged, and even aroused the anger of the heavenly destiny true spirit. All of these were caused by your defiance against the trend, forcing the unobtainable fruit. Listening to Ji Zhouyin's seemingly lofty teachings, Fu Pinglan's eyes showed mockery, his lips twitching slightly, yet he couldn't bring himself to smile, ultimately voicing a hoarse response. So? You spare my life, saying all this, are you hoping I can help you with something? Ji Zhouyin restrained all complex expressions and spoke gravely, I spare your life now, not out of old affection, nor out of goodwill, but to let you atone for your sins with merit. He paused, speaking words of stunning impact, to let you assist Chu Jing in the final step. You want me to help Chu Jing? Upon hearing Ji Zhouyin's words, Fu Pinglan's once lifeless eyes erupted as if a red-hot iron had been thrown into a lake, boiling instantly. He straightened his nearly collapsing frame abruptly, staring fiercely at Ji Zhouyin, his voice nearly tearing from extreme shock and anger. Ji Zhouyin, have you lost your mind? Heavenly punishment died because of him, with not even a bone left, form and spirit completely annihilated. Not a shred of true spirit escaped the universe, the Tao seed dissipated. Blood vengeance remains unpaid, blood debts unsettled, and now you actually want me to help him? You might as well kill me now. In the face of Fu Pinglan's volcanic rage, Ji Zhouyin's expression regained calmness, his tone indifferent. Fu Pinglan, heavenly punishment died because of you, the fault lies with you, not with Chu Jing. Had you not insisted on pursuing Chu Jing, disregarding the bigger picture, forcing your way into the universe, had you not blundered in strategy, getting trapped? Had you not been unable to protect your disciples, requiring heavenly punishment to sacrifice his life, burning himself out to send you to safety, how could heavenly punishment have ended like this? Ji Zhouyin's gaze was like a sharp blade, almost cutting open Fu Pinglan's chest. Every conflict between him and Chu Jing, traced to its source, started because of you. When he was trapped in the river of spacetime, it was already a warning. You dragged him into this avoidable deadlock again. You, Fu Pinglan staggered as if struck by lightning, violently trembling, stumbling back a step, his face turning deathly pale like gold paper, seeming as though it aged 10 years in an instant. PFT, extreme anger struck his heart. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed wildly from Fu Pinglan's mouth, the pale gold blood mist spreading, his body could no longer support itself, crashing to the ground, his hands clutching the cold ground, his head hanging low. Kneeling in a pool of blood, Fu Pinglan's body trembled violently. Suddenly, he paused, slowly got up, staring dead at Ji Zhouyin, spoke in a cold voice, did the heavenly destiny true spirit not issue any other decrees? Yes. Ji Zhouyin did not conceal it, nodding frankly, another decree is to exhaust all efforts to execute Chu Jing. The loss of a part of heavenly fate has already provoked the heavenly destiny true spirit. Having learned from the past, it fears a repeat of ancient times, and it reacted even before Chu Jing entered the ancestral realm. Fu Pinglan's expression regained calm, speaking in a deep voice, you also refused this decree. Correct. Ji Zhouyin nodded in acknowledgement, just like in ancient times, not only martial path, but I imagine the immortal path has also received the decree, and perhaps the ancestors of the myriad realms have sensed it. Even at this point, you still intend to help Chu Jing? Fu Pinglan's gaze was obscure, give me a reason. I seek peace of mind after death for myself and future generations, to enter reincarnation. Ji Zhouyin showed no hesitation, his eyes full of serenity. The struggle of Tao cannot resolve the fundamental problem, even if the martial path truly unifies, it remains the heavenly destiny true spirit controlling the universe. The heavenly fate belongs to the martial path, not to us. This is something I realized not long ago. The warning from the heavenly destiny true spirit precisely indicates its fear. Chu Jing is the only one who can change the situation in this world, whether in the past or now. At this point, Ji Zhouyin paused, then said, the so-called ancestral Taoist is merely a puppet of the heavenly destiny true spirit, but Taoist ancestor Jing Chu is different, he mastered the heavenly fate. At my age, struggling for this life holds little meaning. I wish to gamble on the next life. I won't force you to help Chu Jing, decide for yourself. The sincerity in Ji Zhouyin's words was profound, heartfelt with every word. Chapter 679-466, True Spirit Warning, Taking a Master. Fu Pinglan remained silent for a long time, but did not open his mouth to speak, turning around and leaving directly. The two tolls of the ancestral realm's funeral bell, piercing through the barriers of two realms and reaching deep into the soul, stirred the entire great universe. The events occurring in the vast universe spread rapidly, and an invisible storm brewed and swept across the myriad heavens and realms. Within the myriad realms, in the Pure Land, the seated Buddha upon the lotus platform slowly opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating layers of Buddha's light, zeroing in on the vast universe. In the Taoist school's 33 heavens beyond heaven, the phantom of the chaos green lotus swayed, the sound of Tao paused slightly, falling into stagnation. The entire great universe, due to these two funeral tolls and the earth-shattering news that followed, fell into an unprecedented undercurrent of turbulence. Within the great immortal realm, immortal light and starlight intersected on the canopy of the sky, 99 crimson gold suns reflecting golden red flames, boiling the layered and intricate glazed clouds to a rolling boil. Fairy Palace. Inside the hall where the immortal radiance flowed eternally, the immortal ancestor Feng Ting's eyes moved slightly, obscure and unclear. He received a warning from the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit. Almost at the same moment, in another corner of the upper realm, in a chilly grand hall, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's brow furrowed slightly. She also sensed the disturbance of the heavenly fate true spirit. She contemplated for a few breaths, a trace of decisiveness flashed across her serene and clear phoenix eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's figure, like a reflection in water, gradually dissipated in place, stepping into the rippling void beside her. In the next instant, she crossed the cosmic firmament, arriving in the skies above the Cangyun realm. She glanced at the vast earth below, her gaze indifferent. Taking a step, she entered the realm, arriving at the summit of a divine peak. This divine peak, already a pillar of the sky in the Cangyun realm, appeared extremely small before Moonlight Immortal Ancestor. The fierce wind whipped at her moon-white immortal skirt, the silvery halo on the hem flowing, utterly out of place with the mundane world. Standing atop the summit, her cold gaze, like tangible moonlight, instantly penetrated the mountain mists, layers of restrictions, locking onto a solitary courtyard atop the peak, where a white-clad figure sat quietly in cultivation. Her journey here was solely to find this one person connected to Chu Jing. Years ago, upon meeting Chu Jing, she had once deduced causality, and within the Cangyun realm, there was another line of causality associated with Chu Jing. Song Lingqing. The moment her gaze touched Song Lingqing, within Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's eternally unchanged eyes, it was as if countless threads of causality swiftly wove together, deducing. In an instant, she comprehended the causes and consequences. Chu Jing's wife's younger sister, Song Lingxue. More importantly, on this woman, there seemed to remain a faint trace of a special aura, faintly connected to Chu Jing and Song Lingxue. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor passed through the array restrictions, her cold voice, like the coldest mountain wind, resounded in Song Lingqing's sea of consciousness. Come with me and leave Cangyun. Song Lingqing's body trembled slightly. She abruptly opened her eyes, looking at the cold figure before her, instinctively standing up, with a trace of obvious terror in her eyes. The causality between you and Chu Jing will be perceived by countless existences. It may have once brought you protection, but now, it will only bring you endless calamities. Without protection, you won't live long. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's gaze remained unperturbed, her voice still icy. Except for me, in the present world, no one can protect you, including the current Chu Jing. With that, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor slightly raised her hand, her fingertips streaming with cold moonlight, transmitting some of the reasons for causality into Song Lingqing's mind, then speaking. Come with me to the great immortal realm, become my disciple, and I will save your life. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Song Lingxue's mind. Ultimately, she said no more, kneeling to perform the disciple's bow. Disciple Song Lingqing, greets Master. Great Immortal Realm. Moonlight Immortal Palace. The dizziness from the spatial transition had not yet fully subsided when Song Lingqing was completely stunned by the scene before her. Feeling the changes in the environment, she couldn't conceal her shock, her pupils slightly dilated from the overwhelming impact. In the void here, it was no longer the spiritual energy of the Cangyun realm but an almost solidified, liquid-like immortal qi. With each breath, it seemed as if countless pure energies rushed into her limbs and bones, bringing an unprecedented, almost bursting sense of fullness. She let out a muffled groan, her face instantly flushed red, and her body trembled slightly. This overwhelming immortal chi was like a ferocious beast to her yet unchanged physical body. Her meridians were stretched painfully, her bones made creaking sounds under the heavy burden, and her flesh was almost being forced apart by this violent energy from within. Pain and suffocation instantly overwhelmed her senses. Just as she felt she was about to explode and die, a cold palm lightly pressed against her back. Calm your mind, focus your spirit. The moonlight immortal ancestor spoke softly, her expression still cold, as gentle yet incomparably pure moonlight flowed from her fingertips like the most delicate icy spring, instantly surging into Song Lingqing's body. Wherever the moonlight touched, the raging immortal chi became as docile and peaceful as a tamed wild horse, flowing orderly along the forcibly widened and reinforced meridians. The process of refining the immortal body was completed silently, and the intense pain receded like a tide, replaced by a sense of rebirth, lightness, and clarity. In an instant, Song Lingqing's body had initially adapted to the terrifying environment of the great immortal realm. When the moonlight of the moonlight immortal ancestor reached the depths of Song Lingqing's sea of consciousness to probe the origin of her divine soul, her calm face showed a slight movement, a rare flash of surprise in her cold eyes. She withdrew her hand, her gaze as tangible as if penetrating Song Lingqing's soul essence, and slowly spoke, "Your soul is deficient and incomplete. It's been severed partially." There was a trace of inquiry in the eyes of the moonlight immortal ancestor. What is missing is the emotional thread, the part related to love, attachment, and obsession within the 7 emotions and 6 desires has been completely severed. Upon hearing this, Song Lingqing was greatly shocked. Long ago, she had vaguely felt that she seemed to be missing something important, but she had never thought it was a deficiency in her divine soul. Always read at the Sorcia Euro MV at Lemp at YR, however. As the observation continued, the moonlight immortal ancestor changed her tone, furrowing her brow for the first time, but the deficiency in your soul shows no signs of being altered after birth. Your divine soul seems deficient but is flawless and complete, as if born this way, without any marks of being forcibly severed or torn by external force or sealed by techniques. Strange. In her cultivation throughout the ages, she had seen much and was well informed. A deficient soul was common, whether in mortals or cultivators. It could be self-severance or injuries from heavenly tribulation's thunder, sometimes due to demonic possession during cultivation, or harmed by various special secret techniques, each natural or man-made disaster being different. But regardless, these damages would leave indelible scars or marks upon the divine soul. However, the state of Song Lingqing's divine soul, apart from its essential flaw, was pure and harmoniously whole in a way that was unbelievable, like a piece of jade naturally missing a corner, the break smooth and innate, not caused by any external carving or destruction. This situation, even with her long years of cultivation, was the first time she encountered it. The moonlight immortal ancestor carried a hint of confusion in her eyes, it contradicted her common understanding of souls. Gazing at Song Lingqing's slightly bewildered expression, a hypothesis suddenly surged in her mind. Unless, the deficiency of this soul had occurred before Song Lingqing's reincarnation in a previous life. Moreover, it was not during the time of the vast universe but during the true reincarnation road, where an anomaly happened. This was imprinted deep in her true spirit, an innate flaw. But this hypothesis undoubtedly brought more mysteries. Even the ancestral realm could not truly interfere with matters of reincarnation or trace the cause and effect of previous lives. If Song Lingqing's previous life indeed encountered the reincarnation road, then her cultivation should at least have crossed into the ancestral realm, yet no acquired Tao seed was seen in her divine soul, truly peculiar. She could not verify the truth of this guess. The reincarnation road had long ceased to exist in the world, almost becoming an unsolvable riddle that could only be sealed deep within Song Lingqing's divine soul. Song Lingqing surveyed the cold fairy palace before her, the unfamiliarity and the impact from her soul's hidden secret, making her somewhat restless for a moment. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to ask something, but stopped short. The moonlight immortal ancestor saw through her thoughts, her cool voice carrying a reassuring steadiness. "Here, you need not worry. No one can harm you under my protection." As for your sister and Chujing. The moonlight immortal ancestor's gaze seemed to penetrate the palace's barriers, looking toward the cosmic boundary. Now, Chujing is far stronger than you imagined. The heavenly fate and the power behind him are not something an ordinary ancestral realm can easily shake. She retracted her gaze, resting it on Song Lingqing. Peacefully cultivate. Enhancing your strength is the only thing you can control at this moment. Feeling the straightforward protection in the moonlight immortal ancestor's words, Song Lingqing suppressed her tumultuous thoughts and respectfully bowed. Thank you, Master. Since you've entered my tutelage. The moonlight immortal ancestor nodded slightly. I shall pass on to you the immortal law today. A flash of clear brilliance shot out from her fingertip, embedding itself into Song Lingqing's forehead. A profound spell named the Moon Soul Condensation Record was instantly imprinted deep within Song Lingqing's sea of consciousness. The scripture circulated, each word a gem, containing the supreme truth that directly pointed to the pinnacle of the immortal path. Chapter 681-467, Conversation, Taoist and Buddhist, 2. This method is the culmination of all the strengths of myriad laws, making up for shortcomings, and fusing with my own comprehension. When cultivated to completion, one can become the moon spirit, immune to all laws. Although your talent is not outstanding, you excel in diligent cultivation, and in the future, you may yet achieve great fortune. After imparting the technique, the moonlight immortal ancestor led Song Lingqing to a spirit pool deep within the fairy palace. Within the pool, the most pure moonlight power and innate spirit liquid converged, emanating a cool glow and a refreshing vitality. Enter the pool and operate the mental method I taught you to further adapt to the great immortal realm's environment and consolidate your foundation, instructed the moonlight immortal ancestor. Just as Song Lingqing entered the spirit pool, feeling the cold yet nourishing spiritual liquid, a figure enveloped in a heavy pressure arrived outside the fairy palace. The moonlight's brows slightly furrowed as she went out to meet it. Immortal ancestor Feng Ting stood within the hall in a light azure emperor's robe, his face devoid of the usual unfathomable depth, replaced by an unusual sternness. He didn't bother with pleasantries, his gaze as sharp as a sword, piercing directly at the moonlight immortal ancestor. Moonlight, the heavenly destiny true spirit has issued a decree to kill Chu Jing, and it cannot be delayed. He spoke rapidly, with a hint of urgency. I know that you have always been in contact with your brother Hao Yan. Can I trouble you to bridge the gap and contact several ancient ancestors of the universe? Feng Ting's eyes flashed with unprecedented sharp light. If we can manage to bring about this matter, this battle might well determine the fate of the two realms, and our immortal path enterprise has hope. Even though Chu Jing has 12 ancient ancestors to assist, they are just 12. The universe still has 8 ancient ancestors nearby, and they may not all be willing to uphold Chu Jing as the ancestral Tao. If we can win over just a few, even just 3 or 4, plus the 5 ancestors of the Immortal Alliance, numerous ancestor immortal soldiers, as well as the forces of the Martial Hall, myriad realms, etc., it would be entirely enough to wage war and eradicate Chu Jing, the root of the calamity, in a single stroke. And seizing this opportunity to directly initiate the Tao War is undoubtedly most fitting. There's no need to wait for the opportune time, we can determine the cosmic fate in one fell swoop. If we wait until Chu Jing himself steps into the ancestral realm, the risk will only increase. With his many heavenly destinies, his combat power might even surpass the ancient true beginning. Feng Ting's intentions were naked and direct, clearly resolved to kill Chu Jing, even intending to take the chance to overturn the great universe completely. However, despite Feng Ting's urgency, the moonlight immortal ancestor's reaction remained calm and cold, unaffected, her voice flat and unperturbed. As I've said before, I will not participate in this battle. You are an immortal ancestor, do as you wish. She did not conceal anything, directly drawing a line and stating her intention to remain uninvolved. Moonlight. Feng Ting's voice slightly deepened, carrying a hint of anger, his expression stern, without a trace of humor. You and I have known each other not just for a day or two. You may usually look down on my hesitation, but you should understand, when I act, it's either not at all or completely. Regardless of whether you participate or not. He stared at the moonlight's cold back, speaking each word distinctly. I will do this. It concerns the grand scheme, the continuation of the immortal path, and the great plan of eternity. It's no trifling matter. He took a deep breath, his tone bearing a hint of forcefully suppressed exhortation. I hope you won't act recklessly. Act recklessly? The moonlight immortal ancestor's eyes paused slightly, the serene Danfeng eyes clearly reflecting Feng Ting's figure for the first time. Beneath her gaze, an eternal ice seemed to surge. She shook her head slightly, her voice carrying a trace of sharpness. If I were truly acting recklessly, you would not have the opportunity to stand here and speak with me so peacefully. The situation between Chujing and I has reached this point because of you. Had you not stopped me from saving Chujing at that time, today would not have happened. You choose to serve the heavenly destiny true spirit, that's your business. I refuse to be a dog, bow to the heavenly destiny, collar my neck to be bound. As her words fell, the temperature within the fairy palace suddenly dropped. You brought Song Lingqing back, wanting to protect her. Feng Ting glanced deep into the palace, revealing Moonlight's intention to shelter Song Lingqing by saying in a deep voice, I can pretend not to know, she can temporarily be your disciple. Hearing this, the Moonlight's brows slightly furrowed. Feng Ting took a deep breath, his face slightly solemn, proposing his condition, send a message to Hao Yan for me, I will wait for him at the boundary. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor did not say more, raising her sleeve and gently swiping it, get out. A gentle yet irresistible force appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Feng Ting and unceremoniously ejecting him from the boundaries of the fairy palace, leaving him above the sea of clouds outside the palace. Feng Ting halted in midair, his expression unmoved, staring at the tightly shut palace gates for a while without immediately leaving. Only when a message tore through the sky, soaring up to be swallowed by the stars, did he finally turn around and vanish into the surging sea of clouds. Inside the fairy palace, within the spirit pool, Song Lingqing's eyelashes slightly trembled, seemingly stirred by this invisible confrontation. The Moonlight Immortal Ancestor stood by the poolside, gazing in the direction where Feng Ting disappeared, a trace of coldness flickering deep within her chilling eyes. The turn of events came much more swiftly than she had anticipated. It seems that this calamity in her destiny might indeed hinge upon this battle. Attempting to avoid it, to be wise and safe, can only be a temporary escape, not a lifelong refuge. Moonlight took a deep breath, lowered her gaze to look at Song Lingqing in the pool, and a complex emotion passed through her eyes. Judging by the current situation, her initial choice of Chujing was indeed not wrong. However, the heavenly destiny true spirit does not favor Chujing. The path she intended to take is ultimately a dead end. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed away quietly, like starry sand flowing through the Star River. Beneath this brief calm lay a massive upheaval and surging undercurrents within the structure of the great universe. Due to the earth-shattering upheaval erupting deep within the vast universe, the previously tense and gunpowder-laden great universe seemed as if a giant invisible hand suddenly pressed the pause button. The ancient Taoist orthodoxies that spanned between star domains, forever on the brink of igniting war, almost overnight, lowered their banners and retracted their claws. An indescribable tension and silence enveloped all directions, like the calm before a storm. The changes were most apparent among the myriad realms. The ancestral Tao, who had remained seated beyond the 33 heavens overlooking the cycles of the myriad realms since entering the Ancestor realm, left the Taoist ground. The purple aura that used to roll across the starry skies outside Yushu Palace disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only an empty meditation mat, its whereabouts a mystery. The Buddha, who resided at the Pure Land Spirit Mountain and had once made a great vow to save the vast universe with his own body, also opened his eyes and descended from the lotus platform. He did not speak, with each step birthing a lotus. The solemn Buddha light penetrated layer upon layer of star domains, aiming straight for the center of the storm, the vast universe. The sword ancestor remained missing. The once sky-reaching sword intent of the sword tomb, which made myriad paths tremble, was now dead silent, with not even a faint pulse of sword chi detectable, covered in cobwebs. Meanwhile, the Martial Hall, a colossal entity standing side by side with the Immortal Alliance, passed down since ancient times, though having lost 2 ancestor realms in the previous battle, saw the remaining 4 ancestors unyielding in silence. They hibernated in the deepest parts of the martial hall. Within the ancient halls, blood and qi roiled like the sea, and the Tao weapon clanged like thunder. A blend of the purest martial will was gathering in the dark, continuously honing, as if forging a divine weapon capable of cleaving chaos. They were preparing, waiting for that earth-shattering moment to come. Amidst this tense breathing of all paths, with ancient giants surfacing and turmoil looming, the depths of the chaos sea welcomed its true master. During this period, Chu Zheng's retreat has been completed. The retreat, painstakingly built by numerous ancient ancestors, was a massive hall gleaming with a silvery-gray metallic luster. The entire great hall appeared as if forged from solidified spacetime fragments, towering aloft above the star sea, with its vast structure exuding an oppressive presence capable of subduing all heavens. What was even more chilling was the time-space formation patterns encircling it, with the intricate, mysterious time-space runes directly etched into the void, meandering like living beings. A mighty, unmatched power of time-space surged vigorously among the array patterns, forming a natural absolute domain barrier, isolating internal and external time-space. Within these 3 months, the Chaos Sea had undergone a massive cleansing. All martial cultivators who stepped into the Ninth Order were annihilated completely, while other surviving martial cultivators were frantically fleeing toward the outskirts of the Chaos Sea, not daring to pause for a moment. Chu Zheng emerged from the space channel, his eyes landing on the towering ancient tree rooted atop the channel, the Ancestor blood parasol he had interacted with several times. Chapter 682-468, Hao Yan in Seclusion. This ancient tree, once lush and majestic, now looks in terrible condition. Its trunk, as thick as a dragon vein, is wrapped in strands of viscous, ink-like evil qi that exude an ominous aura. This evil qi, like maggots on a bone, continuously devours the grand essence yuan of the Ancestor blood parasol, causing its branches and leaves to wither and its divine radiance to dim. Chu Zheng's expression remained calm, without a hint of hesitation, as he raised his hand gently towards the divine wood tormented by evil qi. A stream of clear light flowed from his fingertips, crossing space and time, landing precisely on the heart of the Ancestor blood parasol. Hiss! In an instant, the persistent evil qi entwining the tree trunk began to surge under the cleansing of this clear light. In the blink of an eye, the pitch-black evil qi was expelled at a visibly rapid pace, dispersing and transforming into wisps of green smoke that faded into the void. The once dim tree of the Ancestor blood parasol immediately glowed with a warm and resilient golden-red divine light again. Though its branches and leaves did not immediately flourish, the vitality that wiped away the chronic illness had already begun to re-emerge. With Chu Zheng's current power, removing the evil qi for Wu Tong was no more than a flick of his hand. Seeing this, the Erosion Sun Rain, who followed Chu Zheng, stepped forward and explained softly, "This Ancestor blood parasol, you personally ordered not to harm its roots back then. Therefore, when cleansing the Chaos Sea, we adhered to this command and never touched it, leaving it intact." A slight ripple emerged in Chu Zheng's calm demeanor as his gaze slowly swept over the gigantic tree, which nearly stretched across the chaos boundary. Why? A faint trace of hesitation flickered deep in Chu Zheng's eyes. Zheng Chu. That self who has disappeared in the river of time, why did he specifically issue an edict to protect this Ancestor blood parasol that had no direct connection to the conflicts among various Taoist orthodoxy? Could it be that it is entangled in some causality that warrants such solemnity? This thought flashed through his sea of consciousness like lightning, but he did not dwell on it, cutting off the distraction in an instant. Past events and all sorts of entangled causes and effects had long become ashes in the cycle of time. Zheng Chu was Zheng Chu, Chu Zheng is Chu Zheng. At this moment, pursuing the reasons buried by time had no meaning for him, who was about to step into the supreme domain. All the answers, all the causes and effects, he would have unlimited time to slowly sort through and clarify once he truly ascends to the ancestral realm. As his mind tempered and thoughts returned to tranquility, a silhouette quietly emerged from the depths of the crimson gold crown of the tree, which obscured the sky. The newcomer wore a long robe of precious green, with a color as gentle as the new leaves of early spring, yet its texture shimmered with an immortal glow. Though appearing to be around 20 years old, his appearance was remarkably elegant and almost translucent, with lush green long hair that seemed to capture the purest wood spirit essences of heaven and earth. He stood serenely in the void, his aura seamlessly blending with the Ancestor blood parasol behind him. Wu Tong's gaze crossed the sparse starlight in the chaos sea, settling on Chu Jing, who was guarded at the core by Erosion Sun Rain and other ancient ancestors. His eyes were clear and calm, carrying an unmistakable sense of gratitude. He bowed slightly in Chu Jing's direction, then stood firmly without any intention of approaching for casual conversation. Their statuses had undergone a tremendous reversal compared to when they first met, and there was no need for needless words now. Chu Jing maintained his usual expression, slowly raising his hand to return the bow towards Wu Tong's direction. Their gazes met momentarily, neither speaking a word. Soon, Chu Jing's gaze moved past Wu Tong, landing on a towering silver-gray hall in the distance, which exhaled the mighty power of space and time. For now, quickly enhancing cultivation is the right path. With his thoughts set, without further distractions, Chu Jing shifted slightly as he prepared to traverse the void and enter the magnificent hall forged from spacetime fragments when a sudden ripple emanated from the void beside him. Buzz, the space rippled like water waves, and a fierce aura tore through the silence of the chaos sea. An ancient ancestor clad in simple battle armor, radiating an aura of iron and blood, stepped out from the newly lit space channel, appearing beside Chu Jing like a peerless divine weapon drawn from its sheath. Su Lingyun pays respect to the ancestral Tao. The newcomer bowed. With a valiant and firm appearance, though nearing 50, his eyes were as sharp as cold stars, exuding a piercingly intense aura. After the bow, he looked solemnly and spoke in a voice as resonant as clashing metal, reporting to the ancestral Tao, the Immortal Alliance Moonlight, acting for the immortal ancestor Feng Ting, sent a message inviting his brother Hao Yan for a face-to-face meeting. Hao Yan did not dare to act alone and has informed us of this matter. Su Lingyun paused, the chill in his eyes almost tangible, his killing intent bone-chilling, as he continued, Feng Ting's intentions are treacherous. Based on this message, I deduce that he likely intends to use Hao Yan as a lead to secretly connect with several other ancient ancestors in the universe who are still observing, intending to act against you during your retreat. His mind deserves to be condemned. Hao Yan. Chu Jing raised an eyebrow slightly, a frown crossing his brow, not with worry, but with a trace of inquiry, the elder brother of the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor? This name was somewhat unfamiliar to him. The vast universe, vast and boundless, contains as many as 20 beings in the ancestral realm. Of these, 12 have already aligned with him, but the remaining 8 maintain ambiguous attitudes. Over these months, they have not clearly stated their positions, but neither have they interfered in his previous conflict with the Martial Hall. This Hao Yan is clearly one of the 8 martial ancestors still observing. Hao Yan is indeed Moonlight's older brother. Erosion Sun Rain took over the conversation, nodding slightly, with deep eyes. Hao Yan is considered a junior among us. During the late primordial era, amidst the turbulent times, he was not yet born. Therefore, he has never personally seen you. His understanding of you is only based on rumors and records, ultimately separated by a layer, hence he still has doubts about you, and his heart remains hesitant, unable to fully commit. Chu Jing's gaze slightly narrowed, asking, does he have memories from his previous life? He indeed has memories of his past life, but... Erosion Sun Rain paused slightly, thinking for a few breaths before speaking. These memories were extracted with great divine power by Moonlight when her lifespan was exhausted before her death, forming a complete memory copy. She then entered the universe and found Hao Yan's residual soul in the soul origin pool, injecting all the memories into his residual soul to help him reshape his true spirit, hoping for his resurrection. At this point, Erosion Sun Rain's tone turned cool. Unfortunately, memories are ultimately just memories. For us living creatures of the universe, even if we completely absorb the memories, they're just like reading a history book unrelated to oneself, or a fleeting dream. The experiences and emotions like joy and sorrow, deeply etched obsessions, after all, are just others' experiences. Although Hao Yan possesses all the memories of his previous life, he cannot truly empathize. To him, those past memories are more like a distant story, so he doesn't feel much sibling affection towards Moonlight. Throughout, Erosion Sun Rain's words carried a tinge of sigh, as if empathizing. Humph. Beside them, Su-Lingyun let out a cold snort. A tangible killing intent erupted around, and the chaotic air currents surged violently throughout the star sea. Her eyes, like those quenched with the light of a billion extinguished stars, overflowed with coldness, decisively saying, "Ancestral Tao, for those undecided, harboring ulterior motives, my advice is only one word: kill. With thunderous means, wipe them out, eradicate their roots. The situation is unstable now, what use is leaving those with ulterior motives? It's just raising trouble for later, only to invite more problems. We should eliminate them while they haven't truly become a threat, so as to eradicate future calamities." At the moment she uttered kill, the void behind Su-Lingyun was torn apart. The needle-like, pitch-black sword she gathered silently, ready to strike. Erosion Sun Rain neither refuted nor agreed, simply standing quietly aside, awaiting Chu Zheng's decision. Chu Zheng's eyelids drooped slightly. The words of the two were like stones thrown into a deep pool, stirring only shallow ripples in his vast lake of mind, quickly returning to calm. Ever since heavenly fate entered his body, his emotional fluctuations have been gradually weakening, and his perception of external disturbances has been diminishing, hard to stir again. No rush. After pondering for a few breaths, Chu Zheng's voice sounded, seemingly infused with the rhyme of heaven, immediately calming Su-Lingyun's nearly boiling killing intent. "Wait until I emerge from seclusion, then we'll discuss the pros and cons." Chu Zheng's gaze was deep, the depths of his pupils reflecting that distant silver-gray hull which was exhaling the laws of spacetime. With the fall of the ancient ancestors, the heavenly fate they carried would naturally dissipate, returning to the universe. The heavenly Tao cycles, and it will soon be that a new life form at the peak of the mythical domain will sense this scattered heavenly fate. Seizing this opportunity, they might ascend in one step, achieving a new ancient ancestor status. Chu Zheng's expression was calm and undisturbed, his tone growing more indifferent. "This is the law of heaven and earth's cycle. Erasing these observers is just clearing a space for newcomers. The nascent ancient ancestors, their character and stance remain uncontrollable variables. Killing them only addresses the symptoms, not the root. Those newly emerged ancient ancestors, for their own protection, might not hesitate to choose to aid the Immortal Alliance." He slightly lifted his head, his gaze penetrating the barrier of the chaos sea, seeing the mighty stream of heavenly fate flowing invisibly and intangibly throughout the myriad heavens and realms, yet it dominates the rise and fall of billions of living beings' destinies. Only by entirely incorporating heavenly fate into one's palm, making it operate according to one's will, can one fundamentally eradicate future troubles. Chu Zheng raised a hand, his 5 fingers grasping the void, as if wanting to clutch the entire universe in his palm. Erosion Sun Rain's gaze slightly narrowed. Just then, in Chu Zheng's eyes, he saw the obvious ambition. With that, Chu Zheng spoke no more, taking a step forward, and his figure vanished from his original place, only to reappear silently before the grand gate of the silver-gray hall. The door was engraved with space-time array patterns more complex than the starry sky a billion times over. At this moment, as he approached, it awakened like a slumbering giant beast, flowing with gentle yet profound silvery radiance. The door, heavy enough to crush the stars, slowly opened. Inside was not the view of a typical hall, but a kaleidoscope of chaotic colors, where the boundaries of time and space were completely blurred, merging and flowing endlessly. Immense and vast, the power of the space-time law was almost substantial, rushing forward like a bursting cosmic river. Chu Zheng's figure did not pause, stepping decisively into the boiling time-space turbulence. Boom! The hall door closed heavily behind Chu Zheng, sealing off the inside from the outside. Find this HPTRS Sir N. At the moment the door closed, the entire silver-gray hall erupted with unprecedented brilliant light. The space-time array patterns enveloping it were instantly activated to the extreme, countless mysterious runes flowing crazily, intertwining and recombining, forming layers of visible time-space ripples, like billions of layers of transparent glass, firmly protecting the hull at the core. The void at the edges of the formation began to change strangely, the surrounding timespace being forcibly distorted and stretched by the terrifying power within the Hall, accelerating. Under the hundredfold time flow difference, those star fragments that previously moved as slowly as grains of sand and glowed faintly, suddenly transformed into streaks of blurred light, like frenziedly spurred warhorses, revolving madly around the star domain where the Hall resided at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, the Hall was obscured, leaving only the brilliant light net woven by intertwining star trails of countless streaks. Many ancient ancestors had long since tacitly retreated to a farther distance to avoid the influence of the array, with powerful protective divine light rising around each of them, resisting the escaping space-time turbulence. A hundredfold time flow, together with the chaos sea itself, a year in the great universe is 10,000 years inside the Hall. This time, the ancestral Tao's seclusion might culminate in one effort. Erosion Sun Rain looked at the area completely enveloped in chaotic light and shadow, a glint in his eyes. Chuan remains in the Chaos Sea to continue protecting the ancestral Tao. We shall return to wait for news. Hearing this, the many ancient ancestors left without any delay, turning away one after another. Just as living creatures in the great universe would be repelled when heading to the universe, so too would they feel discomfort lingering here for long. In the blink of an eye, beneath the starry sky remained only a woman dressed in purple. She glanced at the Hall shrouded by the starlit web, silent, then sat cross-legged beneath the starry sky, quietly waiting. Inside the Hall, it was an entirely different world. There was no distinction of up, down, left, or right here, only endless, roaring torrents of the space-time law. The space-time law exhibited a magnificent and deadly color, sometimes surging like a star river, sometimes collapsing like an abyss, and time was completely shattered here. Chu Jing suspended himself at the core of the space-time law storm, sitting cross-legged like an immovable divine mountain rooted in the depths of a turbulent ocean. The space-time law gathered to form a silver-gray robe, cloaking his side unmovingly amid the turbulent flow strong enough to tear apart the universe. A wisp of his divine sense entered the cave heaven world, arriving in front of Bai Nian, and he said in a deep voice, "Later I will enter seclusion. If you regret now, it is still time." This seclusion was of great significance. Before entering the Ancestor realm, he would not emerge, undoubtedly consuming an extremely long span of years and time. With Bai Nian's current cultivation, he might not last until Chu Zheng's emergence, running out of life. Chapter 684-469, Ancient Myths, Stirring Changes. This closed-door cultivation will not end in just a couple of hundred years. It will require at least hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of years. Otherwise, he would not have invited numerous ancient ancestors to help, going to great lengths to construct such a place for seclusion in the Chaos Sea. Bai Nian, on the path of cultivation, has ordinary talent that is not outstanding, and since he is not a native living creature within the cave heaven world, he previously failed to benefit from several cosmic changes triggered by Chu Zheng's cultivation progress. To this day, his cultivation has merely reached the fifth order. The historian lineage focuses more on nurturing and strengthening one's foundation, with ordinary combat prowess but comparatively longer lifespans than typical Taoist orthodoxy, though even these have limits. With Bai Nian's current cultivation, even with life-extending methods, at best, he cannot live past 10,000 years, even if his cultivation progresses further. Living beyond 100,000 years is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. By the time Chu Jing emerges from seclusion, Bai Nian is likely to have become mere bone dust. Originally, Chu Jing intended to send Bai Nian to the Great Universe or the Chaos Sea for temporary placement. At least time there wouldn't pass so quickly, and Bai Nian could entirely wait for his emergence, but Bai Nian refused this kindness. He seems to have already made his own plans. Bai Nian wishes the master success in cultivation. Facing Chu Zheng's reminder again, Bai Nian merely bowed, a slight smile on his face. "Make your own decision then." Seeing this, Chu Zheng did not persuade further, his divine sense slowly dissipating. Regarding Bai Nian's plans, he no longer wishes to delve deeply, finding it meaningless. By the time he emerges from seclusion, Bai Nian is likely already a corpse. Amidst the vast space-time turbulence, Chu Zheng's heart and mind sink deep into his body, observing the two Tao seals. Currently, his cultivation, on the immortal path, is at the early stage Immortal Monarch, Qi refining is at the early Golden Immortal stage. The two progress side by side, like dual pillars supporting the cosmos, extremely balanced. In the next moment, under Chu Zheng's urging, the Qi meridians throughout his body began to operate frantically at an unprecedented speed. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the immortal seal which represents the immortal path and condensed his core insights into immortal Tao laws suddenly erupted with billions of dazzling immortal light. The light penetrated his flesh, even faintly spilling outside the hall, adding a touch of sacred immortal radiance to the chaotic spacetime light outside. Stepping into the spacetime domain, cultivation growth no longer solely depends on replenishment from nature's spiritual energy but requires vast amounts of spacetime essence. And within this hall, numerous ancient ancestors of the universe have prepared enough spacetime essence to support Chu Zheng's ascent into the ancestral realm. This is the most time-consuming component of the entire hall, requiring collection from the river of spacetime. Achieving this within 3 months is impossible, as it's evident that erosion, sun, rain and other ancient ancestors have prepared long ago. For all living creatures entering the spacetime domain, cultivation growth requires reliance on the river of spacetime, particularly after entering the realm of ancient myths, where the need for spacetime essence explodes further. Accumulating it by oneself is a drop in the ocean. One can only project countless avatars into the river of spacetime, harvesting ample spacetime essence by tapping into the causal lines of past and future. The 10th rank second realm is named Realm of Ancient Myths because across various eras, it bears its name and leaves traces more or less. Yet, this cumbersome cultivation process has been greatly simplified for him by the ancient ancestors of the universe. At this moment, as the immortal seal rotated rapidly, large amounts of spacetime essence rushed into Chu Zheng's body, each rotation absorbing a century's worth of time essence. Its form became even more tangible instantaneously, and the Law Tao marks on its surface came alive, crazily evolving, intertwining, growing deeper and more arcane. During this process, Chu Zheng's aura began to awaken like a long-dormant volcano, ascending step by step, stirring the spacetime turbulence within the entire hall. With the expansion of the immortal seal, Chu Zheng's cultivation rose swiftly. Mid-stage Immortal Monarch. Late-stage Immortal Monarch. Immortal Monarch perfection. The immortal seal's expansion soon reached the critical point, its brilliance transforming from dazzling to restrained and profound, like the ultimate condensation before a star collapses. Vast immortal power surged within the immortal seal, each pulse shaking the entire foundation of Chu Zheng's immortal path, issuing muffled heartbeats akin to the cosmos's gestational movements. His pores opened wide, as if they transformed into black holes, devouring everything, forcefully refining, and absorbing the torrential stream of spacetime laws from outside. The light of spacetime array patterns in the silver-gray hall shone brightly, voraciously drawing energy from the star sea of 8 directions, transforming it into a substantial spiritual tide and infusing it inside. The entire chaos sea stirred with terrifying tides, forcibly extracting the cosmic essence from numerous great realms, converging toward the hall. Bang! The ear-splitting sound of heaven and earth creation exploded within Chu Zheng, the immortal monarch Tao seal, which was refined to the extreme, after absorbing a massive amount of spacetime laws and cosmic essence, underwent a qualitative transformation. The immortal seal did not shatter, it began to withdraw and contract. An exquisite pillar of light connecting past and present, emerged gradually, linking the essence of spacetime. This pillar of light spanned Chu Zheng's limbs, apertures, ultimately opening a vast river flowing with pure immortal Tao laws built by endless immortal light within the center of the internal universe. The immortal vein is formed. This formation triggered a cataclysmic change in Chu Zheng's aura, an emperor's might that truly transcends all immortals, sovereign over all heaven's laws, surged forth, piercing through the layers of spacetime barriers of the silver-gray hall, like a blazing sun traversing all heavens, rising out of nowhere, rapidly spreading across the entire chaos sea. Chapter 685-469, Ancient Myths, Stirring Changes, Part 2. Feeling this burgeoning energy, the violet-clad woman not far from the hall, a gleam of light flickered in her eyes. The immortal veins were like a slumbering immortal ancestor dragon, slowly flowing and breathing within Chu Zheng's body. Every pulse resonated with the external space-time turbulence, forming a vast tidal wave of laws. The emergence of the immortal veins not only signified an elevation of power level, but also meant that Chu Zheng's comprehension of space-time laws instantly leaped to a whole new level. His primordial spirit became incredibly condensed, like a deity forged from glazed immortal gold. At the moment the immortal veins took shape, the primordial spirit abruptly split into two incarnations, intangible and formless, carrying a strand of Chu Zheng's consciousness, bypassing the violent space-time turbulence within the hall, stepping out directly across the space-time barrier, merging into the vast river flowing endlessly through ancient times. One incarnation went upstream, back to the past, plunging into a time node shrouded in chaotic mist. Simultaneously, another incarnation went downstream, sinking to the lower reaches of the river, moving forward with the surging waves. At this instant, Chu Zheng attained an unprecedented clear understanding of the past and future. The lines of cause and effect became remarkably visible, escaping notice of his gaze. Thus was born the ancient myths. Past, present, future, three consciousnesses cultivating as one, sharing enlightenment. This is a heaven-defying method only achievable when comprehension of space-time laws reaches an extremely profound realm. At this moment, Chu Zheng's cultivation efficiency was further boosted, having surpassed the linear constraints of space-time, reaching an unimaginable state. The realm of the immortal emperor became as steady as a mountain in an instant. But this was merely the beginning. The frenzy of immortal path breakthrough had yet to subside, while another force closer to the origin of heaven and earth burst forth explosively within Chu Zheng. The foundation of the Qi refining lineage, at the early stage of Golden Immortal, under the stimulus of growing immortal path cultivation and the rampant infusion of space-time essence, rose like a primordial beast suppressed for billions of years, fully awakening. Qi refining lineage, from the start of cultivation, ascends from below, building jade bone, gathering Tao embryo, condensing golden pill, transforming yang god, to three flowers gathering at the top. Upon reaching the golden immortal stage, it shifts from above to below, as if retracing the cultivation path, with three flowers shattered, returning to the foundation of five elements, fostering the five qi within the chest, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, culminating in five qi towards yuan. When the five qi reach perfection, mixed yuan unity is achieved, marking the realm of primordial golden immortal. Nurtured by the space-time essence, the Tao seal on Chu Zheng's organs instantly expanded several times, with countless intricate and profound natural Tao marks emerging on its surface, like the most primitive imprints upon the universe's inception. Vast and majestic, chaos yuan qi, capable of bursting the star river, surged within, flushing Chu Zheng's limbs and bones, all over the meridians. During this process, the strength of his physical body began to soar at a terrifying speed, with a faint chaos-colored radiance emerging beneath the skin, and the bones emitted a clanging sound like those forged from divine gold. He at this moment resembled a reef standing steadfast within the river of space-time, swiftly enduring eons of time's erosion and polishing, amassing immense depth. The greatest distinction between Qi refining technique and immortal path lies in its lack of weaknesses. As cultivation advances, the physical body does not lag behind those martial cultivators who refine their physique. The five-colored Tao seal on the five organs quickly swelled to its limit, then began compressing inward. Each compression was accompanied by the terrifying sharp screech of the space-time loss forcibly torn and consumed. Amidst the tempestuous chaos yuan qi rinsing and compressing, Chu Zheng's body was continually torn, reassembled, and forged new. Each reassembly made him tougher and stronger, with micro-chaotic star nebulae seemingly spinning and ebbing deep within cells, further swell in vigor, wild as a sea in storm. As time passed, the Tao seal on the five organs gradually merged, converging into a resplendent Tao pill. After enduring the baptism of time, the Tao pill compressed to its extreme, absorbed a vast amount of space-time law essence before blasting open. It was not destruction, but rebirth. A torrent of power even more primitive and weighty than the immortal veins surged forth from the explosion's center, not blanketing the body's meridians like the immortal veins, but like the chaos divine thunder upon the creation of heaven and earth, penetrating every corner of Chu Zheng's body in an instant. Under the wash of this flood, essential metamorphosis occurred within his physical structure. His bones transformed into jade divine crystal capable of supporting the chaotic star river. Blood seemed to become red gold magma flowing with space-time Tao fire. The 5 organs and 6 viscera all evolved into cave heaven world inhaling chaos chi, and the body's meridians instantaneously became the chaotic star river connecting the internal and external universe. 5 chi unified, primordial golden immortal was achieved. During Chu Zheng's seclusion, the cosmic chess game that entangled the ancient did not cease. Under the incitement of various forces, a darker and tumultuous undercurrent surged. After leaving Chaos Sea, Erosion Sun Rain traversed among the myriad domains of the great universe, finally finding Hao Yan deep within an ancient divine peak. Hao Yan sat cross-legged at the summit of the divine peak. His aura was deep and condensed, back straight, clad in golden armor, with red and black Tao marks winding on the armor like lava flowing on the golden wall. His appearance was handsome, brow like sharp sword, eyelids flicker with thunder light when open or closed, brows etched with sun totem, blazingly eye-piercing, bearing a natural sharpness. Erosion Sun Rain appeared quietly within the void, without exchanging pleasantries, wearing blood-stained clothes under the pale grey firmament, looking somewhat dazzling. He cast a deep gaze, transmitting a cold and clear divine sense wave into Hao Yan's sea of consciousness. Hao Yan, the ancestral Tao is not prepared to interfere. Whatever you intend to do, just go ahead and do it. Hao Yan's eyes suddenly opened wide, carrying a trace of astonishment and doubt. He looked towards the Erosion Sun Rain, as if trying to pierce through that layer of blood-colored robe to discern the true meaning behind the other party's words. Not interfering? Not stopping him from contacting Feng Ting? Even, possibly permitting him to proceed? This was completely different from the reaction he had anticipated. This almost laissez-faire attitude made Hao Yan feel even more unfathomable than any threat. Does Chu Zheng think he has the ability to control the overall situation? The Erosion Sun Rain did not answer the confusion in Hao Yan's eyes. After conveying Chu Zheng's intent, he did not pause for a moment and instantly merged into the void. At the moment he turned around, a hint of expectation flashed in the depths of his eyes. The day Chu Zheng emerges will surely be earth-shattering, not only a progress in personal cultivation but also the time to stabilize both the universe and the great universe. The decisions of Hao Yan and the other 7 ancient ancestors no longer matter. With 12 ancient ancestors and Chu Zheng's own 35% heavenly fate, it was enough to determine the overall situation. Choosing to be an enemy of Chu Zheng is tantamount to seeking one's own doom. In an instant, the figure of the Erosion Sun Rain completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared, leaving Hao Yan alone. Hao Yan pondered for a long time, stood up, sent out a message, and then took one step forward, heading straight towards the boundary. Boundary. The ancient bronze giant gate stood towering and majestic. The mottled body of the gate shone with a dim luster under the glazed starlight, its scars resembling dragon scales tempered by time. As the gangfeng swept past it, it emitted a dull wail, like the low roar of a trapped dragon. The traces of the previous great battle had yet to fade, and the surroundings were still a battlefield. At this moment, this deathly silent battlefield ruin was once again permeated with an oppressive murderous aura due to the arrival of several figures. 4 figures, like 4 ancient divine mountains pressing down the Star River, stood atop the boundary, led by none other than the immortal ancestor Feng Ting. Feng Ting's face was as stern as eternal mysterious ice, his long slender eyes opening and closing, with cold light of stars flickering, wearing a plain white immortal robe. His sleeves fluttered without wind, making a rustling sound, his entire being enveloped in an extreme sharpness. The moment his murderous intent stirred, he seemed to transform into a different person, the previous calm and gentle appearance completely faded, as if he became an unparalleled immortal sword that seeks to drink blood once unsheathed. By his side were 3 other ancestral realm beings also exuding immense immortal might. On the left, a middle-aged man about 40 years of age, dressed in a mysterious emperor robe. The robe was embroidered with scenes of 10,000 immortals paying homage in gold thread, and he wore a purple gold crown, flowing with the supreme majesty over all heavens. His face was as if carved by knives, with sharp lines, eyebrows like swords, a high and straight nose, and tightly pursed lips, exuding authority without anger. Just standing there, a heavy and overwhelming aura naturally surrounded him, as though the weight of the myriad heavens and realms converged upon him. His every move could collapse the star river and shatter myriad paths. Profound Dome Immortal Ancestor, Tai Chaozong, master of the Tai clan. Standing to Feng Ting's right was a man in a pitch-black immortal garb, with a handsome appearance, about 30 years old, yet exuding a vicissitude that had experienced eternal ages. His long hair was immaculate, pure as snow, and his aura was ethereal and elusive. Immortal Ancestor Hao Ming, Zuling Jun, direct bloodline of the ancient Immortal Ancestor. Not far from the three of them was a young woman clad in a seven-colored cloud robe, with a dreamlike visage, eyebrows resembling distant spring mountains, skin like coagulated fat, each feature exquisitely painted. Beneath this breathtaking appearance, there was a faint terrifying sharpness of slaughter, and her lips held a faint indifferent smile, her eyes sharp as knives. Immortal Ancestor Enai Huang, from the Punishment Authority, the only anomaly among many immortal ancestors. Her main body was the seven-colored divine phoenix. In ancient times she was a dominant figure among great clans, turning to the immortal path to showcase astonishing talent, the seven-colored glow scorching heavens and boiling seas, renowned for her fierce reputation. The four ancestral realm beings gathered here, their auras weaving together, pressing the already chaotic star domain of the boundary into a twisted silence, the broken stellar remnants turning to dust under the invisible pressure, reduced to ashes. None of them spoke, seemingly each harboring their own thoughts. Under the gazes of Feng Ting and the others, a figure tore through the void, as if crawling out from the abyss, suddenly descending on the boundary. It was Hao Yan. Chapter 687-470, War is Decisive, Entering the Ancestral Realm. Hao Yan, alone, crossed realms without inviting any ancient ancestor to accompany him. His gaze was like lightning, instantly sweeping over the four immortal ancestors of Feng Ting, sharp eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. His gaze finally settled on Feng Ting's stern face, his brow furrowing, and his voice carried a touch of coldness. Feng Ting, where is my sister Moonlight? The atmosphere on the boundary suddenly became somewhat subtle upon these words. In Feng Ting's eyes, a cold light flickered, his expression froze for a moment, then returned to normal, his voice calm and emotionless. Your esteemed self need not worry about Moonlight. Feng Ting spoke slowly, his expression calm. This battle is perilous and widespread. Moonlight's lifespan is nearing its end, her essence is waning. It's not suitable for her to exhaust herself in such disputes anymore. Let her rest peacefully, away from trouble. Her lifespan nearing its end? Did you only learn of her expiring lifespan today? For this obviously perfunctory remark, Hao Yan's brows knitted tighter, the scrutiny in his gaze deepened. With her cultivation, even if her essence has slightly declined, why should she avoid battle? Moreover, for such an important matter, you invited me here only to keep her out of it? What exactly are you intending? Facing Hao Yan's questioning gaze, Feng Ting's expression remained stern. He did not directly answer the prior question but slowly raised his hand, pointing to a distant chaotic starry sky. What meaning is there in entangling about where Moonlight is at this moment? What is Chuzhen currently doing? He is in seclusion, attempting a breakthrough into the ancestral realm. Once he succeeds, aided by many ancient ancestors, he will soar with the wind, subduing both realms beneath him at his whim. The previous fall of the two ancestors of the martial hall is already a precedent. The karma created in the late primordial times of Jingqiu, perhaps you have heard of it. If the heavenly fate falls entirely into his hands, we both will have no escape. He is different from us. We merely go with the heavenly flow, he wishes to seize the heavens. He regards the ancestors of the past as mere grass. Today, we gather not for personal gain but for the cultivators of both realms, to fight for a slim chance of survival. At this point, Feng Ting's expression grew more solemn. Many ancient ancestors are purging the chaos sea, sparing no effort, hastening time, preparing a place for Chuzheng's seclusion. Our hesitation now, every day of delay, is simply giving Chuzheng several decades without reason. With his talent, aided by heavenly fortune, stepping into the ancestral realm will not take long. If we wait for him to succeed and come out of seclusion, all will be over. Only by striking with thunderous force at the crucial moment of his seclusion, when he cannot attend to other matters, combining our strengths can we break his path to advancement, burying him utterly in the chaotic currents of time, thus resolving this overwhelming crisis. Feng Ting's words, seemingly for the greater good, supposedly fighting for the lives of all living beings, sank like a stone into the sea, not stirring even a ripple of agreement in Hao Yan's eyes. His expression remained stern, his eyes slowly swept over the four immortal ancestors before him, finally returning to Feng Ting's stern face. A faintly mocking smile curved at the corner of his mouth, his voice carried skepticism, clearly audible in the deathly silent boundary. Just the four of you? Even if, as you say, this matter concerns our survival. Hao Yan's expression gradually cooled. With just the four of you, plus the 8 ancient ancestors including myself, he paused, his gaze swept over Feng Ting. With just this strength, do you wish to shake Chu Jing, who already has 12 ancient ancestors guarding him? The ancient ancestors. Beside Chu Jing, each and every one has lived from the late primordial era to this day, all at ancestor realm perfection. Hao Yan shook his head slightly, the mockery in his eyes growing. Forgive my bluntness, just the four of you. It's truly hard to achieve anything, akin to seeking death. Of course, it's not just us four. Feng Ting took a deep breath, his gaze burningly intense. The 10,000 realms Taoist and Buddha, the 4 ancestors of the martial hall, will accompany us. The refining Qi Tai Ching will also participate. Is this still not qualified to strive for a future? Upon these words, a flicker crossed Hao Yan's eyes. The 10,000 realms Taoist and Buddha, the 4 ancestors of the martial hall, the refining Qi Tai Ching, plus the 4 ancestors of the Immortal Alliance, already made 11. Even if only half of the remaining 8 ancient ancestors of the vast universe are recruited, the combined strength already surpasses Chu Jing much more than anticipated. The chips in Feng Ting's hand far exceeded Hao Yan's previous estimation. This slight emotional fluctuation, fleeting, Hao Yan's gaze soon regained calm. He was not distracted by the chips Feng Ting laid out, throwing out a more crucial question, and after killing Chu Jing? In this battle, there will certainly be ancestral realm collapse. By then the scattered heavenly fate, how will you handle it? Who will take charge of the fallen heavenly fate? The 10,000 realms Taoist and Buddha, or the 4 ancestors of the martial hall? Or perhaps, you, Feng Ting? The deathly silence enveloped the boundary. After a long while, Feng Ting's voice sounded again, carrying decisiveness. Once battle begins, it's a decisive battle. His gaze swept over the 3 immortal ancestors beside him, then returned to Hao Yan's face, resolute and decisive. The battle to kill Chu Jing is also the final Dao war. The ownership of heavenly fate will be decided on the spot. The various paths have already agreed, the Chaos Sea is the most suitable battlefield. This is the cruelest and most direct method, solving all the problems together. Hao Yan remained silent, not rushing to speak. Feng Ting's proposed method was cruel and direct, but it did not completely eliminate the doubts in his heart. In the current great universe, except for the second-fold immortal martial with heavenly destiny true spirit, the remaining heavenly fortune is too scattered. Once the path collapses, there is a high probability it will be swallowed by the second-fold immortal martial. Once immortal path or martial path gains the upper hand, the situation at that time may likely become uncontrollable. The Chaos Sea is different from the vast universe. As the immortal path ancestor, Feng Ting can fully utilize the power of the immortal Dao heavenly destiny to protect his body, making his combat power much stronger than the ordinary ancestor realm. Chapter 688-470, War is Decisive, Entering the Ancestral Realm, Part 2. At that time, it is possible that Feng Ting will join forces with the martial ancestor to clear away these ancient ancestors of the universe. Time passes in suppression. Feng Ting watches Hao Yan, quietly waiting for his response. If these remaining ancient ancestors do not agree, just entering the Chaos Sea will expend considerable effort. The universe's 20 ancestors, if united and holding the advantage of terrain, they absolutely cannot harm Chu Jing in the slightest. Finally, Hao Yan raised his head, his voice calm and unruffled. I don't trust you, Feng Ting. This sentence instantly made Feng Ting frown. Hao Yan's gaze swept over several immortal ancestors and landed on Feng Ting's tightly furrowed brow, solemnly saying, "I only trust moonlight." The human heart is hard to gauge, and the dispute between the two realms has lasted long. The matter now plotted is too great, involving too many angles. He cannot entrust his wealth and life on the illusory words. Let moonlight come. Hao Yan's voice was resolute. Let her come see me personally and tell me in person whether she supports your actions today. If she comes, if she speaks, then I will agree to help you. Otherwise, Hao Yan slowly shook his head, forget about it all. Hao Yan. Feng Ting finally couldn't restrain himself, a low shout, his eyes gleaming cold. The situation is urgent, Chu Jing could succeed and emerge anytime. You're like this, no need to say more. Hao Yan directly interrupted Feng Ting's words, his expression still calm. To me, showing loyalty to Chu Jing seems more advantageous than cooperating with you. At least, he has touched reincarnation. If he rises to power, he can still ensure I have good karma in my next life. I'll wait for Moonlight's reply. With those words, Hao Yan no longer lingered, his figure suddenly transformed into a ray of dawn light that tore through the void, instantly disappearing within it. Feng Ting's face gradually sank, his palm under the sleeve tightening, knuckles turning white, sharp immortal qi uncontrollably overflowing. The three immortal ancestors beside him all showed a few degrees of solemnity on their faces. If Hao Yan does not agree, or even turns against us, it will be impossible for us to cross the universe and enter the Chaos Sea. Tai Chaozong spoke first, pointing out the current situation. In my opinion, we still need to ask Moonlight to come forward. Upon hearing this, Zuling Jun beside him shook his head slightly, his silver hair gently dancing. Moonlight has previously sheltered Chu Jing many times. Right now, who knows what plan she is concocting? Why would she be willing to take risks with us? That's right. Not far away, and I Huang nodded. Moonlight sheltered Chu Jing, simply to gamble on a possibility. Now that she hasn't stepped forward to help Chu Jing, that's already good for us. Moonlight. Feng Ting took a deep breath, suppressing the irritation bubbling in his heart, silent and dark thoughts swirling in his eyes. Asking Moonlight to come forward is not impossible. Smash the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet, break open the Immortal Tao bloodline shackles, dismantle the 13 clans, Moonlight will naturally emerge. But if so, the immortal path will not exist, the clans will be entirely destroyed, the heavenly destiny true spirit will not agree. The path clearly won't work. Feng Ting lightly closed his eyelids, his emotions sinking, thoughts racing in his mind, now needing to find a new turning point. Buzz, while Feng Ting was pondering, a streak of flowing light abruptly appeared from the edge of the starry sky, landing in his palm. Since Moonlight went into seclusion, punishment authority had been reclaimed by Feng Ting. It was a message sourced from within punishment authority from an immortal emperor. Right now, this immortal emperor was stationed at the edge of Chaos Sea. Having glanced at the message, Feng Ting's expression froze slightly, his eyes narrowing. Zuling Jun noticed Feng Ting's changed expression and felt somewhat puzzled. What has happened? Feng Ting came to his senses, murmuring, the temporal barriers of the Chaos Sea seem to have weakened. With those words, the three immortal ancestors beside him instantly perked up. The four didn't hesitate a moment, turned to leave, and just a few breaths later, they had crossed the universe and arrived at the boundary of the Chaos Sea. After careful observation, aside from Feng Ting, the other three showed simultaneous expressions of delight. Upon confirmation, Zuling Jun couldn't help but nod, saying, the temporal barriers are indeed dissipating. I assume it won't take long before we can break through them. Tai Chaozong exhaled in relief, looking at Feng Ting, probing, then, wait a bit longer. If we can break through the Chaos Sea, then this battle will have nothing to do with the universe. Perfect timing and geographical advantage are with us. We will surely win this battle. Ni Huang's eyes brightened, the seven-colored cloud robe rising uncontrollably in glorious hues. Once the temporal barriers dissolve, they can wage cosmic battles within the great universe, no longer needing to cross the universe, greatly reducing risk, and with Heavenly Fate's blessing and Feng Ting's presence, whether those ancient ancestors take action is no longer important. Compared to the three immortal ancestors, Feng Ting's face showed little joy, his eyes deep and penetrating through the layers of starry veils, as if in thought. Wait longer. Will it truly be in time? Chaos C. Inside a silver-gray grand hall. Chu Jing sat cross-legged, the endless influx of space-time essence pouring into his body, time in his perception becoming increasingly blurred, almost without any trace. Thousands of years flowed by, like the snap of fingers. The immortal veins rapidly expand and extend within his body's universe, like a trunk that branches out, deriving countless finer veins, penetrating every inch of Chu Jing's flesh and every thread of divine sense. The Emperor's might continued to rise, triggering the violent turbulence of the entire chaos starry sea outside the hall. The expansion of the immortal veins reached its zenith, its circulating immortal Tao laws becoming extremely viscous, each cycle resembling billions of stars within him being born, dying, and reincarnating. Chu Jing's body was tempered to pure flawlessness, emanating the eternal radiance of immortality. Chapter 689-470, War is Decisive, Entering the Ancestral Realm. In the river of spacetime, the two avatars experienced a simultaneous surge in aura, stirring intense ripples across the nodes of past and future. As time progressed, the oppressive might of an immortal emperor reached its peak, and in an instant, thousands of immortal countries seemed to ebb and flow behind him, witnessing the rise and fall of the immortal path during epoch's transitions. They were mere reflections from the river, like a dream within a dream. At this moment, Chu Jing, solely relying on his immortal path cultivation, stood at the apex of the immortal emperor realm. The ancestral realm was only separated by a seemingly minute, yet truly insurmountable chasm. His chi refinement's cultivation synchronously soared, and at this moment, Chu Jing's physical form had completely shed the shackles of his postnatal form, transforming into the primordial Tao body close to cosmic origin. A terrifying aura of invulnerability and immortality spread forth, distinct from the immortal past emperor's might, infused with heavenly fate derived from cosmic origin. Under the frenzied tempering of the temporal flow, the primordial Tao body continued its astonishing rate of strengthening, with each breath exponentially amplifying Chu Jing's physical power, and the pure sound of qi and blood movement affecting the surrounding stable timespace. Time, within the silver-gray hall where the flow rate was magnified 100-fold, crazily sped by. Outside, stars streaked like a waterfall, while inside the hall, countless seasons passed by unbeknownst. Chu Jing sat cross-legged at the core of the temporal torrent, resembling a deity's statue, eternally enduring, as immortal veins and chaotic primordial qi surged, roared within him, ceaselessly cycling and colliding. Every cycle deepened his aura, making it more unfathomable, ever closer to the ultimate critical point. Each collision of the two cultivation paths was like nascent universes explosively unfolding within him, their intangible ripples permeating his flesh, breaking through the hall's layered timespace barriers, unleashing one visible wave after another amidst the cascading light of the star sea. As time moved forward, the opposition ceased, resembling the universe's dawn, where the pure and impure energies cautiously began to blend slowly. Like yin-yang fishes finding their perfect harmony, immortal light and chaotic qi started to penetrate and entwine. A tiny vortex silently formed at the center of this confluence. Initially, the vortex was exceedingly small, yet it possessed a terrifying gravitational force, causing the cosmic starry sky to tremble, voraciously devouring all of Chu Jing's immortal qi and yuan qi, even his complete life origin. Even the rampant flows of timespace around were forcefully drawn into its core. Immortal veins collapsed in a mournful outcry, transforming into a pure sea of immortal light, joining the vortex, as the chaotic primordial qi roared and vanished, converted into cosmic origin, merging into the vortex's center. In an instant, Chu Jing's physical form became ethereal, seemingly ready to fully integrate into this newborn vortex. All immortal light, all chaotic qi, all laws, everything and all were compressed into an infinitely small point. Then, this micropoint containing Chu Jing's essences silently burst open. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any devastating impact, only a crystal quietly suspended at the center of Chu Jing's sea of consciousness, replacing the former flows of immortal veins and chaos qi. Its body was transparent, pure as crystal untouched by a speck of dust, seemingly solidified through endless ages. It bore no color, yet appeared to reflect all colors across the myriad heavens and realms. At this crystal's core, strands resembling liquid starlight or threads of fate slowly flowed. It was neither energy nor law, but rather heavenly fate. After unknown ages, Chuzheng slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze devoid of sorrow or joy, contained only the transparent crystal and the eternal heavenly fate flowing within it. This was his Tao seed. The turbulent time-space currents around fell into absolute silence the moment Chuzheng opened his eyes, instantly smoothed by a giant hand. The entire universe seemed to halt in an instant. The ancestral realm, he had finally crossed into it. Chapter 690-471, Blank Memories, Unsealing. The moment Chuzheng opened his eyes, the entire chaos sea, which had been turbulent with energy waves, fell into silence. Ancestral realm. The Tao seed suspended in the center of his sea of consciousness was the proof of unlocking the door to the cosmic origin. At that instant, limitless divine secret skills surged into his sea of consciousness like an instinct etched in his bloodline: move stars, change constellations, mediation, creation, inverting yin and yang. All these powers, beyond the mythical realm, were now as easily manipulated by him as moving his arm, resonating with the laws of all heavens with a mere thought. These were things that inherently existed within the Tao seed, all retrieved at the moment he entered the ancestral realm. However, on Chuzheng's face, there wasn't the slightest expression of joy at reaching the pinnacle. His eyes were only filled with emptiness. His mind delved into that clear Tao seed, searching meticulously, within which was vast and boundless, bearing some mysteries of the cosmic origin while also completely incorporating the repair panel that accompanied his rise. Now, the panel had utterly become a part of his origin ability, inseparable. But there was no memory within it. Not even the slightest fragment of memory regarding Xingqiu. According to the illusions reflected in the heart-burning corridor, the Taoist master who once dominated all ages surely had some crucial memory imprints that came with the repair panel, hidden deep in his sea of consciousness, awaiting the day of awakening. But now, having completely refined the Tao seed, bearing the heavenly fate and stepping into the ancestral realm, his mind was unprecedentedly clear, yet he still couldn't find any trace of Xingqiu. All the previous events remain an impenetrable fog, the causal lines of past and future are still a tangled mess. His starting point for understanding his identity still lingers on being an unremarkable cultural relic restorer. Where that acquired Tao seed came from, how Xingqiu orchestrated everything, what exactly happened in the ancient times, and why he became Xingqiu's continuation, all of this remains uncertain. It's as if an invisible hand erased all traces just before he touched the core of the truth. Chuzheng stood quietly amidst the torrent of time and space, his aura as deep as the sea, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The heavenly fate flowing within the Tao seed rippled slightly, reflecting the emotional turbulence within him at this moment. After a long time, he slowly suppressed the surging thoughts and temporarily sealed the desire to uncover the truth. With a slight movement of his mind, his figure vanished from within the hall, appearing in the cave heaven world in the next instant. This growth in cultivation was undoubtedly the greatest since Chuzheng embarked on the path of cultivation. Naturally, the cave heaven world also underwent immense transformation. The upheaval is indescribable. The once cave heaven world has now expanded into a true nascent universe. The heavenly dome is no longer a simple boundary wall, but has evolved into a deep sea of stars where countless stars revolve according to mysterious trajectories, exuding surging life essence and the power of the stars. The land stretches vast and boundless, spirit veins meander like dragons, divine peaks tower into the star clusters, ancient forests reach the sky, with leaves flowing with the brilliance of laws, vast oceans nurtured with the breath of ancient mighty life. The origin laws of the world have reached completion, supporting the self-operation and evolution of this grand world, slowly expanding. Its profound foundation and high energy levels have already surpassed many ancient star domains that have existed for billions of years in the great universe. The once primitive spirit beasts and mythical creatures have shed their mortal bodies, with powerful living creatures roaming the world, their aura vast. Above the 9 heavens, there are Divine birds clad in scale armor, their wings wide enough to obscure a part of the starry sky, stirring spatial ripples with each flap, traversing between stark clouds. There are ancient divine woods rooted over the spirit veins of the land, with branches and leaves covering several continents, roots digging deep into the earth, with a canopy condensing illusions of the sun, moon, and stars. Their branches and leaves stretch and sway as if breathing, triggering earth vein tides. Moreover, Chujing clearly sensed several breaths in heaven and earth clumsily touching the essence of the space-time law, like toddlers learning to walk, awkwardly attempting to pluck the strings of time and fold the veil of the void. These living creatures have truly crossed the threshold of the space-time domain, gaining the qualification to leave their mark in the river of time. Chujing glanced around, silently appearing at the center of the cave heaven world. A figure had long awaited there, dressed in white, standing before the wooden house. The woman's appearance was exquisite, her skin pure white like snow, her pupils pure and crystalline like glass, with a scarlet cinnabar mark on her brow, strikingly vivid. It was the spirit deer that once accompanied Banyan. This white deer, during this transformation, undoubtedly gained enormous benefits, already crossing the boundary of time and space, stepping into the 10th order, comparable to the Taoist masters of the top great realms, and matching immortal Tao immortal monarchs. Noticing Chujing's arrival, the woman's expression shifted slightly, as before, kneeling and prostrating, bowing deeply in reverence, with heaven above. She held a soft yet exceedingly fragile glow in her arms, bowing respectfully to Chujing. Chujing's gaze fell onto what she was cradling at her heart, seeing within that gentle glow, an extremely ethereal humanoid silhouette, seemingly dissipating at any moment. With a glance, Chujing had discerned the cause. This was Banyan's residual soul. Banyan's physical body long decayed to dust under the lengthy flow of time in the cave heaven world, leaving only this sliver of residual soul, cautiously nurtured by the woman transformed from the spirit deer with her pure divine soul origin, preserving it to this day. Chapter 691-471, Blank Memories, Unsealing _2. Looking at that almost transparent residual soul, Chujing's brow slightly furrowed, his voice calm yet tinged with complexity. Why do you go to such lengths? If not for this spirit deer expending its essence to forcibly protect Banyan's strand of residual soul, it would likely have already been completely obliterated in the rapid evolution torrent of the cave heaven world. If outside, unimpacted by the 100-fold acceleration of time, Banyan might still have ample lifespan to live peacefully. That cluster of residual soul lightly flickered, a faint thought emanating, carrying the steadiness of one who has weathered many storms. Congratulations, Master, on your successful emergence. The blurred contours of Banyan's face slowly appeared, as he bowed in the direction of Chujing. I have one matter, pondered for a long time, hoping Master will permit. His voice carried a hint of plea. The lifespan of living creatures is ultimately limited. Banyan, dull in aptitude, lifelong arduous cultivation, still cannot compare to Master. I wish to request Master to use my residual soul as a base to refine a magic treasure. Only in this way. Banyan's thought was calm. Can I remain by Master's side, witnessing the path you tread, the sights you behold? Master's journey must be mighty and unprecedented. I wish to see more. His idea had long formed a prototype, but it wasn't until Chujing entered the space-time domain that he firmly resolved. For him, eternally witnessing is an extravagance, relying on his own aptitude. No matter how hard he cultivates, it is difficult to withstand the erosion of years. Only by abandoning this fragile and ephemeral flesh and integrating himself into an immortal magic treasure, becoming its spirit, can he possibly continue in another form. Thus, only then can he continue to follow Chujing's steps and witness that grand ancient history. If not now, when his body has decayed to the point of only a residual soul, he knows well, with Chujing's temperament, he would never readily grant such a request. Chujing remained silent. All thoughts, plans, and expectations within Banyan's residual soul, under his present gaze, were already thoroughly perceptible. Being confined within an artifact is tantamount to death for a living creature, equating to enduring eternal imprisonment. For a moment, Chujing was entranced, gazing at that faint soul light, as if seeing the scholarly youth he first met in illusory spirit city. After a while, his eyelids slightly drooped, concealing the complex emotions surging underneath. Without speaking further, he just slowly nodded, "All right." A single word already represented a promise. As the words fell, he raised a hand to cast a spiritual light to sustain Bai Nian's divine soul. From the traces of years passing on Bai Nian, Chuzheng then understood how long his retreat had been. More than 200,000 years of time slipped by quietly during his retreat. By this measure, more than 20 years had vanished within the great universe. Magic treasures also cannot withstand the erosion of time and space. Refining one that can bear the ancestral realm's power and eternally house Bai Nian's residual soul is no easy task. The materials required for this magic treasure must be rare treasures considered unparalleled in both realms. He would need some time to seek them out. "You must wait a bit longer." Chu Zheng's voice was slightly grave. "I will go search for suitable materials for you." Before the words finished, his figure disappeared from the cave heaven world. The heavy as stars door of the silver-gray hall silently slid open inward. Around the hall, the starlight cascading like a waterfall due to the hundredfold time acceleration froze in the instant the door opened. The space-time array patterns were torn apart, the accelerated effect of time vanished without a trace, and the starlight resumed its normal flow. The brilliance of the space-time array patterns enveloping the hall was retracted, the turbulent flow of space-time laws gradually calmed. A figure slowly stepped out. At this moment, Chuzheng was draped in a silver-gray robe formed by condensed space-time laws, ancient in style, pristine and dust-free. The robe was no longer merely shining with mana glow, but was imbued with the profound divine radiance of cosmic origin. His visage was calm, devoid of sadness or joy, his eyes deep as if harboring the abyss of the universe encompassing timeless star rivers, yet clear as crystal, seemingly reflecting the essence of all existence. There was no deliberate emanation of pressure surrounding him, yet a terrifying aura emanated silently, dominating all laws and overseeing them. This aura isn't domineering, rather, it is as natural and unavoidable as the universe's breath. By standing there, he seems to become the center of the universe, the source of the laws, as well as the endpoint and origin of all things. Not far from the hall, several figures stand on the star remains floating island. In addition to the initial 12 ancient ancestors, there are 3 more ancient ancestors. Chuzheng glanced around and found the pavilion master of Lingtian Mansion, Li Yunzhao, with whom he had crossed paths before, among them. These 3 additional ancient ancestors were clearly drawn over during the time he was secluded. With the support of 15 ancient ancestors, the universe is practically in his grasp. Ancestral Realm. The Ancestral Tao has succeeded. Congratulations to the Ancestral Tao on achieving perfection upon emergence. Almost at the moment Chuzheng stepped out of the hall, those waiting on the edge of the Chaos Sea Star Remains floating island, Erosion Sun Rain, Su Lingyun, and other ancient ancestors, had eyes that erupted with irrepressible joy. The 10 or so figures, whether they be Erosion Sun Rain, Su Lingyun, or Li Yunzhao amongst the ancient ancestors, unanimously bowed and lowered their heads without hesitation, congratulating Chuzheng from afar in unison. Their voices pierced through the chaotic starry sky, echoing among the fragmented star domain, causing countless star fragments to quietly crumble into dust. Within their voices laid obvious excitement. Chuzheng's successful step signifies that the path they followed was correct. Meanwhile, beyond the Chaos Sea, in the starry space, several terrifyingly stable auras that were once solid as rocks became violently chaotic as Chuzheng stepped out of the hall. Feng Ting's sharp gaze suddenly faltered, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. Ancestral Realm, he really succeeded? In Feng Ting's long, narrow eyes, the cold light completely faded, leaving only extreme shock. All the preparations and schemes over the past period now seemed laughably futile. They had schemed meticulously to interrupt Chuzheng's ascension, yet before they could act, Chuzheng had already succeeded and achieved perfection. In just 20 years, even with accelerated time, it would have been only 20,000 years. Even a son of heaven becoming an immortal emperor would be considered swift. He took a deep breath, gradually calming his mind. In these 2 decades, he had attempted multiple times to use secret techniques to contact Hao Yan, sending messages each more urgent than the last, but never received any response. Hao Yan seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace. Ultimately, he had been just one step too slow. But now, there was no need to wait. Choosing entering the ancestral realm means he will undoubtedly, like the ancient times, sweep through the world, battling across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. There will inevitably be a battle. Not far away, the figures of 10,000 realms Taoist and Buddha, along with the 4 ancestors of the martial hall, all showed slightly chaotic auras, unable to hide their surprise. Qingjing seemed unaware of the turmoil across the myriad heavens and realms. His gaze swept over the many ancient ancestors, raising his hand slightly, and a gentle yet irresistible force lifted everyone up. 20 years, like a snap, thank you all for your protection. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyun's eyes burst forth with terrifying brilliance, glancing towards the chaos sea, with a murderous intent rising. Since Qingjing entered seclusion, the great universe had been tumultuous, with many attempting to forcefully break through the barriers to enter the chaos sea. While Qingjing was in seclusion, unable to be disturbed, the many ancient ancestors were forced to come together to reinforce the space-time barriers around the chaos sea, repelling various Tao's ancestors. This defense lasted over 20 years. For the ancestral realm, 20 years is but a momentary flicker. However, amid the current tense and turbulent situation, these 2 decades felt incredibly prolonged. Su Lingyun's surroundings exuded a murderous intent like solid ice, nearly freezing the surrounding void. Several times he looked beyond the chaos sea, and the impatience and hostility in his gaze seemed about to burst forth. After a few breaths, he couldn't suppress it, his voice like clashing steel, filled with fierce killing intent. Ancestral Tao, Feng Ting colluded with 10,000 realms Taoist and Buddha, the 4 ancestors of the martial hall, and even Tai Ching of the Qi refining lineage, plotting profane acts during your seclusion. Please, Ancestral Tao decree, I am willing to be the vanguard and cut off Feng Ting's head as a gift for your ascension. His words brimmed with murderous spirit, eager to pierce through the chaos sea instantly, executing all those with ulterior motives. Qingjing did not speak, merely raised his hand slowly. The space-time barriers sealing the chaos sea for billions of years, blocking numerous ancestral realms for over 2 decades, began to melt away as he lifted his hand. At the edge of the chaos sea, the time-space barrier that had stretched for countless ages, causing numerous ancestral realms to sigh in frustration, melted silently the moment Qingjing raised his hand, like snow under the warm sun of spring. In an instant, the time-space barrier turned from solid and heavy to gradually more ethereal and transparent, dissipating at a speed beyond imagination. All ancestral realms inside and outside the chaos sea felt a distortion and blur in the light and shadows before their eyes, as the barrier that had once been deemed insurmountable crumbled thin as a cicada wing in mere breaths and finally vanished into nothingness. No more barriers existed between the interior and exterior of the chaos sea. The cosmic starry sky was dead silent, one could almost hear the sound of law fragments annihilating. Feng Ting's expression became extremely unpleasant the moment the barrier disappeared completely, and his eyes contained shock, anger, and unwillingness as he scanned the figures nearby with aura as deep as an abyss, speaking with a chill in his tone. If all of you had worked wholeheartedly and strived together, this barrier of the chaos sea would have been breached 10 years ago. How could Qingjing have had today's opportunity to achieve his ancestral entry? His questioning echoed through the dead silent starry sky, which he had seen clearly enough over the past 20 years. The Taoist and Buddhist ancestors, the 4 ancestors of the martial hall, and even the Tai Ching of the Qi refining lineage, although appearing to be allied with him, actually harbored their own thoughts, their focus never truly on breaking the barrier of the chaos sea, but instead observing, weighing, as if waiting for something. It was this holding back that gave Qingjing those crucial 20 years. However, regarding Feng Ting's accusations, the various ancestral realms reacted as if made of clay and wood, without any reaction. The Taoist ancestor's face was shrouded in a misty charm, his gaze deep as an ancient well, seemingly contemplating the supreme principle of the universe, utterly ignoring. The Buddha bowed his head and closed his eyes, holding prayer beads, his appearance solemn, surrounded by flowing Buddhist light, conveying a detached indifference as if apart from the world. The 4 ancestors of the martial hall maintained a condensed aura, similarly silent. As for the Taiching of the Qi refining lineage, he too remained silent, as if merged with the starry sky, his aura ethereal and elusive. Their gazes at this moment had already pierced through the barrier that had just disappeared, carrying unprecedented gravity, even a trace of indistinguishable awe, focused on the figure in robes of silver gray walking slowly out from the edge of the chaos sea. Chu Jing stepped on the ripples of law remnants left by the melting of the time-space barrier, walking with calm steps, like a stroll in a leisurely courtyard, arriving before the many ancestral realms. Behind him, 15 ancient ancestors followed closely, their aura connected, like stars circling around an imperial star, murderous intent spanning the starry sky. The aura of the ancestral realms silently enveloped this star domain, blurring the time-space barrier, and friction began to happen in the unseen heavenly fate. In this suffocating silence, a sudden change occurred. The first to break the silence was the Taiching Daozu of the Qi refining lineage. His figure gradually solidified, appearing as an elderly man in his 70s, with white hair and beard, and a lean face, without any dazzling light around him, only thick chaotic primordial qi surging, flowing naturally like breath. The moment Taiching appeared, facing Chu Zheng's direction, he bowed respectfully without hesitation, his voice like thunder, echoing under the dome of the starry sky. Taiching of the Qi refining lineage, by decree of the Taoist Ancestor, comes to protect the Tao, congratulates the Taoist Ancestor for his creative meritorious virtue, and certifies entrance to the Ancestral realm. These words were earth-shattering. Feng Ting and the 4 immortal ancestors' pupils suddenly contracted, their faces instantly paling. Visit my virtual library Empire, * for more. Taiching. Have you forgotten who aided you in becoming a Daoyu Golden Immortal? Coming to his senses, Feng Ting yelled sharply, you promised me you would initiate a Dao war, instead, you delayed repeatedly, and now you tell me you want to help Chu Jing? As he spoke, his gaze instinctively turned toward the Taoist ancestor nearby, feeling slightly chilled. Decreed by the Taoist ancestor, to protect Chu Jing. Which Taoist ancestor? Jing Chu? Before he could think further, Ji Zhouyin, who stood at the forefront among the 4 ancestors of the martial hall, stepped forward. He did not bow, merely crossing his fists over his chest, his voice a low rumble, like muffled thunder rolling across the starry sky. By the decree of the former martial ancestor Yan Feng, should the Dao War start and Jing Chu enters the ancestral realm, achieving a position of great power, the martial path must not act contrary, and should render full assistance. Upon hearing this, Fu Pinglan, standing behind him, had a cold gleam flash in his eyes momentarily, but he did not speak, essentially acknowledging Ji Zhouyin's words. Wan Wenfeng exchanged a glance with Hua Ling beside him, similarly refraining from speaking further. The martial hall, at the moment Ji Zhouyin spoke, chose their side without hesitation, and aligned with Chu Jing. Seeing this, Feng Ting's fingertips trembled violently, his chest heaving uncontrollably, almost incapable of restraint. Ji Zhouyin, you. Before the several immortal ancestors could digest these successive changes, the silent Taoist ancestor stepped forward. The misty charm cloaking his face slowly dissipated, revealing a gentle visage, eyes deep as the sea, surrounded by an aura of calmness. He faced Chu Jing, bowing deeply, his tone sincere, I am Xian Wei, who once received the grace of the Taoist ancestor Jing Chu for reconstructing, surviving in the blood battle of the heavenly fate and thus having reached the ancestral realm today. This grace is heavier than Kuan Star Sea, never daring to forget day and night. Today, I walk upon the earthly realm, not for personal gain, but to repay the benevolent protection bestowed years ago. He was a survivor of the late primordial era's heavenly fate struggle, also a beneficiary under Jing Chu's protection. Feng Ting's gaze darkened abruptly, then he forcefully turned to the last giant who had yet to make a statement. That Buddha seated on the lotus platform, surrounded by all-encompassing Buddhist light. Chapter 693-472, The Tide Turns, All Paths Submit, Part 2. Under his gaze, the Buddha slowly opened his eyes. Could it be, you? Feng Ting's voice carried a hint of tremor. The Buddha's appearance was dignified, his hands together, softly reciting a Buddhist chant, Amitabha Buddha. His voice was grand and compassionate, resounding throughout the myriad heavens and realms. In this age, as the six paths perish, the ocean of karma overflows. Beings are unafraid of present sins, not cultivating future good fruits. The Jialan pillars rot, incense extinguishes, and if this continues, the treasure temple will collapse, the pure land will wither. This is the great calamity of the Buddhist end times. The Buddha's gaze pierced the void and fell upon Chu Jing, carrying an understanding of cause and effect. Taoist ancestor Xingqiu, in past years, enacted the law and propagated Tao, to re-establish the heavenly order, sacrificing oneself to endure tribulations for all beings. This is indeed a sea of immeasurable merits, a vow of supreme compassion. My Buddhist lineage should naturally invest the willingness of 10 directions to protect this lamp of the Bodhi heart, which is to protect all living beings, and also to ensure the Jialan continues to survive. The choice of Buddhism is based on the continuity of the Taoist orthodoxy. The path that Xingqiu follows is to re-establish the 6 paths of reincarnation, reigniting hope of faith, which is wholly beneficial and causes no harm to Buddhism. Feng Ting looked around, his figure uncontrollably staggering for a moment. Refining Qi Tai Ching, the 4 ancestors of the martial hall, 10,000 realms Taoist and Buddha. Aside from his lineage of the immortal path, throughout the whole great universe, all the significant peak Taoist orthodoxies and existences in the ancestral realm unexpectedly sided with Chu Jing the moment he stepped out of the chaos sea. This is not merely the imbalance of power, but a complete overthrow of orthodoxy, the hearts of people, and even the trend of the universe. Feng Ting's eyes were bloodshot. Could it be, the heavens truly intend to destroy my Feng family? The 3 immortal ancestors standing behind Feng Ting could no longer maintain their composure. The immense psychological disparity and overwhelming pressure caused their faces to turn as pale as paper, collectively stepping back half a step. This half-step retreat, under the dead silent starry sky, appeared extremely glaring and utterly wretched. Yet, including Chu Jing, none present felt that the reactions of these immortal ancestors were inappropriate. Currently, the number of ancestors alongside Chu Jing, including himself, had exceeded 20. What does this concept represent? During the ancient war in the past, even those who besieged Xingqiu numbered less than this. In such circumstances, relying solely on the 4 immortal ancestors couldn't stir any waves. Even if Feng Ting used all the heavenly fate of the immortal path to protect himself, he couldn't last beyond 2 breaths, facing instant decapitation. Feng Ting stood alone at the forefront, facing Chu Jing's indifferent gaze, slowly scanning the many ancestors before him. In this moment, he seemed to experience Xingqiu's feelings back then, enduring the crushing force of the universe trend. His eyes stared hard at Chu Jing, within which surged a tumultuous unwillingness, and the despair of a dead end. At this moment, the focus of all eyes in the universe and the 2 realms converged here. Chu Jing did not speak, falling into a long silence. He lowered his eyes, slowly scanning the many formidable figures before him, who had traversed the world for countless years. Refining Qi Tai Ching, the 4 ancestors of the martial hall, ancestral Taoists, the revered ones of Buddhism. Each face before him, whether respectful, solemn, or carrying reminiscence and gratitude, all emotional fluctuations were clearly reflected in his eyes. He turned around and glanced back, his gaze swept over the many ancient ancestors behind him, whose expressions were equally agitated, even with a hint of fanaticism. Their loyalty stemmed from his current ascension to the ancestral realm, even more so from their belief that he is the continuation of Xingqiu. Too smooth. This thought, like a cold sharp blade, suddenly sliced through Chu Jing's heart lake, stirring a slight yet sharp ripple. Ever since he stepped into the vast universe by utilizing the Holy Spirit plate, every step he took was upon an already paved, clearly targeted path. The Chaos Sea, this chaotic land sealed by Xingqiu for 1 billion years, unexpectedly became his best retreat training ground. The strength of its spatial barrier and the residual depth of the great realm inside provided him an almost perfect environment for impacting the ancestral realm. Before him, the many ancestors who turned sides and pledged allegiance, whether it was Tai Ching acting under the decree of the ancestral Tao, or the martial hall obeying the legacy of previous martial ancestors, or Xianwei repaying kindness, or the Buddha protecting the orthodox line, all their efforts were never directed toward Chu Jing. It was for Jingqiu. For Jingqiu in their memories, that one who suppressed the ancients, strategically far-reaching, seemingly calculating everything as the Taoist ancestor Jingqiu. Yet he, Chu Jing, was merely a continuation of Jingqiu. But now the issue lies, regarding the source of all this, about Jingqiu himself, about the deep intentions of his layout, and about the origin of the acquired Tao seed in his body. Everything remained a cold, bone-chilling blank in his mind. Like the void before the universe's birth, devoid of any memory fragment residual, having no clues to follow. The illusion of the heart-burning corridor can only be a vague guide, like the moon in water, a flower in a mirror, shattering upon touch. This feeling of being pushed forward by an invisible giant hand, laden with anticipation yet not knowing the path forward, troubled Chu Jing with a deeper sense of absurdity and unease than any powerful enemy. His present situation seems determined by a general trend, but is in fact extremely perilous. Whether the ancient ancestors following him or the various ancestors submitting before him, their expectations are to reopen the heavens and earth, reshape reincarnation, and remap the Yin-Yang two realms. This is the fundamental reason they followed Jingqiu. This is what they believed only Jingqiu could accomplish, a grand undertaking to save the universe and establish a foundation for generations of the two realms. But Chu Jing now, he hasn't even figured out what this so-called reincarnation of the vast universe truly is. It was merely a concept existing in legends, in the lamentation of the Buddha. Its collapse brought about the decline of the Buddhist and Taoist lineages, and fearlessness in the hearts of men. Yet, how did it function? Why did it collapse? And how to rebuild it? The division of the Yin-Yang two realms was more like a phrase left by Jingqiu, existing in the expectations of those before him, and remains an unknown mist to Chu Jing. He now has not even clarified the essence of the goal. How can he shoulder the responsibility of reopening the heavens and earth? The grand scene before him, seemingly with universal expectations and 10,000 paths bowing, was built upon a massive and perilous foundation of lies. Everyone believed he was the omnipotent, all-knowing Jingqiu, convinced he knew the past and future, knew how to reopen the heavens and earth. But he is not, he is only Chu Jing, who inherited Jingqiu's name but knows nothing of Jingqiu's past. This massive cognitive gap is like an unfathomable abyss lying beneath the radiant glory. If this continues, once everyone realizes their hoped-for Taoist ancestor is also clueless about the future, this seemingly indestructible alliance, this union of myriad Taoists, will instantly collapse. The backlash could drag both him and the two realms into an abyss of 10,000 tribulations. How could this last? In the depths of Chu Jing's eyes, a scarcely perceptible cloud of doubt quietly spread, cold and solemn. He slowly raised his eyes, looking at the four immortal ancestors not far away, his fingers slightly curling beneath the invisible folds of his sleeve. This seeming initiation of ascension to the absolute peak and control over everything might just be the beginning of a true storm. He must, before the magnificent glory entirely collapses, before this illusionary expectation melts away, find that thoroughly erased ancient history. About Jingqiu, about reincarnation, and about himself. Thus, he might see clearly this chess game shrouding the universe, spanning ancient times and space, to find out who is the chess player pushing all behind. In a moment, Chu Jing calmed down, his eyes falling not far before him on Feng Ting and the three immortal ancestors behind him. The four immortal ancestors carried with them 2/10 of the immortal path's heavenly fate, which was the largest portion of heavenly fate currently beyond his control in the two realms. No matter what, first bringing this 2/10 of heavenly fate into his grasp was the rightful path. This way, even if backlash comes in the future, he would still possess the power for self-preservation. Fortunately, the Moonlight Immortal Ancestor was not here, having not participated in this battle. In the swift circulation of thoughts, Chu Jing slowly raised his hand, whispering, "Kill." Chapter 694-473, Heavenly Destiny True Spirit. Kill. Chu Jing's whispered voice echoed within the melting domain of the Chaos Sea, akin to tolling the death knell of the immortal path. Before the words had fully faded, numerous ancient ancestors of the universe, long poised for action, erupted like savage beasts freed from their chains. Cangyun could barely contain himself, as if the slaughtering weapon suppressed for endless ages suddenly unsheathed, transforming into millions of sword chi, whose bone-chilling killing intent tore through spacetime, targeting the four immortal ancestors. The erosion sun rain turned into a bloody rainbow, following closely behind, while the other ancient ancestors each employed their techniques, either invoking spacetime laws or wielding ancient Tao weapons, the killing intent weaving into a net, instantly transforming this portion of the starry sky into a spacetime deadlock. The ancestor realm giants from the great universe did not make a move, but stood silently, keenly observing this inevitably brutal purge, their breaths heavy and silent as mountains. Their stance, though wordless, cooperated with Chu Jun, blocking all possible escape nodes of Feng Ting and others, invisible pressure like billions of stars falling, pressing heavily on the hearts of the four immortal ancestors. Foremost was Feng Ting, who understood in the instant Chu Jun uttered the word kill that there was no room for any fluke or turning point. A despair so extreme shredded his rationality instantly, replaced by an almost hysterical madness. Feng Ting's narrow eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot threads. He did not fix his gaze on Chu Jun but fiercely stared at the four ancestors of the martial hall, the murmur escaping from his throat shrill like a dying beast. Yan Feng. Only today did he see clearly. Yan Feng sacrificed himself to mend the boundary, transferring half of heaven's fortune to the immortal path, stalling the onset of the Tao War, not for the great universe, but equally to buy time for Chu Jun. Feng Ting took a deep breath, his gaze grew cold, holding nothing back, an unprecedented blazing immortal light erupted around him. A heavenly gnomon appeared behind Feng Ting, stretching across the Star River, alternating between incandescent flowing flames and pitch-black mysterious ice, the black and white needles enveloped in yin-yang dual qi, rotating slowly above, gradually converging. With a flick of the needle's unification, nearby spacetime was abruptly severed and turned into a forbidden domain. Countless inherent immortal Tao laws, formed from Feng Ting burning his origin, condensed into chaotic immortal light, traversing the star's universe, wielding immortal charm potent enough to sever causal lines, slicing directly toward many ancient ancestors. This was the ultimate sublimation of Feng Ting's lifetime foundation, where the passing immortal light easily sliced through spacetime barriers like thin paper, leaving behind an eternal immortal road radiating destruction. Its overwhelming might slightly stalled the approaching attacks of many ancient ancestors. The three immortal ancestors followed closely behind Feng Ting, all striking with full force in an instant, world-burning immortal radiance suddenly rising. With both palms raised to the sky, Tai Chaozong summoned forth a profound yellow jade seal shattering space. Myriad dragon shadows coiled around the seal, roaring, releasing shocking immortal chi sufficient to suppress the myriad heavens and realms. The seal's surface immortal talisman burned the sky, transforming chaotic chi into billions of profound yellow true dragons, attempting to tear apart the confinement of spacetime, a life-bound ancestor weapon he had refined for billions of eons, exhibiting earth-shaking power as soon as summoned. Blood radiance suddenly gleamed in Zuling Jun's eyes, his entire body erupted with red sun immortal gang, its light utmost pure and fierce, originating from the bloodline of immortal ancestor direct. Lineage, instantly boiling, ancient power violently awakening from deep in the blood, or a sword, form morphing into an illusory rainbow, seemingly eager to pierce the sun and break through the sky, burning blood, fleeing into the void. Ni Huang immortal ancestor emitted a piercing and stone-cracking screech, her exquisite visage instantly stripped away, revealing true form embodiment. 7-colored divine phoenix spread wings, covering the sky, 7 extremes divine flame burning feathers and setting the sky ablaze, the sound of scorching void ear-piercing, weaving a cosmos-consuming 7-colored fiery ocean. The ancient fierce bird, ferocity reaching the sky, in the ultimate deadlock, abandoned immortal Tao techniques, attempting to burn through the cage ahead with life-bound divine flame. Feng Ting further propelled his own origin, forcibly gathered immortal Tao heavenly destiny to shield his body, yin-yang heavenly hourglass immortal radiance further skyrocketed, seeming to shatter the cage in an instant. However, just as the aura of the 4 immortal ancestors reached its peak, about to explode, a sudden change occurred. Their forms simultaneously shook, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Within a flash, their spines were severed. The terrifying aura that had just burst, enough to shake the universe, collapsed like a bursting bubble, pouring over 1,000 miles. The boundary seal raised by Tai Chaozong instantly dimmed, myriad dragons wailing and dispersing, the treasure's glow completely faded. The blood light burning around Zuling Jun flickered like a candle in the wind, the pure young immortal gang wavered violently, then suddenly extinguished, the illusory blood shadow solidified, face turned paper thin. Ni Huang immortal ancestor's seven-colored divine phoenix form trembled fiercely, radiant feathers dimmed, seven-colored flames extinguished, plunged to the ground with a mournful cry, large body uncontrollably falling. Feng Ting's condensed chaotic immortal light directly dispersed, the counterforce emitted from Yin Yang heavenly hourglass caused him to violently spit out a mouthful of crimson immortal blood, breath feeble as gossamer. Immortal path, you deserve death. Feng Ting, eyes-tearing blood, roared with a voice like falling into icy purgatory, unable to suppress the terror in his heart. In that instant, he had already grasped the cause and effect. This place was not the vast universe, Chaos Sea's barrier was easily erased by Chu Jing, the heavenly Tao laws of this region were seamlessly connected with the great universe. And their foundation for becoming ancestors, immortal Tao heavenly destiny, which obscurely held control over immortal Tao fate, granting them the ancestor realm status, the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit, at that decisive moment, made the most self-serving decision. It directly abandoned the four of them, akin to a gecko shedding its tail for survival, heavenly destiny true spirit at the critical juncture, without hesitating, forcibly withdrew the heavenly destiny origin that reinforced Feng Ting and the other three. Without the blessing of heavenly fate, it was like drawing the foundation from a shrine, or a dragon snapping its spine. The cultivation realms of the four immortal ancestors, in a flash of lightning, plummeted like an avalanche, descending from the lofty immortal ancestor realm that overlooked all living creatures, instantly falling to the half-ancestor realm. Though they remained powerful beings surpassing countless living creatures, before the likes of Erosion Sunrain and Su Lingyun, who were already poised to strike with murderous intent boiling over, this mere half-ancestor realm was as fragile as a candle in a storm. PFT. 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 The sound of blades piercing immortal flesh and Dharma annihilation Tao bones echoed together. Su Lingyun's pallid killing sword easily pierced through the forehead of Feng Ting, who had lost heavenly fate's protection, and with a single strike, the destructive sword chi shredded both his head and divine soul. The spear of Erosion Sun Rain shattered space, as if transforming into a giant bloody maw, devouring the seven-colored phoenix and its dying whale, reducing it all to nothingness. The protective immortal aura hastily gathered by Tai Chaozong was simultaneously pierced by the two ancient ancestors, and the mysterious emperor robe symbolizing supreme majesty instantly shattered, the immortal body fracturing like porcelain, while the immortal seal suspended on high crumbled like a jade mountain. Zuling Jun's blood-burning void escape technique was not yet fully deployed before it was annihilated among the flood of ancient ancestors, erased in an instant. The four immortal ancestors, who had once violently shaken the great universe and held the reins of the immortal path's power, were destroyed in an instant upon losing heavenly fate's blessing, unable to even mount a decent resistance against the prepared massacre. From the start of the assault to the end of the battle, the entire process was suffocatingly swift, even leaving many of the ancestral realm observers with a shudder of unease. Underneath the shattered starry sky, only 4 clusters of rapidly dispersing immortal source remained, their halos fading. Broken artifacts hung in the air, bleeding, the immortal seal shattered, the divine phoenix broken feather, the incomplete yin-yang heavenly hourglass all hung quietly in the air, bereft of their master's control, their splendor dimmed. Chu Jing reached out, making a gentle beckoning motion towards the void. The leftover broken ancestor immortal artifacts, imbued with the final immortal ancestor Tao rhyme and immense energy, were like being guided by invisible threads, crossing space in an instant to hang obediently before him. He lowered his eyes, calmly scanning over these remnants that once symbolized the pinnacle combat power of the great universe, a flicker of exceedingly complex emotion flashing deep in his eyes. Once upon a time, when he was just a tiny cultivator gazing up at the myriad heavens and realms, these Tao ancestors wielding their orthodoxy, overlooking the eternal ebb and flow, seemed utterly unattainable, like deities standing atop the clouds, unreachable. And now, With but a word of kill from his mouth, the four immortal ancestors were crushed like ants, even abandoned by the heavenly destiny true spirit they depended on, simply to save itself. The gulf between now and then was truly a world apart. The reaction of the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit was so quick it surprised Chu Jing. It withdrew heavenly fate without the slightest hesitation. This was evidently derived from caution towards him, given his ability to devour heavenly fate. The immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit had been forewarned. Chu Jing cast a glance at the four martial ancestors, thus thinking, the heavenly destiny true spirit of martial path would surely be aware as well. Ji Zhouin's eyes narrowed slightly, unable to discern Chu Jing's intentions, before taking a step back and solemnly stating, since the ancestral Tao is unharmed, we shall take our leave. Leave behind Fu Pinglan's head. Chu Jing's gaze passed over Ji Zhouin and landed on Fu Pinglan, speaking softly, the past is settled, but the martial hall remains the martial hall. Had it not been for Fu Pinglan and heavenly punishment's repeated pursuits, he wouldn't have been forced to this point, nor would Song Lingxue have come to such an end. Even now, though the situation seems settled, the reincarnation road remains a mystery, and he still hasn't found a way to save Song Lingxue. Wait, Ancestral Tao. Wan Wenfeng stepped forward, speaking solemnly, years ago you said you owed me a favor, does that still hold true? In the instant Wan Wenfeng spoke, Chu Jing already knew what he intended to say. A deathly silence enveloped the void. Chu Jing turned his head slightly, if you miss today, when I personally come to take Fu Pinglan's head, the martial hall may no longer be the martial hall. With that, he said no more, turning and stepping into the void, leading a group of ancient ancestors straight towards the great immortal realm. Now with no mind to entangle further with the martial hall, he had no intentions of letting go of the immortal Tao's heavenly fate. When the immortal fortune once more supports several great immortal emperors into ancestry, it would be yet another troublesome affair. With these 2 parts of heavenly fate, plus the 2.5 from himself and Song Lingxue, 55% of the great universe's heavenly fate was in his grasp. Then, the grand scheme would truly be settled. Great immortal realm. Deep within the fairy palace. The moonlight immortal ancestor sat alone on the cold jade throne, her eyes shimmering with immortal light, reflecting a vast Luotian starry sky, precisely at the edge of the chaos sea. The suffocating massacre just now, when Feng Ting and others lost the support of heavenly fate, were crushed like ants and slaughtered by many ancient ancestors, every moment clearly fell into her eyes. Regardless of past grievances, the old friends who had accompanied her for eons fell in an instant. Even with the calm disposition of moonlight, a few traces of sadness inevitably emerged. Feng Ting. Ultimately, he reached this step. The once high-spirited, full of ambition new star of the immortal Tao, ultimately met his end through erroneous choices. Even without Chu Jing, they worshipped the heavenly destiny true spirit, stubborn in their bloodline prejudices. How could they have a good end in the Tao war? Buzz a euro before the complex emotions surging in her heart could settle, before that thread of compassion could disperse, a force so unimaginable that even her divine soul trembled with fear unexpectedly and almost rudely surged into her body. It was as if the entire weight and chi fortune of the immortal Tao was forcibly crammed into her immortal body at this moment. This is Immortal Tao Heavenly Destiny? And it's nearly 2/10 of the origin of Immortal Tao Heavenly Fate. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's expression instantly grew rigid, her body involuntarily trembling slightly, her spine slightly bent, a muffled groan escaping her, with a trace of immortal blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She had never before experienced bearing so much heavenly fate, hard to calm in an instant. Once she realized it, Moonlight's eyes suddenly opened wide, but what flashed across was not surprise, but a cold, bone-chilling mockery. She looked up, gazed towards the starry sky above the fairy palace, seemingly seeing the formless heavenly destiny true spirit, with undisguised sarcasm and chill in her voice. Back then, you chose Feng Ting, raised him up, saw him as the revival master of the immortal Tao. This content is presented by Star. Now a great calamity arises, surrounded by formidable enemies, Feng Ting perishes, you remembered me at last? The heavenly destiny true spirit, after all, is not a living creature, possessing only instinctive consciousness to seek benefit and avoid harm for self-preservation. Fearful of Chu Jing's terrifying ability to devour heavenly fate, it instantly discarded Feng Ting and others like a gecko dropping its tail when the situation tipped precariously. It chose to forcibly infuse the vacant origin of heavenly fate into Moonlight, attempting to make her a new shield to continue the immortal Tao. Moonlight was more than clear on the intentions of the heavenly destiny true spirit. This was out of necessity. Heavenly fate is no ordinary substance. Even if the heavenly destiny true spirit wished to choose someone else, a new immortal ancestor would require a long time to adapt, refine, and merge this power to truly wield it. Chu Jing, bearing 1/10 of heavenly fate, with his astonishing talent, still took over 20,000 years to ascend to the ancestral realm. Time is precisely what the heavenly destiny true spirit lacks at present, hence it can only choose her, already an immortal ancestor with deep foundations, as the last straw of salvation. Slowly closing her eyes, Moonlight felt the furious and vast yet unfamiliar flood of heavenly fate within, took a deep breath to suppress the surging blood, her gaze shifting towards Song Lingqing cultivating deep in the fairy palace. After a while, she retracted her gaze, with sharpness in her eyes, eventually transforming into a near liberating decisiveness. Ending with me isn't such a bad thing, she murmured softly, her voice almost like a sigh. As her words fell, she slowly stood up, stepping out of the cold fairy palace, slowly walking amidst a magnificent expanse constructed by immortal spirit Qi. Her gaze swept inch by inch across the great immortal realm, looking at the familiar scenes before her, momentarily somewhat dazed. The immortal river flowing with jade-scent nectar, divine mountain growing strange flowers and grasses, immortal palace pavilions floating in the clouds. Such scenery she had seen countless times. After a few breaths, her gaze fixed above the sky, watching the 99 radiant suns emitting eternal brilliance, symbolizing the peak and immortality of the immortal Tao. At this moment, in Moonlight's eyes, the eternal brilliance of the suns seemed shrouded in a lingering twilight, like a dying sunset. Finally, she arrived at the center of the entire great immortal realm, standing before the heavenly fortune immortal tablet. Chapter 696-474, Heavenly Stele Shattered, Immortal Path Collapses. The colossal monument, carved entirely from chaos immortal jade, towered into the clouds, standing at the center of the great immortal realm. Since the day the immortal path was born, the heavenly fortune immortal tablet has existed in the world. To this day, through the passage of time, the monument's body still flows with intricate and mysterious immortal Tao runes, exuding supreme majesty that governs all heavenly immortals, without the slightest diminution, even becoming more profound. It is not an inanimate object, but rather the embodiment of the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit in the eyes of immortal path cultivators. Moonlight's gaze penetrated the flowing immortal light on the tablet's surface, landing at the very core of the immortal tablet. There, imprinted, were 13 innate blood patterns, entangled like bloodline networks, emanating an ancient aura. These 13 innate blood patterns symbolized the oldest and most noble ancestral bloodlines of the entire immortal path. The 13 clans forged the glory of the ancient immortal path. Before incorporating and nurturing the immortal path, they were all ancestor realm gateways. But now, it is precisely the bloodlines of these 13 clans that, like invisible shackles, firmly locked the ceiling of the immortal path. No matter how high the talent or comprehension of a cultivator, without the bloodline of these 13 clans as a guide, they are like rootless duckweed, forever unable to truly touch the core power of the immortal path. In Moonlight's eyes, not only were these bloodlines shackles, but even the entry stone for stepping onto the immortal road, the innate immortal bone that determined the eternal difference between celestial and mortal at birth, should not exist at all. It stifled countless possibilities, turning the orthodoxy of the immortal path into clan factions, long deviating from the original intention of seeking the path of cultivation. Moonlight slowly raised her hand. Her movements were slow and steady, her gaze as calm as a frozen cold pond, without anger or excitement, only a serenity and liberation that had seen through everything. At the moment she raised her hand, the heavenly fortune immortal tablet seemed to sense a mortal threat. Its body suddenly erupted with dazzling immortal light, which instantly connected endless past and future, traversing the time-space ancient Tao transmission road unique to the immortal path. Rumble, the scene before moonlight instantly twisted and transformed, an ancient long river phantom paved with endless spacetime fragments emerged. Above the long river, heaven-supporting jade pillars majestically stood, each pillar manifested a vague shadow exuding a vast aura that pressured all heavens. These were the immortal projections left by ancients of the immortal path in the river of spacetime, the continuation of their legacies and wills. At this life-and-death juncture, the heavenly destiny true spirit forcibly invoked the ancient fate of the immortal path, summoning the projections of many ancient ancestors, attempting to use the immortal path's pressure to block Moonlight's rebellious act. The river of spacetime roared, and the gaze of the ancient ancestors' projections, with pressures as solid as substance, crossed time and space, falling simultaneously on Moonlight. The emotions in these gazes varied, with anger, questioning, and even comfort, extremely complex. Facing the heavy pressure, Moonlight's expression remained unfazed. She did not even glance at those ancient ancestor projections representing the glorious past of the immortal path. Her gaze penetrated the barrier of time and space, landing on the main body of the heavenly fortune immortal tablet. The decayed shackle should have been broken long ago. Moonlight whispered softly, a pristine and flawless solitary silver moon suddenly rose behind her. This silver moon was not an immortal path divine skill but the embodiment of her life's cultivation foundation, even the manifestation of her Tao seed, not borrowing a shred of heavenly fate. As the silver radiance fell, it instantly dispelled the brilliant immortal light erupting from the immortal tablet. The projections of ancient ancestors traversing the river of spacetime appeared somewhat illusory for a moment. Buzz, before Moonlight made a move, a glaring immortal light suddenly surged from the downstream of the river, slicing through before her eyes, tearing apart the projections of numerous ancestor immortals as if they were dried weeds and rotten wood. This glaring immortal light, treading on the ancient Tao transmission road of the immortal path, traveled from the future straight towards the past. The aura emitted from within the immortal light was so strong that it was terrifying, far exceeding ordinary ancestor realm. This was an immortal at the extreme. Moonlight's expression was solemn, staring intently at this immortal light. She saw the figure within the immortal light. But with her current cultivation, she still couldn't clearly see the person's appearance, only a blur. Yet she saw the person's left palm holding a divine soul. At the moment of seeing the divine soul's face, Moonlight's brow furrowed slightly. Song Lingqing? No, Moonlight quickly denied it. Although the face was very similar, there were noticeable differences. Moonlight was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized that Chuzheng likely saw this scene not long ago as well. But that time, she was directly expelled from the ancient Tao transmission road, whereas now she wasn't. Why is that? Moonlight fell into contemplation. Regarding the divine soul held in that person's palm, Chuzheng had never mentioned it before, clearly intentionally concealing it. This reason wasn't hard to guess, as she almost instantaneously thought of Song Lingxue. Recalling the deficiency in Song Lingqing's divine soul, a conjecture gradually emerged in her mind. After a long while, Moonlight gathered her thoughts, dispelled various distractions, and after taking one last look at the desolate ancient Tao transmission road, she slowly retreated from the river of spacetime. Looking at the heavenly fortune immortal tablet before her, Moonlight opened her lips and teeth lightly, uttering a word, shatter. With the utterance, the silver moon that had risen to its peak, carrying its radiant moonlight, silently and quietly, fell fiercely toward the heavenly fortune immortal tablet symbolizing the root of the immortal path, directly targeting the 13 entangled innate blood patterns. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. Crack, a crisp shattering sound resounded to the extreme, echoing across all myriad heavens and realms, shaking the sole origin of all immortal path cultivators. Chapter 697-474, The Heaven Monument Shatters, The Immortal Path Collapses, Part 2. The heavenly fortune immortal tablet, which carried the immortal path's chi fortune for billions of years and was indestructible, under the impact of the silver moon offered by Moonlight's own Tao seed, shattered like fragile glass. From the core's 13 innate blood patterns, it instantly became covered with web-like cracks. Boom! In the next moment, the immortal tablet exploded completely, countless jade shards containing the vast immortal path chi fortune and law fragments shooting out in all directions like destructive star fragments. An invisible bloodline chain linking all the cultivators of the 13 clans was severed at this moment. Almost at the same instant as the tablet shattered, all the immortal path cultivators scattered throughout the great immortal realm and even the great universe, regardless of their cultivation level or location, felt as if struck by lightning. Those with low cultivation were not greatly affected, but many cultivators who had entered the Ninth Order and stepped into the immortal venerable domain turned pale, coughed up blood, and the bloodline power they once took pride in began to madly counterattack and burn like ignited fuses. In this moment, all immortal path cultivators felt something in their hearts. The sky collapsed. The immortal path sky, under moonlight's strike, completely collapsed. The era where bloodlines were revered in the immortal path was ended by her own hands. A moment earlier, as the dust of the Chaos Sea had just settled, Chu Jing, with the immense aura of 15 ancient ancestors wrapped around him, traversed the endless star domain and descended outside the sky of the great immortal realm, shrouded by 99 suns. His gaze instantly locked onto the moonlight immortal ancestor standing before the heavenly fortune immortal tablet. Surrounding her body flowed a vast chi fortune that had just been forcibly infused and not yet fully integrated, making it impossible to hide. The center of Chu Zhang's brow locked tightly upon seeing moonlight, his eyes extremely complex, feeling an immediate headache. The moonlight immortal ancestor had done him great favors. Without her protection, he would not have survived to this day, even with 10 lives. He constantly remembered this gratitude. Now, the immortal Tao heavenly destiny resided in moonlight, which undoubtedly blocked his hand at seizing destiny. To seize destiny, one must kill. This is the foundation on which the Tao seed within him operated. At least for now, he had not found any other method to strip away the heavenly destiny. If there were any method to take heavenly destiny without harming life, he would have already used it on Songling Xue. Moonlight immortal ancestor. Chu Zhang's eyes showed complexity and hesitation, but the bloodthirsty intent of the many ancient ancestors behind him did not waver in the slightest, their eyes locked onto moonlight as if wolves eyeing prey. Under the gaze of the ancient ancestors, moonlight immortal ancestor slowly raised her hand and shattered the immortal tablet. In an instant, Chu Zhang's body became suddenly hot, a gush of essence blood overflowed from his throat and was instantly expelled. It was the treasure blood from immortal ancestor Shumi Sheng. He had used this blood to enter the immortal venerable realm and become a mixed-blooded immortal descendant. Now, at the moment the innate blood patterns broke, this immortal blood was also expelled from his body, no longer possessing its divine properties. The shattered pieces of the immortal tablet scattered like star fragment remnants, and the air filled with a thick scent of blood and the lament of bloodline disintegration. The great immortal realm was filled with mournful cries everywhere. The immortal locks binding the suns above the sky began to break one after another. The golden crow, trapped within them, spread their wings and soared up, letting out cries of joy, scattering across the universe. The original golden crow ancient clan, suppressed entirely in this place, could only breed and live atop the suns, sealed by immortal locks, unable to step out. Now with the collapse of the immortal path, they gained a new lease on life. The scattered heavenly fire streaked across the sky, falling into the great immortal realm, transforming into meteoric rain, painting the 9 heavens and 10 lands red. In the heart of the ruins symbolizing the complete end of the old era, a solitary figure stood quietly. Moonlight immortal ancestor's eyes were as calm as a deep pool, reflecting the apocalyptic end of the immortal path. The utterly stunning visage carried a hint of excessive pallor. She slowly raised her head, her gaze calmly meeting Chu Zhang's eyes, devoid of fear, only filled with an understanding of destiny and a very slight weariness. Her gaze passed over Chu Zhang, swept over the glaring ancient ancestors behind him, and finally rested on Hao Yan. Hao Yan's eyes flickered, turning away to avoid her gaze. Seeing this, Moonlight's eyelids slightly lowered, her mouth curled slightly, her gaze returning to the ruins of the heavenly fortune immortal tablet beneath her feet. The heavenly tablet is shattered, the bloodline chains of the 13 clans are broken, Moonlight's voice was cold, like a spring filled with chill, flowing into Chu Zheng's ears, yet, the immortal path's heavenly destiny hasn't scattered. As if to confirm her words, the vast immortal Tao heavenly destiny origin, which caused great turmoil in the void due to the tablet's breakage, did not disperse like a masterless item. Instead, under the forceful gathering of an invisible will, it rolled back like a receding flood. In an instant, Moonlight's body swayed slightly, her original heavenly destiny being swept away, her aura plummeting, returning to the half-ancestor realm. Already near the end of her lifespan, she couldn't withstand such a heavy blow. Her gaze dimmed instantly, her waterfall-like hair turning to snow in a moment. The marks of time flooded in the instant the heavenly destiny left, eroding what little life essence she had left. The knife of time began leaving its mark on her face, carved from immortal jade, her eyes filled with subtle wrinkles. Her cheeks seemed to lose their foundation, faintly sinking, revealing shadows beneath her cheekbones. Her lips, once red as dawn, lost all color, now pale and dry. Those clear, deep eyes, containing within them a star river, were now shrouded with a layer of indelible gray soot, their luster quickly dimming, like a star about to extinguish. The once jade-white skin on the back of her hand became loose, losing elasticity, with veins visible as pale blue trails beneath, like vines winding around dead branches, filled with a breath of decay. Chu Zheng took a step forward, supporting the staggering figure of the Moonlight immortal ancestor. In the same moment, the gathered vast heavenly destiny transformed into countless streams of extremely fine light, vanished beyond the barrier of the great immortal realm, merging into the boundless great universe. Chu Zheng's brow furrowed tightly, observing that the heavenly destiny hadn't dispersed but was cunningly and thoroughly hidden and dispersed by the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit. It no longer concentrated within Moonlight alone, but dispersed and permeated into the bodies of billions of immortal path cultivators throughout the great universe. Each living creature cultivating the immortal path, regardless of strength or location within any star domain, became a vessel for this fraction of the heavenly destiny. Upon realizing this, Chu Zheng's pupils shrank. He instantly understood the intent behind the immortal Tao heavenly fate true spirit's action. Undermining the resources from within, breaking them into pieces. It knew Chu Zheng could slay immortal ancestors and devour heavenly destiny, but now it gambled on something Chu Zheng couldn't, and certainly wouldn't, do. To kill every cultivator of the immortal path in the great universe. That would be an unprecedented massacre, an act of total Tao annihilation. It would be a sin far more terrifying than the cleansing of the chaos sea before, a billionfold nefariousness. If Chu Zheng really did so, at least within the great universe, he would no longer be the ancestral Tao who could stabilize both realms, but a butcher more terrifying than any demon. He would stand completely opposed to all Taoist orthodoxy and every living being in the great universe. Yet, if given enough time, the immortal Tao heavenly destiny could even, by borrowing the heavenly destiny, emulate ancient times, creating a true son of heaven, using 1/10, or even more of the heavenly destiny, to create a terrifying monster to disrupt the situation once more. Chu Zheng's gaze fell upon Moonlight, who continued to stand there, bearing the counterattack of her life's nearing end and the Tao injuries from the collapse of her immortal path foundation. She slightly tilted her head, gazing at the brilliant sun scattering into the universe amid the fiery rain within the great immortal realm's sky, her eyes unnervingly calm. Your many confusions now can't be explained in this world. You are Chu Zheng, and naturally you can't become Zheng Chu, nor can you do what they want. Moonlight gripped Chu Zheng's hand tightly, veins bulging on the back of her hand, her eyes calm as if piercing through time and space, transmitting her voice. Go to the ancient times. There you will find all the answers you seek. Chapter 698-475, Sun-Eroding Cry, New Master of Martial Arts Heavenly Fortune. Ancient times? Chu Zheng's gaze focused slightly, just about to speak when he was interrupted by Moonlight immortal ancestor raising a hand. Listen to me first, I don't know much, but your wife, Song Lingxue, and her sister, Song Lingqing, should have been one in a past life, seemingly altered by changes on the reincarnation road, causing this rare soul division. If you wish to comprehend the secrets of the reincarnation road, you must go to ancient times. Originally, you could rely on the immortal destiny sky lamp to go, But the immortal destiny sky lamp is left by the 13 clans and needs immortal blood as a medium. Now, since the immortal path is no more, you can't open the ancient Tao transmission road, you can only travel through the river of spacetime, and that is my failure to you. Chujing listened quietly, not interrupting Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's words. To return to ancient times, you won't escape hardships, you'll need at least 40% heavenly fate, or else you can't cross the net laid by those ancient ancestors. With the interference of the heavenly destiny true spirit, if I don't shatter the immortal tablet, you can't obtain immortal fortune. The same goes for the martial path, so the remaining heavenly fate can only be sought from the myriad realms and universe. After speaking, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor lifted her eyes towards Chujing. If you have any more questions, ask quickly, my time is running short. Hearing this, Chujing solemnly spoke, what can I do for you? Moonlight Immortal Ancestor fell into silence, and after a moment, she spoke, if, in the future, you truly rule the world, no matter what, please give the immortal path a way to survive. It is just a path of cultivation, in itself not wrong. I will remember, regardless of the future of the immortal path, I will allow it a glimmer of survival. Chujing nodded, making a promise. Moonlight Immortal Ancestor had assisted him greatly, and with only this one request, he naturally would not refuse. Having received a response, Moonlight Immortal Ancestor no longer looked at Chujing nor at the collapsing rivers and mountains of the great immortal realm. Her body emitted a faint, pure silver halo. The halo was not immortal power, but her immortal body, Tao seed, and the remaining essence of immortal power, all beginning to sublimate and burn. She slowly closed her eyelids, remaining silent, her last trace of divine sense like a candle flickering in the wind, drifting over the shattered ruins of the fairy palace. Her figure transformed into pure moonlight, like countless tiny stars, slowly rising, ultimately dissolving into the cracked heavens and earth, merging with the new life the immortal path nurtured, although she ended it with her own hands. Before her life ended, she chose to transform into Tao, even forsaking the potential of reviving in the next life through the Tao seed. Upon the ruins, except for the vast star dome, only the shattered remnants of the jade stele and dead silence remained. The group of ancient ancestors looked at each other, ultimately suppressing the killing intent they had just raised. The lingering aura of Moonlight Immortal Ancestor's transformation into Tao lingered long, the air seemingly still carrying that slight, cool silver glow. Chujing stood silently in the void, feeling conflicted, his silver-gray robe gently stirred by the soundless breeze. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly, the Tao seed within him slightly turning, invisible threads of causality clearly revealed within the ancestral realm's perception. One thread, carrying a familiar aura, drew his gaze to the nearby fairy palace. In his eyes, a faint golden glow emerged. The palace barriers, along with the countless arrays, were seen through in an instant. Seeing the person at the other end of the causality thread, Chu Zhang's expression subtly changed. Song Lingqing. She sat cross-legged on the cloud bed, her body enveloped in immortal qi, on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck in her cultivation. Though the world outside was collapsing with the immense transformation of the immortal path, it affected her little. Her aura, though fluctuating, remained steady, like a boulder amidst a stormy sea. Aside from the array set around the fairy palace, this situation likely also had much to do with her origins from the Cangyun realm. The gaze of Chu Zheng fell on Song Lingqing's face, which appeared particularly serene due to concentration. This face, in his mind, gradually overlapped with Song Lingxue's. The illusions in the heart-burning corridor, as vivid as yesterday, surged into his mind. The two faces ultimately merged in a sea of consciousness, transforming into Xue Qing's visage. An indescribable complex emotion suddenly stirred, like a ripple, quietly spreading in the deep, tranquil lake of Chu Zheng's heart. He had never felt this before, and he quietly gazed at Song Lingqing for a long time. In the end, he did not step forward to disturb her. Here in the great immortal realm, aside from seeking heavenly fate, he had one more task left undone. Chu Zheng's gaze shifted from Song Lingqing to the ground beneath him, shaken and destabilized by the shattering of the immortal tablet fragment. Previously in the heart-burning corridor, when he encountered the Sun-Eroding cry, he had heard it mention that its head was suppressed beneath the heart-burning corridor, the torso in the center of the great immortal realm, and its limbs dispersed at the four extremes of the world. And now, beneath this ruin of the heavenly fortune immortal tablet, was exactly where its torso lay suppressed. Chu Zhang's sight penetrated the fractured earth, piercing through the chaotic immortal Tao laws, soon spotting the Sun-Eroding Cry's torso. The torso, tainted with ancestor blood, was sealed by numerous immortal locks, now covered with cracks. Sun-Eroding Cry, Chu Zhang silently thought, without the slightest hesitation, lowering his head toward the depths of the cracked earth, slowly reaching out his hand. The movement seemed casual, yet it embodied the mighty power of the ancestral realm that controlled the world. Rumble, the entire great immortal realm emitted a groan of unbearable strain. Centered on the immortal tablet ruins, the earth was torn asunder by an invisible giant hand, an immense canyon stretching for billions of miles instantaneously expanding, majestic immortal mountains collapsing, celestial rivers breaking, the entire tectonic plate upheaved by Chu Zhang, nearly torn apart. Innumerable realm creatures of the immortal realm watched in horror as a torso, dark gold throughout, like cast divine iron, its surface etched with ancient battle patterns, was slowly pulled from the deepest reaches of the earth by an unseen force. Chapter 699-475, Sun-Eroding Cry, Succession of the Martial Arts Heavenly Fortune, Part 2. This torso exudes the terrifying aura of an ancient beast. Even after eons of suppression, it still retains the overwhelming essence blood fluctuations that cause even the ancient ancestors to tremble. Chu Zhang's gaze was calm as he instantly activated his healing divine power. With a slight movement of his mind, the heavenly fate star river within his clear Tao seed began to shine, distorting time and space in an instant. Buzz, 5 pathways piercing through the void suddenly opened in front of Chu Zhang, and at the end of these paths, they connected to the heart-burning corridor and the 4 poles of the great immortal realm. The aura of the 5 matched that of the torso, instantly locking onto them, drawing them forth. In the next moment, 2 arms and 2 legs, bearing the same dark golden sheen and imprinted with battle patterns, along with the head, surged from the space channel, merging with the torso. The dark golden light surged like boiling lava at the connection of the torso and limbs, fusing, and those ancient and ferocious wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, requiring little energy from Chu Zhang to mend, and new life began. The body of Sun-Eroding Cry, even to this day, had not lost its vitality, astonishingly beginning to self-repair. The energy Chu Zhang expended during this process was negligible. This terrifying physique, Chu Zhang had never seen such in his lifetime. In an instant, flesh regenerated, bones reconnected, battle patterns permeated, the entire process happened faster than imaginable. In just a few breaths, a figure that reached the sky and earth emerged, exuding a terrifying aura enough to make all heavens and stars tremble, quietly hovering above the shattered great immortal realm. This body had muscles twisted like dragons, bones resembling divine pillars holding up the sky, dark golden skin flowing with an immortal divine light, and the martial arts battle patterns imprinted upon it came alive, evolving a terrifying imagery of creation and destruction. As the aura gradually condensed, the battle patterns recessed beneath the skin, the eyes that had been closed for countless eons suddenly opened. 2 substantial gazes like chaotic divine thunder pierced the immortal realm's firmament, filled with the wild joy of regaining freedom, and a trace of pure primal wildness belonging to ancient fierce gods. Senior. Chu Zhang's voice sounded calmly, he cupped his hands in respect. Sun-Eroding Cry slowly shifted his head, looking past Chu Zhang at a group of ancient ancestors, pausing momentarily on the figure of Erosion Sun Rain, his aura gradually restraining. Then, he stared at the ground below, at the shattered remains of the immortal tablet, silent for a moment before speaking. You really did it. He had toppled the immortal path, united with a group of ancient ancestors, and his cultivation had already entered the ancestral realm. In less than a few centuries, Chu Zhang had already established the grand scheme. Chu Zhang did not say much. His gaze swept across the great immortal realm that was accelerating into collapse due to Sun-Eroding Cry's complete liberation. The fracture of the immortal tablet had long shaken the foundation of the great realm, and now Sun-Eroding Cry, a suppressed martial ancestor for millennia, had broken free, like the last straw on the camel's back. Vast regions of the immortal domain began to completely disintegrate, space shattered like broken glass, falling piece by piece, the immortal chi continuously leaked, like the death throes of a giant beast. This once glorious and resplendent great immortal realm was visibly decaying. But the centipede remains unbroken even in death. The foundations of the great immortal realm were still enough to sustain it for a long time. Chu Zheng's gaze once again turned towards the depths of the fairy palace. Song Lingqing remained in seclusion, seemingly unaware of the catastrophe outside. The palace. Chu Zheng raised his hand, gently pointing towards the direction of the quiet room. 3 strands of supremely pure, transparent talisman seals condensed from the source of the ancestral realm quietly appeared at his fingertips. In the next instant, 3 Tao talismans silently penetrated the restrictions of the fairy palace, disregarding spatial distance, imprinted on Song Lingqing's brow sea of consciousness. The 3 Tao talismans could block 3 deadly disasters. Temporarily, they were enough to keep Song Lingqing safe. At this moment, he did not have the energy to care for Song Lingqing. After finishing everything, Chu Zheng did not linger any longer, inclined his head towards Sun-Eroding cry, "Please, senior, take a step to talk." With those words, he stepped into the void, merging with it, addressing the ancient ancestors, "Chuan and Erosion Sun Rain can accompany me. The heaven and earth laws of the great universe are not in your favor, return to the universe first, I will be there shortly." Upon hearing this, the ancient ancestors exchanged glances, leaving only Chuan and Erosion Sun Rain behind to follow Chu Zheng, with others turning back toward the Chaos Sea. The boundary had yet to open, they could only use the space channel to return to the universe. They never liked the law chi mechanism in the great universe, they were always suppressed. Among the ancient ancestors, only Hao Yan lingered for a moment, gazing at the remains of the Heavenly Fortune Immortal Tablet, before leaving silently. For a moment, the universe fell into silence, leaving only the collapsing ruins of the Immortal Path. Martial Hall. Within the core region's Ancestor Hall. The hall walls are cast from countless solidified martial path wills and blood essence crystals, filled with an aura of death and destruction, with the eternal battle intent faintly boiling. Deep in the halls, the martial Tao blood patterns pulsate like the heart of a colossal beast, each beat causing the void to tremble with a humming resonance. Fu Pinglan sits cross-legged atop the martial Tao blood patterns in the center of the hall, his expression indifferent. Suddenly, he speaks slowly, his voice hard and steely. Ji Zhouyin has lost heart and no longer has the strength to contend with Chu Zheng. His voice is firm and resolute, each word like a heavy hammer striking the hall walls, probing into the void. At this rate, 2 portions of martial arts' heavenly fortune will inevitably be seized by Chu Zheng, like taking something from a bag. In an instant, his aura becomes exceedingly condensed and sharp, his eyes opening with a fearsome gleam, revealing a resolute look of determination and slaughter. He slowly rises, gazing into the void, his eyes fixed on the unseen heavenly destiny true spirit. The fate of the immortal path is imminent. If the martial path continues under Ji Zhouyin's control, it will be akin to sitting back and waiting for death, allowing heavenly fortune to fall into Chu Zheng's hands. Even if you merge into the martial path, if Chu Zheng truly harbors murderous intent, slaughtering all martial cultivators, your fate will still be a dead end. Speaking of this, Fu Pinglan's gaze is sharp as a knife, piercing deeply into the void, and he speaks in a deep voice, "Grant me the position of martial ancestor, along with these 2 portions of heavenly fortune, let me wield the martial path and give my all to kill Chu Zheng." His voice suddenly heightens, carrying an irrefutable decision, "Even if I fall and die, you can reclaim heavenly fortune before I perish, suffering no losses." As his words fall, silence engulfs the void. After a brief pause, the unexpected happens. Buzz, the entire martial hall's core Ancestor Hall shakes violently. Boom, accompanied by a thunderous sound, immense heavenly fortune begins to converge, like rivers returning to the sea. Including the original portions distributed among Ji Zhouyin, Wan Wenfeng, and Hua Ling, the martial arts. Heavenly fortune is collectively extracted, assembling into a dark golden torrent tearing through the void, like a star river breaking its banks, pouring tirelessly into Fu Pinglan's body. At the moment of the heavenly fortune's wave, Ji Zhouyin lets out a suppressed grunt, his aura plummeting like an avalanche, his cultivation realm dropping instantly from the ancestral realm of martial Tao to the half-ancestor realm upon losing the heavenly fortune's support. This situation is no different from that experienced by Feng Ting and the others before. His expression is unusually calm, as if he's long been aware. Simultaneously, Wan Wenfeng and Hua Ling, two martial ancestors, not far away, similarly suffer heavy blows, unable to react, their martial path blood essence instantly withering. Their faces turn ashen, simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of essence blood containing the origin of the martial path, their auras declining sharply, also falling to the half-ancestor realm, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. Fu Pinglan's condition is entirely different, his sitting figure suddenly straightens, like an ancient fierce god fully awakened. The dark golden torrent frantically floods into his body, perfectly merging with his flesh, muscles, laced with every strand of the martial path, his body expanding, heightening, muscles nodding like dragons and snakes rising to land, bones emitting thunderous booms. The martial arts battle patterns on his skin surface spread wildly like living creatures, with originally robust right arm surface emerging patches of scale armor, as if tainted with the blood of chaos gods, soaring defiantly. His aura climbs continuously, instantly surpassing the previous peak, reaching an unprecedented fearsome state. The ferocious martial path force, like a tangible storm, sweeps through the surrounding universe and stars centered on him. Opposite to the aura is Fu Pinglan's expression at this moment. His gaze is unexpectedly calm, without a ripple in his expression, devoid of anger, or a boiling intent to kill, only a deathly stillness. Fu Pinglan lowers his eyes, staring at his palm, a slight tug at the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. This is the martial ancestor, this is the martial Tao heavenly position. Chapter 700-476, The Collapse of the Cangyun Realm. Sensing the terrifying aura rising from Fu Pinglan, both Wan Wenfeng and Hua Ling felt their blood churn, eyes flashing with a trace of fear as they hurried to Ji Zhouyin's side. Martial ancestor. This. Wan Wenfeng steadied himself, looking at Ji Zhouyin, whose aura was equally declining, a mix of shock and anger flickering across his gaze as he turned to look at Fu Pinglan not far away, his voice trembling slightly. Hua Ling's face was likewise ashen, blood and qi in turmoil, clearly suffering heavy injuries. The tragedy of Feng Ting's four companions was fresh in their minds. They had anticipated that the heavenly destiny true spirit might abandon them, but never did they imagine it would unfold in such a direct and violent manner. Fu Pinglan had managed to elicit the recognition of the heavenly destiny true spirit, directly stripping Ji Zhouyin of his position as martial ancestor and all his heavenly fate. Faced with the horror of Wan Wenfeng and Hua Ling, Ji Zhouyin slowly raised his head, eyes devoid of anger or resentment. On his face, now lined with wrinkles and filled with exhaustion and decline, there was only a tranquility akin to dead water. After a long time, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. The heavenly destiny true spirit no longer trusts me and has chosen Fu Pinglan for a desperate gamble. The Tao tribulation stick has also been taken by him. His cloudy gaze fell upon the increasingly youthful visage of Fu Pinglan, who seemed as though he had returned to his prime, and in the depths of Ji Zhouyin's eyes was an undertone of deep, nearly unresolvable pity. After a moment, Ji Zhouyin slowly withdrew his gaze, looking at the momentarily bewildered Wan Wenfeng and Hua Ling, his voice hoarse yet calm, carrying a desolate quality of seeing through the end. Let him go. Our journey along the martial path ends here. He did not cast another glance at Fu Pinglan, as if all ties had been severed, closing his eyes slowly like an old monk sitting in meditation, his declining aura growing thicker as he quietly awaited the final moment of life's end. This reaction left Wan Wenfeng and Hua Ling with a moment of difficulty, unsure of what to do. Having lost the heavenly fate and fallen back to the status of half-ancestor, they found themselves somewhat at a loss facing the current Fu Pinglan. With heavenly fate entering his body, Fu Pinglan's features underwent subtle changes, becoming sharper and more angular, revealing a cutting edge. Slowly, he closed his eyes, feeling within him a power unprecedented, as if capable of piercing through ages eternal, slowly clenched his fist, knuckles cracking like popping beans, dark golden battle patterns swirling over his fists, exuding a suffocating destructive wave. His icy gaze swept over Ji Zhouyin not far away, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. I will now assist Chu Jing with the final steps. His gaze passed over Wan Wenfeng and Hua Ling, whose faces were marked with faint shock, finally directing his attention outside the Ancestor Hall, toward the direction of the Immortal domain. An overwhelming killing intent, like the fire god ancient mountain on the verge of eruption, blazed fiercely at the depths of his eyes. In the next instant, with the Tao Tribulation stick in hand, he never looked back, stepping onto the eternal starry sky, heading straight for the end of the star dome. Cangyun Realm. In stark contrast to the turbulence of the great universe immortal path, the ruthlessness of all heaven's realm, this realm seemed like a pocket of pure land forgotten by time. As dusk approached, the heavenly dome was washed clear, a few wispy clouds leisurely drifting, their edges tinted faintly gold by the setting sun's rays. Over the earth, the mountains and rivers are graceful, streams like ribbons, the nature's spiritual energy, although not as grand and vast as that in the great immortal realm, was exceptionally orderly, as if meticulously groomed, flowing smoothly. Among the mountains and flora, nurturing all living creatures. Here, there was no rampant turbulence of laws, no ruptured space fissures, even the conflicts between cultivators appeared extremely mild and restrained, while smoke lazily curled from mortal cities, spiritual light faintly emitted from cultivators' dwellings, a scene of peace and serenity. The immortal veins of this realm had been severed by the ancestor of ancient immortals himself long before ages eternal, which should have been an absolute disaster leading to a dead end. Yet, by a twist of fate, it allowed the realm to remain largely unaffected amidst the colossal waves of the heavenly fate dispute sweeping the myriad heavens and realms and the change of the ancestral realm. It was as if shielded by an invisible barrier, maintaining a fragile yet precious tranquility in these contemporary times. Space rippled as four figures silently arrived atop a mountain within Cangyun realm. Chu Jing still wore a silver-gray robe, his aura as deep as an abyss, followed closely by two ancient ancestors, Sun-Eroding Rain and Chuan. Around them, enveloped by an array laid down by Chu Jing, their evil qi was sealed. Otherwise, the evil qi surrounding the ancient ancestors could turn Cangyun realm into a purgatory in an instant. Chu Jing cast a glance over Cangyun realm, swiftly spotting the presence of Taishan sect, and the figure of Fu Quanliang, with Gung Yang having returned to Cangyun realm as well. Since the 10,000 Realms battlefield, he had not seen Gung Yang for a long time. This was an apt occasion for a reunion. Sun-Eroding cry scanned the serene and harmonious small world before him, a distinct doubt surfacing in his eyes. Is this the near immortal realm? His voice was like distant thunder, carrying a sense of unfamiliarity spanning endless ages. In ancient times, near immortal realm was among the foremost in the great universe, an extremely significant great realm, with deep foundations and numerous strong figures, far from being ruined as it appeared now. Indeed, this is the near immortal realm. Chu Jing nodded slightly, his gaze not lingering on the scenery of Cangyun realm, but rather casting a glance at the silent Sun-Eroding Rain behind him, directly asking, "Senior, what is your relation to this person?" Chu Jing had long noticed that since Sun-Eroding Cry's release, his gaze had lingered on Sun-Eroding Rains many times, with emotions hidden deeply in those eyes, coupled with their shared surname. Evidently there was a profound connection.